Hello, everybody, and welcome, one and all, to the Calling Taipei. My name is Sam Byrne, and I'm lucky enough to be joined by a member of the Legend Story Studios staff himself, Mr. Newson Zhang. Newson, how you doing?
Good, Sam. How are you?
I'm good.
It's an honor to cast you.
Oh my God, the honor is all mine, my friend.
Oh, mate.
We are so excited to be here. I'm so excited to be sitting here with you. Talk to me a little bit about how you're feeling. There's a room full of people here ready to absolutely throw down in some flesh and blood, and I could be more excited.
Yeah. So you have the most competitive players in Asia, but you also have the most competitive players from USA and from Australia. You know, you have the big names called Brody, Michael Feng, Nick Butcher, and Hayden Dale. You know. These guys are like the top of the competitive level play.
Yeah, absolutely. We have been already seeing some incredibly high-level competition in our fate-foreseen sealed bounty tournament that happened yesterday. The two of us were a couple of bounties. And how'd you do in your tournament? How was your tournament? Talk to me a little bit. There was if you beat one of us, Hayden Dale, Nick Butcher as well, Elliot from 1-2 Juice. If you beat us, you got a cool little cold foil hero, as well as everybody got one of those amazing fate-foreseen tokens. Yeah.
So I actually went 2-2. I was playing Tickler Vossen. It was interesting. In the last round, I think the highlight for yesterday was I got attacked for 9 overpower.
Okay.
And I was on 3 life, but no, I was able to block for 8 with 2 cards. You know, the Steel Soul Memories. You know, that card blocked for 5, and then another card that blocked for 3. And then my opponent was so shocked. He still got me in the end, but he was actually genuinely shocked that I lived that turn.
Yeah.
What about you?
I also went 2-2. My pool was nothing special. I realized I had 6 Evos and I was feeling all good. Like, Tech Levash, I got 6 Evos, but like 4 of them were leg pieces. And as soon as I put on none of them were the base ones. So as soon as I put one on, I realized that in my game 1. I'm like, oh, well now I can't do anything else with my leg piece.
Yeah.
But it's all right. It was great. Still gave the heroes out even if we won the games.
Yeah, it was great. It's just great.
Yeah.
It's just great playing the community.
Yeah.
You know, just seeing their faces when you give it to them. They're like so happy. They're so shocked. It's like that's what we do it for, right?
Yeah, I gotta say the community out here, the event, the vibe in the space is just immaculate.
Yeah.
The vibes are tops here. Everybody's so excited to be here, throwing down. Like you said, we've got players representing from the American regions. We've got Australian players. The greater Asia Pacific region is all showing up to really throw down here in the Calling Taipei. The scene here is full of some heavy hitters, and man, I mean, we've just got
good pun.
What?
Good pun. Heavy hitters.
What do you mean, heavy hitters? I didn't throw anything down. That wasn't on purpose or anything. But we are getting ready. The players' meeting is currently underway, and we have got a feature match already pegged down for you guys. We're gonna wait to get the hero breakdown for the remaining of the rounds. But do you want to talk to me a little bit about? Let's see. Lexi has been, no surprise, at the forefront of a lot of people's minds. Do you think there's going to be any innovation to be seen out of the players here in this event hall, or you think we're just looking for a little more of the Ranger domination?
So after last week's results, how Lexi won all 4 events and won all the 11 Legend points, we can kind of determine that Lexi is the deck to beat for this tournament, right? But after seeing the room, I feel like there's a lot of players that aren't all on Lexi. They bring in the drone mines, they bring in the dashes that try to combat that Lexi mechanic.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be in a shock. We'll be in a treat today.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think Lexi will be winning the tournament.
Okay, you heard it here first, folks. Let LSS's own Newson Zhang throwing down, saying he doesn't believe Lexi's.
No, I don't think I'll win.
I love it. I can't wait to see. I think something that can't be understated is you look back at the incredible battle-hardened streams from last weekend, that the great games we got to watch. But Bright Lights had been out for all of 24 hours when that set came, when those tournaments were happening, right? So players have now had a whole week to acquire the cards, test some strategy. So you have to imagine there might be some more mechanologist players now that they've had a little more time with the cards, ready to throw down here in this event today.
Oh, 100%. I think that there will be a mechanologist hero in the top 8 today.
Okay.
Yeah,
we've got predictions.
I've heard some spicy tech from players that they're on the old dash, they're on the new heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you talk about mechanologist players, we talk about the players that aren't Lexi. Why don't we go ahead and throw down to the feature match area, because we have a national champion here for you all in Nick Butcher on Dromai, facing off against Wong Hennessy, who is going to be playing Dash Inventor Extraordinaire. We got the OG Dash presenting the induction chamber, the Tecloplasma pistol, so we're going to go ahead and take a look. This is round one, folks, here in the Calling Taipei. Not a lot of downtime. We're just getting right into the gameplay. We're getting right into action. This is what the people want to see.
No messing around, mate. No messing around. Just get into the games. All right, so we have Nick Butcher, you know, the current APAC champion. Who won the Calling Singapore.
Yeah.
So he's on Dromai today. It's quite interesting. I think I've seen his deck. It's quite ticked to beat Lexi.
Okay.
I think he thinks that Lexi has a good matchup, and especially with Dromai's new support from Bright Lights, the Tome of Imperial.
Flame.
Flame. Yeah. It's just, that card's very insane. Oh,
yeah.
So, okay.
And we're just going to see you talk about what the Tome of Imperial Flame does. Is it really puts these Dromai players back into the Royal category, allows them to have that gold token, which we see Nick immediately cashing in with those 2 reds, getting 2 ashes, drawing a card. We're going to go ahead and establish a Chromai, establish a Passing Mirage, and establish an Arsenal for the first turn. So no filtering going to happen for the Dash player here. And because they have presented that induction chamber, looking probably do a little less like just in-your-face boosting, and perhaps going for a little bit of a longer game plan. But if you're going for a longer game plan, you have to wonder and worry if those that Chromai and that Passing Mirage is going to put an immediate kind of wrench in those plans.
Yes, I do think that presenting the induction chamber against the Drone matchup is correct. Because if you present the Teclo Pounder, like Dromai, most of their cards block for free. They play all these defense reactions, which like you could just block for 3 turns and then just set up, and then your Teclo Pounder's gone, right?
Sure.
With induction chamber, it's
totally.
always there to just keep shooting for 2, because I think that's the best way to deal with the 8 for Ash ones.
Yeah, sure. Looks like we're going to go ahead and load up both the pistol and the induction chamber. The blue zipper hit being donated to the pitch. Seems like one of a 0 to 60 of some kind being floated. That face down card there might even have been the new Brahma edition, though I can't be entirely sure. This is going to be the first round here. Both players sitting at that comfortable 40 life. No further surprises in the equipment suite that I can see. The classic flame scale furnace, Snapdragon scalers for Nick Butcher, as well as the Wave of Reality. Looking over at the Dash side, there's a very classic equipment suite, even the Goliath Gauntlet there with the Achilles Accelerator, that Teclo Foundry Heart, and the Crown of Providence, as Wong is going to try to figure out exactly what he wants to do on this turn. This is a 0 to 60. We are going to boost Magnetic Shockwave, going to go and hit the banished zone there. Got to see where is that attack being directed towards Chromai or straight at Dromai's face.
Looks like straight to his face. Yep.
So
no messing around.
Yeah. Going to go ahead and block out with the sink below Nick Butcher is. Going to see if he wants to use that sink ability. He is, and now critically that Flame Scale Furnace, now even though he's on the defense, is turned on. He has played a red card, so if he wants to go ahead and pitch to that furnace and make another ash, he can. This is going to be the Plasma Pistol now, thrown down at Chromai, going to clear the dragon. Is that Passing Mirage going to stick around, however? It looks like we did give the go again, so there's more going on here for Wong.
See, this is so strong, presenting the induction chamber. You know, you can't do that with Teclo Pounder. Induction chamber just allows your pistol to attack 2 things. You know, just clear the Chromai. He's probably going to clear the Passing Mirage as well after doing some attacks. Oh well, you can just play Spark of Genius.
Yeah, let's see. Looks like this is going to be a Spark for 0. Then we can take a look at the deck there. We see maximum velocities have remained in the list here. So Wong is definitely still going to be looking to get aggressive at some point. The Teclo Core being grabbed off of the Spark of Genius. Going to go ahead and draw him a card, but that will be the end of the action points unless the Achilles Accelerator wants to be turned in here. And you have to imagine if you're facing down a board of dragons, an extra action point might be super clutch later in the game. So
I think the high octanes will be very clutch. You know, clearing the Passing Mirage, clearing heaps of dragons, as well as I feel like the maximum velocity just said it's not only good for attacking, it's good for popping the dragons.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So double duty is that card going to get for these players. You can see it looks like they're able to use their own playmats here. And Wong, that must be a fancy one, because he's keeping that nice and shrink wrapped. Yeah, Nick Butcher rocking that spell ground he was bragging about yesterday. He's got a whole closet full. He was letting me know. All right, time to head on back to Nick Butcher's side. He's going to come on with the Enlightened Strike card going to the bottom. You have to imagine this is going to be draw a card here. So with those Snapdragon Scalers, perhaps we're going to see equipment being turned in for Nick Butcher's side. With 3 cards in hand, you have to imagine he doesn't want the turn to end.
I'm pretty sure that the only reason he plays Snapdragon Scalers is for the Enlightened Strike interaction. His deck I've seen this deck. This deck mostly has the 0/4s going in.
Sure.
And then Line Strike's the only card that has going in, which is very strong. Like your leg equipment doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
We see people play like Seeker's leggings, just bit it off turn 1 to create an Ash.
Yep.
But Snapdragon Scalers, it helps you extend the board. And Line Strike, strong card, 5, draw a card with going in. So
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you described, those Snapdragon Scalers being cashed in immediately, draw a card, go again, seems pretty good to me. The Ubia is going to be pitched into the Sweeping Blow. We're going to make an Ash, come in for 3. 1 card left in hand. Looks like it's going to be a Burn Them All if that was flashed.
No, it was actually a Taiwanese
the Fate Foreseen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a bit unfortunate for Nick not being able to draw a dragon that he wants to play.
Yeah.
I definitely know he wants to establish board presence against Dash. Otherwise, Dash is just going to go straight for your life.
Yeah, and with a 5-card hand and resources from the Tekla core, this is about as powerful a turn as Dashes can put out. We're going to come in. I believe this is one of the new cards. This is probably an Underloop. So this is one of those new 1-for-4s. If it hits, it's going to go to the bottom of the deck with boost.
Super strong.
Yeah,
Super
absolutely.
strong.
And a number of new effects like that printed in bright lights. Very powerful in the limited formats. I mean, every time I got one of those cards to hit yesterday, it felt very good. We're going to go ahead and donate a block to that. And then the Wave of Reality, going to shore up that 1 point of the break point. So no going back to the bottom of the deck for Wong here.
Yeah, now the Spectral Shield is also kind of sort of like a break point if he decides to take 4. Oh, he's boosted a High Octane.
Yeah.
That might come to haunt him later in the game. High Octane is so important in this matchup.
Absolutely. I feel like as Mechanologist players, you have to be kind of, if you ever watched Ted Lasso, we were talking about this with some friends yesterday, you have to kind of be like a goldfish.
Yeah.
You got to just, anything you boost that you're really bummed about, you just have to completely put out of your mind because that's just part of the deck. And like you said, that Fate Foreseen going to be cashed in on the Zipper hit here, so that plus the Wave of Reality should go ahead and take care of all 5 of those damage points there. Those Fate Foreseen promos, beautiful, and were given out to everybody in attendance at that Fate Foreseen tournament yesterday. Yeah. So all damage being presented here by Nick. Looks like we're going to go ahead and pitch probably into the induction chamber. Get a couple more resources here. We can see a Teklo Pounder in hand as well, so that's pretty exciting. 2 resources could be established here. How does Wong want to finish this turn?
I think he's probably just going to play the Teklo Pounder out and then just pass. I don't feel like he needs to attack for 2, waste his 2 resources, and then play Teklo Pounder. He wants a big turn.
Sure. Now, because the other problem is if you want to attack into that Passing Mirage, Phantasm or Spectra on that card still going to be super relevant on this turn.
Then he won't be able to play his Teklo Pounder,
exactly,
right?
But then you're leaving your opponent, the Illusionist player, with a Passing Mirage. So any dragons that come down, you can't be clearing with 6 power attacks. But if you establish the Teklo Pounder, then if you clear the dragons, you don't want to wait. Yeah.
He's like, he's okay. Pop in the Achilles.
So we are going to see this is 2 different turns back to back. These players cashing in their leg pieces for additional either go again or action point because those Achilles Accelerator, he wanted to clear the Passing Mirage and establish the Pounder, and the only way to do so was to use that Achilles Accelerator.
Honestly, it's really good for Nick using Achilles this early in the game just to clear the Passing Mirage. Nick's still on 40 life.
Yeah.
There's so many. The game has so much time to keep going.
Yeah.
And
Gonna go ahead and looks like this is a Rake the Embers. Ravenous Rowell being pitched for. Beautiful Marvel Aether Ashwing there, representing those 3 Ashwings. Looks like Wong here. Those are dragons, but those aren't necessarily the scariest dragons you've ever seen. This, however, Snatch for 4, representing an on-hit effect of drawing a card, donating a card to the arsenal, most likely, because those Snapdragon Scalers have already been turned in. So we do have two block equipments. That is exactly what those are there for, to block a breakpoint, to stop drawing a card. We're going to filter a card with the effect of the Crown of Providence. 1 block left on that Teklo Foundry Heart. So if you're Wong here, you've got a 5-card hand, you've got a Teklo Core, you've got a Teklo Pounder. Your opponent only has 3 little Ashwings on the board. So this might be all gas, no breaks here for Wong.
Honestly, yeah, I think this might be Wong's big turn. No, it's this turn. He does heaps of damage. Nick doesn't have an arsenal.
It's true.
So I don't think he needs to worry about much defense reaction possibilities happening.
We're going to go ahead and boost. Yep, high speed impact. This is going to go ahead and be an attack 4/6. If it hits, the next attack going to get dominate here. Some damage dice being put down by our wonderful judge Sebastian. Thank you for watching over the match for us, my friend. Attack for 6 here. Now, talk to me a little bit about, Dromai sitting at 40 there. Don't have the board of dragons they might like, but still sitting at 40, got plenty of life to work with. Who do you think is more favored in the game as we're, at this point or moving forward?
It really depends on Wong's list, to be honest. Like, if he can establish more induction chambers, I don't know if he's plasma purifier in his main board at the moment. But once you establish that, you don't have to worry about the fatigue.
Yeah.
As long as you're clearing dragons all the time, then the Dromai will struggle, and then it'll soon. Once you run out of dragons, it's really hard to keep winning.
Yeah. So two major things just happened on that boost from the underloop. We lost another high octane to the boost there. And then the underloop once again threatening to go to the bottom of the deck and had dominate because of the high speed impact. But Nick critically had that 0-4 defense reaction to make sure that he could show up all the damage, even only being able to block with one card. So a couple things really coming up Nick Butcher's way on that attack.
Honestly, the loss of the second high octane is huge.
Yeah.
That was one of your power cards that you want to play against this matchup. But losing two of them to the boost is very unfortunate for Wong.
Yeah, so interesting to see which new cards from Bright Lights have made their way into Wong's list. So far, just those underloops, the 1-for-4 is with the boost, all well statted, but the threatening ability to go to the bottom of the deck in a deck that cannibalizes cards from the top of the deck so often, clearly, that was enough for Wong to throw into a list that was pretty strong even before that huge Mechanologist set was released, winning callings kind of left and right.
Alright, so it looks like he's cleared 2 Ashwings, which I would honestly do. Those Ashwings, if left unchecked, just chips 1, 2, 3 damage each turn. Like, it might not add up when you're on 40 life, but it definitely adds up overall in the game.
Yeah, 100%. A couple dragons being cleared, and then the T-Bone gonna buy the block from the Flamescale Furnace, so one gonna leak through if that's a red T-Bone for 3. Looks like we're going to clear out, that's going to be probably the second Ashwing being taken care of by the pistol there. So 1 Ashwing left for Mr. Butcher, 3 cards left in hand. And we're going to go ahead and start off, and this is the brand new card. Talk about new cards from Bright Lights making their way into these decks. Tome of Imperial Flame, an incredibly powerful card, allowing a couple draws, a couple pitches, a couple resources, but most importantly maybe, a couple ash. Exactly.
Honestly, this card is very good. I think it was like one of the most impactful Majestics in the set. Just to bump Dromai, just make it slightly a bit better.
Just slightly. Maybe just a bit. Gonna go ahead and pitch again. Look at that. Burn them all and the Sigil of Solace headed to the pitch zone, but 2 resource being made, 2 ash for later. Nick gotta be happy about that. And a couple more cards. We can see a Chromai and an Asphalize. These are some dragons not gonna have the protection of the Passing Mirage anymore, but are gonna have to be respected, or else Wong is just gonna be facing down a dragon army.
Yep.
And that can get out of control very quickly.
Yeah, honestly, those dragons they're pretty easy to deal with the pistol. Just 2 induction chamber, 2, and then just because both of them are 2 life, or you just drop a max V and you just kill it, right?
yeah, just pop it right off the bat. The Chromai going to give the action point there, so this Ashwing is able to come in. Wong looks like he's going to go ahead and take the damage, heading down to 28, and then the Asvalai, now this is coming in for 2 and 1 arcane, but critically does also have 3 health, so going to take more than just 1 pistol shot to clear, because we're going to need to either find an Plasma Purifier or commit a whole card to taking care of that Asvalai. So a couple more points of damage being taken by Wong here. We've also critically given up the Achilles Accelerator, so no more points of Arcane Barrier. If Nick Butcher does want to play towards like a burn them all style game plan, we see him pitch one right now.
Getting ready for the pitch deck.
Yeah, maybe that is something once the Achilles Accelerator was committed, he can see, part of his path to victory could include arcane damages that has now become unpreventable.
Wong really thinking about his next play. It looks like
I think we got a core. I think we got a pounder.
it looks like it's 2 items.
Yeah, and a zipper hit. So not going to be able to pop with that zipper hit. The third underloop in the arsenal there for Wong. Got to go ahead and deal with this 2 physical from the Asvalai. What do you want to do, Mr. Dash player? Pretty exciting, though. We got a mechanologist on here for the first round. A little bit of
the OG.
Yeah, the OG herself, beloved by many fans of this game from all over the world, including my cousin Aiden, who is one of her staunchest defenders. Gonna go ahead and commit a card to blocking, it looks like, is Wong here. We're going to go ahead and give the zipper hit, block it out, and it looks like maybe just establish that second pounder, utilizing our blue from the Teklo core to pay for both the underloop and the pounder if we wish, or save the effect of that first pounder. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and load up the pistol here. And we still got 2 resources. This could absolutely be that second pounder. It could be the underloop into the Foundry Heart, into the pounder, but then you're using a lot of cards from your deck. So let's see, the pistol here going to maybe clear an Ashwing or just go for vase.
Go for face.
Yeah, looks like just for face. Nick Butcher heading on down to 31, and we're just playing out that second pounder, keeping the underloop so we can get both triggers on it if we wish. Threaten to go to the bottom of the deck. This is going to be a big couple turns coming up for Mr. Dash player here.
Yeah, that is interesting how he didn't clear the 8th Ashwing. I know he couldn't clear Azulite because of pistol only taking for 2. I feel like clearing the Ashwing could have just dealt with something annoying. But then we now see, I saw Wong's hand, he did draw a maximum velocity.
Okay, and again, with 2 pounders and a maximum velocity, this could be, we keep saying it, but
man,
it could be the fireworks.
Bro, it's probably going to get used for the Phantasm mechanic, right?
Yeah. But come on, we got hope. All right.
Yeah, we both know, we both want to see that come out. You know.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think it's like the best feeling.
With the double pounders? Come on. Double pounder max V? All right, but before we can look ahead to the Dash player's turn, we've got to see what the Dromai player wants to do. We're going to go ahead and check the graveyard, see what's been committed, maybe also check out the banish. We can see those 2 high octanes, again, going to be massive throughout this game because those can represent so many pistol shots if you're able to boost a bunch of times and have some resources left over.
I think that's like, high octane's more like an 8 damage card.
Yeah, it really can be.
Ooh, second Azulite.
Okay, this is going to, now before we attack, because of all the cards in hand here, Nick Butcher probably going to want to establish at least one more dragon in case that Phantasm is going to come out and stop the turn, and that's a pretty good one.
That is a good one. I know a lot of people are unaware that Caloria it's like if it hits, it draws a card, but it does actually have a second effect.
It does.
It's pretty relevant to Dash.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think is more relevant, drawing a card or stealing one of those 3 items?
Against this matchup, 100% stealing induction chamber, huge.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. But Nick, disciplined here, not going to attack with that Kyloria, basically saying if you want to stop this Kyloria with a Phantasm attack, you have to eat some damage from these other dragons, because I'm going to attack with Kyloria last, make you commit the popper after you've already had to deal with the Aether Ashwing and maybe both of these Asvolizers. Represents a lot of damage. That's 7 damage from those three dragons. We got to watch also that Aether Ashwing. If it does more than 2 damage, right, perhaps then you should have cleared it with the pistol, because you got 2 damage from your pistol if you were the Dash player here. But if the Aether Ashwing attacks 3 times, then maybe it would have been better to attack that Aether Ashwing. But we are going to commit that max V, like you said, to the Phantasm. Going to go ahead and take care of that first
Azulite. The
Azulite.
3rd Tickler Pounder, so he's on 3 Tickler Pounders.
And looks like we might just be doing some dragon clearing here. If we don't boost, then we don't activate those, and we are going to boost. All right, never mind. So we're going to go ahead and both of those Teklo Pounders are going to tick down, meeting this underloop with an actual on-hit effect. If it hits, goes to the bottom of the deck.
The underloop's pretty big, eh?
Yeah.
For 8?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Do we have any more defense reactions here for Nick Butcher? We've already seen a number of them be played. This is going to be coming in for 8. How many cards are going to be committed to the block here? Just a block for 6, so 2 damage going to leak through. Nick heading on down to 29, and that underloop right to the bottom of the deck.
Get to reuse it.
Underloop heading underneath the deck. I see what you guys did there.
Magnetic Shockwave. So this card usually doesn't even play, but it is quite interesting. It's forcing Nick to block with Flame Scale Furnace, so he doesn't have access to that anymore.
Yeah, and critically, those Asvolais and the Chromais from these last couple turns, they were not 1-cost dragons, so you were not able to stay Ash neutral by playing them. Every time you play a 0-cost dragons, you simply consume an Ash. So I'm trying to see, but I think it might only be on 1 Ash, and without that Flame Scale Furnace, it's gonna be much harder to just like make Ash on a whim.
Just like this tome play, you can't really.
Yeah, it's the same way.
Right?
It's the same.
You play tome, you want to pitch 2 reds, you want to pitch the 3rd red for Flame Scale to get free resources.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have access to that anymore.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
doesn't make it that. It's like time's still good in the spot, but it doesn't make it as good as it can get. Yeah,
the synergy with Flame Scale Furnace is where that card can really just kind of break open ceilings. But that Magnetic Shockwave, he already grabbed the 1 block with, that's the thing that Dash can do. It was the T-Bone and the Magnetic that really bought both those blocks. Yeah. So those 2 cards are going to be pitched. We're going to see a Dust Up and a Sink Below headed to the bottom of the deck. We've got, but the other good thing about Tome is we talked about not necessarily having the ability to make Ash as easily as we'd want without the Flame Scale Furnace, but Tome, once you pitch those 2 red cards, 2 more Ashes immediately made. So we're going to go ahead and now create 3 more Ash Wings off the back of a Rake the Embers here. So we've got 4 to deal with plus the Asvolai. 4 Ash Wings coming in. Looks like Wong might be posturing to take all 4 of that damage. Then the Asvolai, another 3, so 7 damage across. Wong going to be heading on down to 18.
Ooh, looks like Wong has a twin drive, and it looks like it's going to be a big turn.
Yeah. Or it looks like, yeah. Perhaps.
Does he have a max V? Just like,
we've committed 2. We've committed 2 to the
doesn't.
Phantasm. So just the Arcane being taken so far, actually. So 2 physical still being thought about. Let's see how Wong wants to play this. We do see another new card in Twin Drive there in Wong's hand.
Amazing card.
Yeah.
Being just a card that says boost twice, really capitalizes the maximum velocity potential.
Yeah. Also good potentially with something like a high octane, but we've seen but those cards have been used for in different ways. Used as part of the boost cost, used as part of the Phantasm donations. So we're going to see how effective can that card be in certain other contexts. We're going to go ahead and load up the pistol once again, load up that induction chamber. Let's go ahead. We might be seeing that Twin Drive come out right about now. Those T-bones not looking nearly as good without any block and equipment in the hand. We're just going to boost the once.
Losing a high speed. Oh. What's going on?
Making sure that the pitch was all used all correctly. So now we're going to go ahead and use both of the Teklo Pounders here. Going to tick down because we did boost. Now, Wong had the option here to not boost and keep those Teklo Pounders for a turn that he might have had a little more ability to go wide. But just valuing getting the damage, wanting to keep Nick Butcher's life total pressured. If you give the Dromai too much room, they can again, once again, just establish a bunch of dragons. But 3 cards being committed to the block here. Looks like Nick's just going to go ahead and cover all that up. How does Wong want to continue from here? 2 resources, still got the pistol, still got the induction chamber.
Honestly, I feel like Wong needs to clear the dragons. It's so important to clear them. You can't leave them unchecked.
Yeah.
Especially when you have 4 A for Ashlings. It's like, once it gets to a point in the later game, 4 turns into 5, 6, 7, how are you going to deal with them?
Yeah. And it looks like that is going to be, both of those pistol shots going to have to be committed to the Asvalai there, because again, with that 3 health, you can't just clear it with the 1 pistol shot. So unfortunately, Wong not able to clear an Aether Ashwing as well. So we're going to go ahead and check the graveyard, see how many dragons we've already worked through. But Wong is now sitting sub 20 life. You've only gotten the Dromai opponent down to 26. You've utilized a couple big cards. You've utilized the Teklo Pounders. You've utilized your Teklo Cores. So you have to find a way to chip through the rest of that damage before these dragons start just chipping away themselves.
100%. So using Throttle to pop the dragon, next time respond with Sigil. Pretty good.
Pretty good. Sigil, you always want to ask yourself, when is Sigil, if to play Sigil or not? Like, is it more annoying for my opponent if I gain more life or if I pressure them more? And for some decks, like Dromai, like Illusionist, it's more annoying for your opponent if you have more life rather than you pressure them.
Especially when you have like 4 Ashwings.
Exactly.
Take the Ashwing and then you go, Sigil.
Yeah.
Take 3 one time.
So we are now finally seeing High Octane be played and not be committed to the bandit zone here. So High Octane going to go ahead and draw a card. Every boost going to get us an action point that represents pistol shots, but without many cards in hand, it looks like we might have only a couple reds. If that's a payload and a combustible courier, what's tough about combustible courier in this spot, I don't know the arsenal here for Wong, but combustible courier, it's the next give +3, right?
Yeah, if it hits.
If it hits, and then the payload going to require 2 resources as well. So you want to be able to get the effect from that combustible courier. Oh, it looks like it is
T-bone.
the T-bone. So you could get the effect on the T-bone if that combustible courier hits.
I don't think he has. He does have enough resources, but he doesn't have enough resources to payload as well.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and get another Twin Drive into the banished zone here. So this is going to tick down that final pounder.
Most importantly, this is his last High Octane remaining in his deck. So he has to make this turn count.
Now, interestingly here, if you had decided to throw the combustible courier, you get your Teklo Pounder buff. You also could cash in your Goliath Gauntlet and because Dash doesn't have a lot of on hits. So you're gonna see how Wong navigates this turn. Maybe just gonna throw the payload down, even though it is a popper. But you have to imagine that combustible courier, unless you're gonna park it in the arsenal here.
I think he's definitely gonna park in the arsenal because combustible courier. The good thing about it is, if it hits a dragon, you still get the effect. It doesn't say hit a hero. It says hits. So I think he's probably going to save it for a relevant dragon for next turn, and then probably take advantage of the plus 3 on his next Mechanologist attack.
Yeah, it is interesting. That Teklo Pounder buff, it's hard to stack that on something with a meaningful on-hit. So electing not to do that on the combustible courier, which is probably the biggest on-hit that Mechanologists have access to these days, right? So interesting to see that Wong electing to just cash in that Teklo Pounder buff on the T-Bone and just going to keep both cards around, keeping the payload as the popper, keeping the combustible courier for a later turn. But now you've given Nick, a lot of cards, can potentially establish some more dragons. So still got that popper in the hand. But first, this is a Ravenous Rabble. Okay, cool.
So that's 2 reds in his hand already. I really hope he has a blue.
This is a Ravenous Rabble, most likely for 4. I think that's a dragon on top.
Looks like V-Mine.
4 damage. 4 damage, Wong. What are you going to do here? You're already at
Honestly,
18.
Ravenous Rabble. up and downs for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mean like how it's done for you, or what do you think of it as a card?
Oh, but when I review it, it's always a blue.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Gonna go ahead and commit a throttle to the block here, so blocking 3 of the 4.
So he used. It's very important to know. He used He used the Phantasm blocker.
Yeah, unless it's a blue, I can't quite tell. But if it is a 6, yeah, absolutely. Committing that Phantasm on the attack definitely feels a little worse when you're facing down a Yenderize. That's an annoying
That actually gives
with.
Nick a lot of information that Wong probably has another 6-power attack.
Absolutely. Here's a Yenderize. It's going to have that endurance counter, but before we attack with that, it's time for an Aether Ashwing. Still got 3 of them hanging out there, so 3 little Kadachis on wings.
you know, like I said, people might not find the importance of Aether Ashwings, early game, mid game, but when it comes to the late game, those cards are the most annoying things. Just being able to 1/1/1/1/1.
Yep.
Block with 3 cards, play a red, 1/1/1/1 again. Very annoying to deal with.
Yeah. I wonder if we're at that 3 life threshold of that Aether Ashwing. I don't know why that was so interesting to me, but I feel like that is an important thing to keep track of.
That's what Nick wants to see.
Yep.
Just him committing another Phantasm on Aether Ashwing. Yenderize safe for now.
And Yenderize is a tough one to deal with. You have to either commit a 6-power attack on the offense into it because of that endurance counter, or it's a lot of little attacks because you got to get the endurance counter first and then go ahead and take care of the life. So.
Well, he can if he pops his Goliath Gauntlet onto the Combuster Courier, but that's such a
lot of damage,
such
man.
a big commitment,
yeah.
man.
We're going to go ahead and load up the pistol here. We've still got the Combustible Courier in the arsenal. We've got a mystery card in hand there for Wong. This is we've seen all the equipment be used from Mr. Butcher. We still got 1 block left on the Foundry Heart. We still got the Goliath Gauntlet here for Wong. At this point, though, I feel like we've utilized a lot of our resources for Dash. So I wonder if there's any kind of pivot in the game plan. That we saw a little bit of some, foresight in trying to keep some cards, maybe set up for a bigger turn. But if you try to keep setting up, then eventually Dromai is just going to be able to, perhaps set up better with those dragons, right?
Yes, it's pretty hard, especially when Wong has lost all has used his last high octane, lost 2 to the boost, and he's also used 2 maximum velocities as
defense,
poppers.
yeah,
so that's like 5 of his big power cards gone.
Yeah, and this is also interesting because this is while it's new. There are new cards available for the Dash player here. This is somewhat of a classic matchup, right? Dromai and Dash have been battling since Dromai came out in Uprising, and there was a potential for Dash to be able to have maybe a little more of an edge with some of these new cards, but Dromai got a new toy too. And that deck still has a lot of power and a lot of ability to stall out some of these more aggressive decks. So we'll have to see how these Mechanologist players utilize some of these new cards and how the Dromai players in turn respond. Just a couple pistol shots going to go ahead and be used here for Wong. We're going to keep the Combustible Courier in our arsenal. Again, it looks like we're trying to set up for something big and spiky, but those pistols still being respected by Mr. Butcher. We gave 2 different 3 blocks in that Warmonger's Diplomacy, and now we get to establish a Mirror Guy, so we get to attack for 3, don't have to worry about the Phantasm. And this army is starting to get bigger and bigger, and as you're the Dash player here, the more you have to clear dragons, the more dragons you give Nick the opportunity to play.
So playing this Mirror Guy is a good thing for Wong because of the Combustible Courier. He can clear 1 important dragon and he can get the +3 buff. It does look like he has 2 Pulse Wave Harpoons in his hand, so that will strip a card off Nick, 100%.
Yeah, got to get the Pulse Wave to link 3 though, because if you put it on the second link, they can Dromai doesn't run too many 2 blocks. You've got the Ravenous Rabbles, but a lot of those cards do block 3. All the dragons, all the non-attack actions, they do go ahead and block 3. So if you got to get that Pulse Wave far along in the chain enough for it to matter.
Yeah. It looks like he does have a 0 to 60 in his hand as well, so that's another card he can boost. It's very interesting. Wong actually hasn't used particularly Foundry Heart.
Not once. Well, because I do think fatigue is a real something you have to worry about in this matchup if you're Dash, right? You're clearing so many dragons with boost, right? And Dromai is content to let you just cannibalize the top of your deck like that.
Honestly, I just feel like Wong hasn't found one of the big turns this whole game. Like his all-out turn, it was very mediocre. Just 1 boost and then tackling with pistol twice.
And a good call there, Mr. Zhang, as we're going to go and see that Combustible Courier go right into the Miragai. That 4 life is exactly what Combustible Courier wants to see. Going to go ahead and get that on-hit effect, so the next boosted attack is going to go ahead and get the +3, and we're just going to use both of those cards to clear out dragons. So let's see how many cards we're working with left for the Dash. Still got a pretty healthy number, but...
It looks like he drew another throttle.
Got a 0 to 60 in there. So now we've got the Dromai player here
But
able
Nick
to
does have
establish.
the counter.
But this is pretty huge. We are now out of Ash if we're the Dromai player here, which is...
So that's his third maximum velocity gone. Nick has 3 cards ahead. He can't actually use any of them. He doesn't have flame fields. Oh no, he does. He can use them, sorry, because Chroma does give you an action point.
Sure.
When it's...
Yep.
So he's probably going to set up a passing Mirage. But losing that flame scale furnace, that really hinders you from Ash creation.
100%.
Honestly.
And now look at this. We do have the Ember Moss Senpai Blue. It's a good blue card if you have one of those big dragons, but critically also has that 2 cost. So even though we only have the 1 red in our hand in that sink below, this Senpai, it does have Phantasm, so we are able to still use the throttle to get rid of it, but critically going to start our next turn with an Ash.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for
you
Nick.
know, so like that, we're going to have to be watching that for the rest of this game. Ash Navigation, Ash Management is going to be critical for Dromai here after the Flamescale Furnace was taken.
100%. So coming 0 to 60.
4 with the boost, getting rid of another Combustible Courier.
And just taking 4 plus.
Yeah.
Alright, here comes his. I think this is his 3rd tome.
This is tome number 3. So unfortunately, we got to see 2 of those huge cards for Wong head to the Banish Zone, but all 3 getting resolved for Nick of his power cards. Going to go ahead and draw a couple cards. And now here again, you know, we keep getting so excited about the Ash management, but tome is Ash generation on a card, on a stick,
honestly,
right?
it's insane.
It gets you card advantage and it gets you resource and, you know, Ash advantage. So maybe it's a little less scary to lose your Flamescale Furnace after the advent of Bright Lights than we've given it credit for.
Yes, but I still feel like you still want your Flamescale Furnace.
Oh, of course you want it. You want it.
You know, it just only creates another Ash and gives you free resources.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty
good.
good. And like we mentioned earlier, it does also work super nicely with the tome if you want to play something like a Tomeltai or Dominia, some of these higher cost dragons. But a couple red's going to go ahead and be pitched to the claws of the Tome of Imperial Flame. Going to make some Ash. Immediately spend 1 of them on a second Miragai, so we're still working with, I think 3 Ash. Yeah, 3 Ash after last turn and this turn.
Looks like he's a 9-strike color in hand. I think like playing color is very good, but I do see him getting stuck with the 9-strike can be quite frustrating. But color is just so good in this matchup.
Now this is going to be Kyloria.
No Phantasm.
Yeah, off the back of the Miragai here. So no Phantasm. Critically though, still have that 1 block left on the Teklo Foundry Heart. So this is only going to require 1 card from hand plus that Teklo Foundry Heart, which is huge. But now, if you're Nick Butcher, your 3rd Kyloria looks a lot more appetizing if you can clear that Phantasm.
Looks like it's going to be a 2-card block for the next Kyloria, right?
Yeah, especially if you can have another Miragai, have another passing Mirage. You go ahead and check the graveyard here. Nick wanting to see what he wants to do before his next move.
I think he's just checking, what does the Dash player use? I'm pretty sure Nick would be very happy that the 3 high octanes are in the bed. 2 high octanes in the Banish Zone and 1 in the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna go ahead and now, are we gonna commit the Miragai? Yes, this invites the popper if he has it, no Flamescale Furnace, and no defense from Wong. So heading on down, and we're just gonna go ahead and pass the turn here, but make sure Nick didn't just draw too many cards. Doesn't look like, okay, good. I couldn't tell if he put 4 cards down on the table. I'm like, no, Nick.
Nick's been playing a long time.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure you want to make those mistakes.
Yeah. All right, now we're going to go ahead and clear out that Kyloria with the pistol and the induction chamber, giving it the go again. Card from Arsenal, another 0 for 60. We're going to boost. Losing the T-Bone. We don't care about T-Bone anymore.
No, irrelevant. Nick only has 1 piece of equipment left. They can't defend, so...
It's a beautiful piece of equipment, though.
Yeah,
the marble?
It's not beautiful.
Come on now.
Oh, Nick's stickers are beautiful. You know, all the Marvel dragons.
Yeah. Illusionist players, man. Illusionist players.
They're the most
you guys knew what you were doing, giving them the dragons, giving them the angels. You knew what you were doing. This is going to go ahead and be short up. 2 Command and Conquers being committed to 2 different 0 to 60s. That's kind of odd.
All right, plus Wave Harpoon.
Gonna go ahead.
So this is the threshold of free.
Like we were talking about. So that Enlightened Strike being kept in hand there because
100% take the snatch.
Yeah, because now that Enlightened Strike can't be played, and it looks like that's just going to make Nick Butcher give everything to it because you don't want to just keep a card in hand, IP yourself for no reason. So damage being blocked out, only 2 leaking through, but now we're taking a look at that dash.
The beautiful thing about this is, even though Nick used his whole hand to block, he still has dragons on the board to attack. Especially Maragai, just 2 no Phantasm.
Yeah, 2 no Phantasm.
Just little pokes. Yeah. No, they matter at this kind of stage when Wong's at 9.
100% they matter. But you look at Wong's at 9, not a lot of life yet, and not a lot of cards left in that deck. So we've been trying to navigate both the Ash management on the Dromai side and the deck management for the Dash here. And it looks like the Dash deck here is slowly starting to crumble under the weight of all those boosts.
Sam, you know what's in Nick's arsenal? It's been there for a while.
It has been there for a while. That is a Sigil sauce. I don't know.
I feel like he would have sigiled
Yeah,
on that
yeah.
attack.
I was just trying to throw something down with
Maybe
confidence.
it's a defense reaction, I think. I think.
We're gonna go ahead. Yeah. I mean, it's been there for a minute. Could have been used on some of these other turns, but for now we're gonna see a Tectoplasma pistol. Gonna give it a go again. 2 damage being taken. Nick Butcher heading down to 17. Still got plenty of life to work with. Just under half. And time for Spark of Genius. So if we're gonna set something up, now is the time. I want to make sure there was that.
Do we see?
Yeah, there was the one he pitched a while back.
So
Yeah.
he only plays one induction chamber.
Yeah.
In this matchup.
And
Whereas other matchups
for
he
sure.
play 2.
For sure. Nick, a man after my own heart, just giving a little tap, not needing to cut every deck. Got to imagine our opponents are playing with honor.
Nick's definitely feeling confident right now.
Yeah.
He didn't clear his mirror guy.
Yeah, 100%. Now, yeah.
That's an important dragon to clear.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Wong trying to set up a big turn, but all the way down to 9.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're going to have to start worrying about your life total when these dragons come in.
And there we go.
There's the Kyloria, like we've been talking about, off the back of a mirror guy, so no Phantasm. This is going to take 2 cards out of Wong's hand. When you've tried, you kind of hamstrung your last turn to set up for a big turn here, this is probably disaster scenario for Wong.
Very disastrous. Blocking a full attack with 2 cards never feels good.
Yeah. So now, again, Nick here able to see, Wong tried to set up something big, so we're going to come in with the Ash Wings first and say, if you want to destroy one of these dragons with Phantasm, first you got to deal with my little flying Gadakis.
Exactly.
Alright, Wong here, going to go ahead, and now it's time for
CNC.
Nope, that's what it was in the arsenal.
And one can't actually block it. He's
That's
taking a
pretty
pound in
good.
his hand.
This is tough to see, yeah.
That's rough.
So the Command and Conquer here, gonna probably go ahead and buy that T-Bone as we don't have anything else
He's literally
to do.
losing everything.
Yeah.
Loses 1 card, and his arsenal has taken a pound in his hand. It's not looking good for long.
Hey, I mean, this Teklo core now going to give you the 2 resources to play out the Teklo Pounder if you wish. So
He needs to clear the dragons ASAP.
little victories.
Yeah. he definitely needs to clear the dragons.
Yeah. So
Especially that Caloria.
Yeah. Going to go ahead and take care of the Kyloria, but unfortunately this second potential pistol shot here, not going to be able to clear any dragons. Both these dragons have plenty of health to work with. You could take the endurance counter off, but at this point you're at 7, your deck's looking low. This is going to be tough for Wong to climb out of.
So we see Nick back to his pitch deck. Remember turn 1 he pitched the Tomasai, and now he has it back in his hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though it's not really that important now because he obviously knows that Wong hasn't really touched his Tekla Foundry Heart's effect. Goliath Gauntlet might not have the opportunity to use it at this kind of point, at this point, especially when life total is so low.
Yeah. And unfortunately, you hate to see a Goliath Gauntlet sit on the battlefield at the end of the game, especially if your opponent is at something like 2, but Nick is at a healthy 13.
Oh, that's good. It's good for
hey,
Wong,
that's the nuisance special. Yeah.
Ravenous Rebel, reveal blue. Love it.
Coming in 4-2 here, but still, you're at 7.
Take those small victories.
Yeah. This is going to be coming in for 2. Wong has to start thinking about his life total as well as that deck size. If we start committing cards to block here.
Yeah, but leaving that mirror guy on the board for like 2 or 3 turns is so huge.
Yeah.
So it's like, basically it's a card, it's like, give my dragons free reign. You got 6 tech? Doesn't matter.
And you know what else we've just, you're talking about the pitch stack. We talked about him pitching that Burn Them All early as well. Yep. Now with Wong heading all the way down, I believe maybe to 5 after that attack from the Ravenous Rabble, all of a sudden those points of arcane damage going to be massive if we can get back to the Burn Them All as part of the pitch stack.
Especially when you establish Uvia, just establishing every Ashlings every turn.
And
you don't want to commit cards to win one attack, right? It's like it's like the harmonized Karachi. It
never feels good.
You're never committing a card to block it.
Yeah.
And now the April Ashlings just gonna chip. 1.
No popper there, and that's just even going to be the game right there. We didn't have a popper in the hand for Wong. All the poppers being used early. The complete onslaught of dragons proved to be too much. So, going to be Nick Butcher, as you said, the APAC regional champion so far. Going to defend that title, move up to 1-0 on the day. Wong's going to have a little bit more digging to do if he wants to come out of that initial hole. But as you said, this is the beginning of the tournament. Anything is possible for later in the game. However, Nick Butcher moving on to 1-0.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Nick Butcher, he's really trying to take his second victory this time.
You feel like he has something to prove?
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, little chip on his shoulder.
He told me he wants to be, before Worlds, he wants to be the rank 1 ELO player.
Oh.
He's currently rank 2.
Okay, well this would be a good way to do so.
He's
Take down the Calling Taipei.
He's hungry for the win.
Yeah.
Yep.
So looking back at that game, it feels like, Nick did say, it felt like he was really comfortable at that 13, and the Dash player, was close to fatigue and just died to all those dragons, but maybe a little different boosts, maybe a little different ability to utilize those high octanes, could have done a little more damage, caused Nick to have to block a little more.
Yeah, the loss of the 2 high octanes from the boost, so huge. Honestly, high octane is one of the big power plays from Dash, where you do a massive amount of damage. You want to boost 3 times and then tackle your pistol 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Just to, and that's usually 20 plus damage. But losing 2 of them to the boost, very, very impactful.
Yeah.
Especially when he couldn't establish the maximum velocity as well. Kind of had to block with all of them. I know it's Phantasm Blopper, but resolving a maximum velocity kind of can dictate if you win or lose the game.
Yeah.
That 10 damage is 1/4 of your life.
Yeah, think about it on a high octane turn too. If you're able to establish something like a maximum velocity,
Crazy.
all those damage. Nick was at 13, but that's that's one maximum velocity and a couple pistol shots.
Exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
When Nick's at 3, he actually has to respect the particular plasma pistol.
Yeah. And then suddenly, if you have to block, you're not able to establish as many dragons, and it kind of spirals from there. But Nick Butcher going to go ahead and take the Tome of Imperial Flame along with him to 1-0. He's going to have to face down. You have to imagine a very diverse field out there. We're really looking forward to grabbing the Hero Breakdown, see exactly what is out there in the field. But thank you all so much for joining us bright and early here in Taipei for the beginning of the Calling Taipei. And we will be back pretty soon with the next round, but until then, don't go anywhere. Keep hanging out. We got a great day of Flesh and Blood coming out. I couldn't be more excited to be here.
Oh no, me too.
This is so
great.
fun. We will see you guys soon.
Hey, hi guys, I'm Brian Kong from One Collectibles. One Collectibles is a card shop that does a lot of collectibles and also Flesh and Blood. So we sell and buy a lot of Flesh and Blood singles. We have our own inventory on our website. We run events, host events, yeah.
Just immediately, silently drink
Hey, hi guys, I'm Brian Kong from One Collectibles. One Collectibles is a card shop that does a lot of collectibles and also Flesh and Blood. So we sell and buy a lot of Flesh and Blood singles. We have our own inventory on our website. We run events, host events, yeah, and we do booth a lot in a lot of international events. So you'll see us at Worlds, at Callings. You guys can find us on One Collectibles Instagram or Facebook, One Collectibles. Our website is onecollectiblesfab.com. You can look through our large inventory over there. We have high-end singles to playable majestics to promos. Yep, so you can find a lot of things over there. You get to experience the whole world. We go to different parts of the world. So first one was I think it was New York, into Lille, into San Jose, Baltimore. So you get to experience a lot of different cultures. It's a very fruitful experience. You get to learn many things on the job. Setting up the whole booth, interacting with other customers. Getting to know them. And just growing your inventory and your sales. As I'm a competitive player, I think it's the first time I win a competitive event. Was probably Road to Nationals 2 years ago or something. Yeah, so that's where I won with Dash, and that's how people got to know me as what they call the gun god, which is basically I popularized Dash in Singapore. Yeah. So we have the Marvel Leviathan, but I think you guys can take a look at the main bulk, which is here. This is our main bulk, which is a lot of the first edition Kofoys.
Oh.
So you have WTR Kofoys, ARC Kofoys, and Crucible Kofoys.
Okay.
So you can take a look at this. So, yeah. So these are Kofoys and some promos. Kofoys are from ARC, WTR, and we have some special ones here, which is the Gold Foils. Yeah.
Gold foils.
Yeah. So these are some of the Gold Foils that we purchased along the way. One of it is where I won it in National Stop It. Oh look, and there's another one there, which is the EA Tunic.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's a hard one to come by. Bye guys, you can find One Collectibles around the world. We are going to every event. most events. You can find us in Singapore at Paya Lebar, Grand Link Square, Gilliland Road. We have a physical store, but if you ever need any singles, you can just head on to our website, onecollectiblesfab.com.
Promo code.
Yes, so that's our promo code. Yes, we ship internationally as well, yeah.
Okay, hello, my name is Chu Heng. I'm from Singapore. My top finishers are top 16 Proto Liu and a top 4 at I think Wolves Calling. I think that's San Jose. My favorite hero is Prism. Well, I mean it's Prism. Who doesn't like Prism? I like how Icelander plays as well, and I enjoy playing Kano, although I don't think I'm very good at the deck. Okay, so I got started in Flesh and Blood because one of my closer friends runs a LGS, and then one of his closer friends brought in Flesh and Blood, and then we introduced it to our local game store. I started 2 years ago, just before Monarch pre-release.
Right.
So I managed to get in a few pre-releases back then, and it was I think it was a COVID period. And I actually opened a cold point. So that kind of kickstarted everything off. Yeah. And cold points are quite expensive back then, I think. I would say I'm fairly successful in Flesh and Blood. I made a lot of finals. I didn't win a lot of events, but I did make a lot of finals. So I also met a lot of people around the world. And I think I got to know a lot of new friends in Singapore as well. I think this is a bit like double-edged in a sense. I think one of my favorite memories is I went to Proto Liu, which is the second Proto, and I was doing really well. I went 10-0 until I stopped winning. Like literally, just needed one more game for top 8. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great memory.
That's great.
Even though it's a little bit painful near the end. Yeah, I think a close second is the Pro Quest where I qualified for Liu itself. I think it was helped organized by Jukes. Yeah, I actually won that whole event, and it was also on Prism. And it wasn't a smooth journey, right? I played 6 rounds. I lost close to the end, and I bubbled into top 8. So I made 8th place and I won the event. So
amazing.
That was, I think, my first event win as well. So yeah, that was great. Okay, so previously I traveled a lot for Magic Grand Prix events, which are now named differently. So I enjoy those trips because I get to see a lot of the world. I traveled to Japan a lot in particular, which I really enjoy that country. Yeah, so I've always wanted to travel for Flesh and Blood Con. So far I've been traveling more for just protos and in general. So Worlds, I would say, is more like a proto as well. So I mean, this is the first calling I'm actually traveling overseas for, and so it's very exciting. And a lot of my friends are here as well, so we get to stay together in this house, and it's great.
Nice.
I mean, for me, I just want to continue doing well, hopefully win my own nationals. I keep getting denied by Gordon, so as for this calling, I mean, I prepared quite a bit, but confidence, well, not so confident. Hopefully things can go my way a bit. Originally for CC, I think one of my first few successful decks were on Dash. Okay. So Bright Lights introduces a lot of new cards to Dash. So while I'm not playing Dash, for many reasons, I honestly I like the set a lot. I think I was actually very interested to play Tackle Person. I tried a bit of Dash IO, but it didn't really work out for this calling. And I don't really like Max, but yeah, I think the set is interesting.
Hi, I'm Ya Chong. I'm from Game Tavern, Singapore. We are here to sell and buy FAB cards. Today is day 0. We definitely sell a lot of product. We clear one whole box of Welcome to the Wrath. People been opening packs, and the cards are selling very fast from Bright Lights. I think it's a very interesting approach to have expansion set. But of course, the hit rate also varies. We realize that come to the big event, people really need singles. Yeah, because it's a mechanologist means that the singles from other classes are also in high demand. Yeah, we realize that not all players are building new decks, but some just want to upgrade their deck right before the calling. It's my first time traveling as a vendor, yeah. Last time I traveled for events, but now travel for vendor is definitely different. There are a lot of things going through, what to pack, what not to pack, a lot of debate about what to bring, what not to bring. The truth is you can never be fully prepared. So we are happy about what we bring over here, and we hope that we can sell as much as possible and buy as much as possible.
Nice. What cards are you looking to buy?
We are looking for, because Taiwan actually started Flesh and Blood earlier than us. So we are definitely looking into high-end first edition stuff from Welcome to the Rust, some code foils, alpha code foils that we didn't manage to get. And yeah, basically, and staples. We need a lot of staples to prepare our upcoming ProQuest season as well. Yeah. Wow. Pro Tour Singapore? Near future, yeah. I think we can count on that, yeah.
I was thinking more like in terms of product.
In terms of product, I really love Roundtable. Roundtable is awesome. Compared to the previous one, the Dorencia versus Rhina, I think Roundtable is what really bring in new players. You see players from other games, they just bought the product because they want to play some tabletop games with their friend and they are learning it. So, and PvE, we need PvE, yes.
Hey everyone, it's Hayden Dale from Arsenal Pass here, and my best finishes in Flesh and Blood is a national championship win and a calling win, as well as a couple of calling top 8s and top 4s.
And who's your favorite hero?
Oh, that's a tough one. My favorite hero, it's either Rhina or Viserai, and honestly, it changes all the time.
Well, currently right now, what's your favorite hero?
Currently right now, my favorite hero is Dromai. Oh, so I'm a content creator for Flesh and Blood, and I guess pro player, if you want to call us that. So I do a lot of traveling to play Flesh and Blood as well as create content. We have a weekly podcast on the Arsenal Pass YouTube channel, as well as podcast services where we talk about sort of competitive Flesh and Blood, really. Yeah, so I got into Flesh and Blood at the very start of the game back in 2019. I was fortunate enough, and I guess maybe good enough, to win one of the first callings in Sydney, Australia. And from there, I got into content creation and kind of started the journey as a player traveling to play this great game. Yeah, traveling to different places to I guess play the game, see the world has been amazing. Been to Europe, to North America, to Asia, Singapore a couple of times. Now Taiwan's my first time in Taipei and Taiwan. And honestly, it's an amazing part of being able to play Flesh and Blood and travel around the world. Yeah, I mean, I have so many great memories of Flesh and Blood, but I think, you know, being a content creator and one half of a channel with my good friend Brendan Patrick of Arsenal Pass, the first time we got to meet was a year into our journey together creating content. We never got to meet each other in person, and we finally got to do that in November 2021. And we got to unite for the Calling Florida and US National Championships, and that's definitely a highlight for me. Was you know, just meeting people has been awesome. I have high, I guess, objectives for myself. I'd love to be a Pro Tour champion or a world champion in Flesh and Blood, but really I just want to continue to be a content creator in the game and enjoy the game and continue to play the game, see the world as much as possible, and hopefully make a few top 8s and wins along the way if I can. For this calling, I'm not as prepared as I have been for others, but you know, I would really like to achieve a cash finish. I'm aiming always for top 8. I think that's my kind of minimum expectation myself, but you know, we'll see once the rounds start going tomorrow. I like to play it round at a time and just see how we go. Gauntlet is an interesting set, I think. You know, for limited play, I'm really excited about it. We've played some Sealed today in the Bounty event, been doing some drafts, and I'm excited to draft it come the World Championships in just over a month's time. For Classic Constructed, I think it's a real unknown right now what it's going to turn out like. For me right now, I honestly don't know. I like Mechanologist, but I'm kind of focused on, I guess, some of the other heroes, and I'm excited to see if anyone else can kind of break the set and come out with maybe a Dash or a Max or a Teklo deck this weekend.
Hello Taiwan, my name is Wisnutan and I'm an illustrator. So I'm responsible for designing both Rainer and Levia. This is my first time to go in Taiwan, and I'm really excited to go another country where I've never visit, like in Taiwan. And I think this is a very excited experience. The best part is meeting with a lot of fans, FIB fans, and yeah, chat, do a small chat and do a commissions like sketching and do a signing. Favorite hero, Rainer.
Okay.
Thank you for supporting me. Keep playing Flesh and Blood, and see you next time.
Hello everyone, I'm LPT. Chinese name is Liao Pei Tong. The best achievement is the last year World Championship top 4. I start this game from Monarch, and then that time it's like COVID-19, so everyone only can play game like use camera and play on the internet. And then I choose to play like competitive is after I got the information of the Taiwan national, they were holding paper real game. So from the beginning, I choose Kasu for my hero, and then that time is like it's a runway time, and I really cannot use Kasu to beat too consistent to beat runway. So, but I still choose Kasu for my hero, and then until like last year Road to National, it's like the fight really OP, but I'm not lucky guy, so I cannot use the Sami Hammer fight to kill people in the second turn or third turn.
I see.
And then later I choose Prison, but I don't know how to play. And then later I choose Briar, and I find out Briar is really consistent. It can have a really combo turn like Channel Mountain and 7-7-7-7. And also can, because of the environment of Earth, it's really great to, this hero can block really well.
Right.
Also the race and the the Ranger become really OP, so
Right.
later I choose Ranger to my next deck. Let's say 2.
Yeah, sure.
The first is the first time I joined the Singapore Calling. Before that time, I don't think I can do really well in a competitive event. So I just go to Singapore and like for trip for fun. And then I think it's really lucky I can get in the top 8 Singapore Calling. Yep. And then let's make me more try hard and do better in this game.
Okay.
And then the second is, of course, is the Worlds. It's an amazing experience and memory. That is the first time I go to USA, and with my teammates CYK and Eugene, and we go to USA for have fun in Worlds, and again really lucky to become top 4. I don't want to put a lot of like stress on me to just to play really competition game, just like spend a lot of cost. So usually my thought is I go to another new country and I never visit, and it's for like trip and travel, and then I have a game in that city, and of course it depends on I'm busy or not. So if not busy, of course we'll practice more, but sometimes it's really busy, so just have a trip and for fun. Play Flesh and Blood and see the world for fun.
Right.
Right now it's like the Dromai, Lexi match. I'm not sure match because in the theory match. No. Match is not really great to beat Dromai. Dromai is like can block and can use like dragon to stay on the field. And match have to use like in your deck you have to use 2 cards to kill 1 dragon to boost. Before the game, like every pro dash player say the Droma is the worst matchup, and I'm not sure is how about it get Bright Light the new card. to beat the draw my deck. Icelander is also consistent, but in meta, everyone say it's not good to beat draw my and Lexi. And also match is a tough matchup for Icelander. So I'm not sure how is the Icelander position in this meta. So I think Lexi and draw my is the like top 1, top 2 deck in this meta.
Hi, we are Finder Hobby. We have been running our store with our sister company Agra Hobby for quite a while. Yeah, we're here selling some accessories and Flesh and Blood TCG. We are from Singapore. It has been a quite tedious trip because we've been carrying a lot of heavier luggage, bringing along all along the way, walking and coming down to the venue here. Quite rewarding and of course tiring. So far, it has been a very good experience. It's a very nice place here in Taiwan to meet all the players and the artists. So far, our playmat has been quite a good place for them to take a look at the artworks of the cards in FAB too.
The valuable
we have,
part.
heart. We have our Eye of Ophelia. We have our first set foils and marbles. So far, yeah, all mid-range higher prices that people can afford.
I'm Nick from Sydney, Australia. I'm the reigning Singapore calling champion. I'm last year's Australian national champion. I got top 4 at the 3v3 calling. I've top 32'd a few of the Pro Tours. Dorothea is my favorite hero. She's just tragically bad right now, so no go. But it is what it is. I wouldn't say I'm definitely no pro player. I think I just started playing when the game started. Had an alright finish and just played ever since. Slowly get better at the game, and yeah, privileged enough to have got lucky and won a couple of events. My favorite card is probably the 3v3 calling, the memories and opportunity to team with a couple of your good friends and win together, lose together. This was a great bonding experience, and hopefully there's more in the future. I want to be the world champion. I think that's the ultimate goal of every player. One day to be a world champion. So I'm going to try this year really hard. I'm going to Dallas. I'll be in Melbourne. I'll be doing a lot of these events. So all the prep is good. Honestly, playing helps a lot. Having a good testing team to play with. Never settle. Never be entitled. Always feel that you can do better. It's about having a good time as well. Okay, I think all of the new heroes are quite weak. It's just okay. Like, obviously there's future design potential with these cards. People don't have patience, and people will want things to be as good at the gate like Lexi was out to Outsiders, where everyone thought she was terrible and then everyone complained about her. Which any of these heroes could be that in the future, so people should be patient. Yeah, I think they're doing a really great job right now, especially with a lot of different directions that they're going. All right, thanks for watching the stream, everyone. Check out the next feature match coming up soon.
Hi, I'm Elvin from Premier Card Grading, and what we do is we actually grade cards for trading card games. If you like to grade our cards, you can find us at premiercardgrading.com.my. We are from Malaysia. So generally, you can send in cards from Southeast Asia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, and you can get your cards graded for you. If let's say you don't, things may happen, right? I've witnessed accidents happen before. I've seen people accidentally damaging the cards, dropping cards. Even they put it into a magnetic sleeve, it still can damage the card. So usually for cards inside the case, right? For me, I'm quite confident with this. I can just drop it. No issue.
Okay.
The card will be fine. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's meant to protect the card. Okay, what sets us apart is that we are generally very fair. As much as we are strict, we are still very fair. So the subgrades will show you, the subgrades will show you your final grade. Like, there's a reason why these cards are 9.5 and not a 10 is because even though the centering, corners and the surface is 10, but the edges are a 9. So generally, we are very fair on it. And these are actually my personal cards.
I see.
Right? I got no say in the grades that I want. You know, whenever I submit cards also, we all get everything back in a very fair grade. So if you decided to grade your cards, you can look for a middleman, okay, that is within your region. You can find us on Facebook as well. And it's all listed there also. If you can't, just look for us at premiercardgrading.com.my and you can submit your cards to us.
你好，我中文名字是曾以生, but in English you can call me Ethan Vansant Mansant. I'm right here in the lovely Calling Taipei in Taiwan, hosted by the lovely Fabled Events. I'm super happy to be here, surrounded by lovely people and playing some great Flesh Blood this weekend. Just last weekend, you might have seen me streaming Battlehard in Milwaukee. There's another event upcoming next weekend, but I had a little bit of a break, so I showed up here to go ahead and play because I do a bunch of things. I'm a player, streamer, content creator, producer, sometimes caster. I try not to do that as much, but really I wear all hats in the Flesh and Blood world, I think. Sure, yeah, I started playing Flesh and Blood right when Monarch came out and pretty immediately fell in love with Levia, who I still play and hopefully will play tomorrow in the main event, or today when you're watching this. But I've got some friends trying to make me play Lexi. But I've been basically playing Levia since she came out and really enjoy her and try to just innovate on deck lists and swap all over the place with that. And that's the beautiful thing about Flesh and Blood. There's so much innovation to be had. I feel like I add one new card to the list and I have to learn the entire sequence of plays all over again. So I just never get bored of it. And that's really what's carried me through every season. I want to find the best Levia deck, see what can top a ProQuest, see what can win an RTN. She still hasn't top 8'd a Calling yet, so maybe that's part of my journey. Maybe that's this weekend. That would be great. But yeah, she's really carries me through. My biggest achievements in Flesh and Blood are nothing, on the ladder. I mean, I guess I have high limited ELO, but I haven't really won anything big, just some ProQuest and RTNs. But mainly what I think I bring to the Flesh and Blood world comes a lot from the production that I've been doing in the United States and even Canadian nationals as well. So all over North America, you can find me streaming events, and I really try to do my best for the community there. And I really love that part of what I do. All right, favorite memory of Flesh and Blood? Why not? We'll call it something recent. I didn't think I was coming to Calling Taipei, at all. But then Sam, one of the casters today, messaged me and says, dude, they're bringing me to Calling Taiwan. What do I do? And I'm like, what do you mean, what do you do? You go, man. You have an amazing time. And he goes, but will my phone work? And I'm like, dude, if you need that many baby steps, I should just come with you. He's like, yeah, dude, come with me. And so randomly, I just checked ticket prices and they were cheap enough that I could actually swing it. And holy crap, I'm here. So that's a pretty incredible happenstance. I'm super thrilled. And this is about to be a great weekend. It's already been a great couple of days eating amazing food, visiting friends and family that I have here. So it's I think forming.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling Taipei. We are getting ready for round 2 here. We've got a bunch of great games getting set up, and we have got a pretty exciting one for our round 2. A couple heroes you might not expect cruising around the top tables here after the first round. We've got a Bolton, and we've got ready.
Yeah, so these two heroes, they actually got pretty good support in Bright Lights, with Bolton getting the warband of Bologna, new hit piece, and Kano getting the
Contest the Mind Field.
Yeah, that card, I don't know if he's playing that, but that card is pretty spicy.
You like that card?
Yeah, it's
-1 intellect.
-1 intellect. That's a new kind of mechanic that hasn't been released since, I think the last mechanic that had to deal with intellect was Pursuit of Knowledge,
and we've got the Evo Steel Soul controller, or the memory, right? Yeah, the one that can give the intellect. That's a new thing in Bright Lights. You guys really wanted to make sure people get smarter in this new set.
Exactly.
You guys want to give a little more intellect.
Mechanologist players,
big brain, right? They're scientists.
Yeah.
But Wizards also got to have some of the biggest brains around. Biggest brains around.
I think it's the biggest brain, yeah.
Gotta. So now looking at how, and when I first saw that card, imagined it in Icelander, right? You play it out of your arsenal, you make them have less intellect at the end of their turn, you can use your tunic, kind of like a Channel Lake Frigid. Do you think it has a place in Kano, or are you expecting to see Contest the Minefield in this Kano list?
I definitely can, but I don't think right now is the meta for it. Because currently the meta is quite fast.
Sure.
You know, you're versing all these Lexies. You know, losing one intellect against versus Lexi isn't like the end of the world because they can still pitch a blue, shoot 2 arrows, right?
Sure.
I think Kano's game plan is just, you know, the old-fashioned find my A for wildfire, put it in an arsenal, and just burn you for 33.
Yeah. So looking ahead at this match, this is going to be, you have to imagine, probably somewhat fast. The Bolton player is going to want to go ahead and get as many damage, as many damaging attacks across as possible, but the Kano never going to really give Bolton's hero ability the +1 after the charge, really any chance to happen, really at all. Unless, in America at least, there's some players like Alex Vore, they've been playing in the last format, a little bit of a deck they called the Mickey Mouse Kano, which was an Enlightened Strike, sometimes Findel Fighting Spirit. They were playing a little more in Blitz, so I don't imagine we're going to see.
Honestly, I have seen some Kanos play attack actions.
That's right. That's what they've been saying.
Recently on Twitter, I saw Peter Budinsky.
Budinsky, yeah.
Budinsky.
Yeah.
He was playing like Findle Fighting Spirits.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. No, Kano is just full of surprises.
Yeah, Peter, a local of ours, somewhat over in Las Vegas, an incredibly powerful Kano player in his own right.
Yep.
But we've got Wenjin on Kano here and Chi-Yun on Bolton. So this is going to be a barn burner.
I'm really sorry about the glare. We're trying to fix it as soon as we can.
Lights are always temperamental.
Yeah.
Lights are always temperamental, especially in card game tournaments. They
want
to make themselves the stars.
It's the clear slabs. It's not slabs, clear cases. You're
not a fan of this? You like just keeping it in the sleeve? I started.
I'm a sleeve kind of guy. I'm a sleeve person.
I started off in my beginning of my Flesh and Blood journey with the snaps. I really liked feeling like my equipment is like big and powerful and heavy.
Yeah.
But then as I progressed, now it just feels so nice to just lay out the sleeves, like the tunic in the one sleeve.
Honestly,
feels
when
so
I
good.
play with I usually like playing with cold foils.
Okay.
They're just in
just gonna slide that in there real
they're
quick.
just in a raw.
Just gonna drop that in.
Yep. They're honestly in a raw sleeve, like just a sleeve, like no other prediction.
Wow, look at that.
Because I like when my equipment gets destroyed, I like putting it in the graveyard.
Yeah. Good. Adjust the mic a little for myself there.
Using the beautiful Fate Foreseen exclusive Calling Taipei playmat.
Beautiful. That's one of the first card arts I saw when I got into this game was this promo, and I was just like, what on earth is that? So we've got the equipment being presented here. Looks like we can see, I think that might be the Spellfire Cloak there, as you can see us both lean in and take a look. Spellfire Cloak there, Ragamuffin's hat, the Metacarpus nose, the Storm Striders, not the Stone Striders. We see the Iron Song Versus and the Soulbound Resolve.
So,
gonna go ahead and be presented by the Bolton here. Soulbound Resolve, a massive way to do some arcane damage prevention.
Yep.
Gonna go ahead and activate the Iron Song Versus now. Take flight, gonna go ahead and charge up the soul. This is gonna be 4 with Go Again, and the Iron Song Versus gonna say, if it hits, I'm gonna make a Courage token.
Beautiful, Vic. The fun thing about versing Kano turn 1 is you have to attack them. You can't just go Arsenal pass.
Yeah, because they
Kano burn you for 5 all of a sudden.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
And that's never fun.
No, we can see the Tome of Findall there as well. A perfect arsenal target for the Kano player here if they elect to go in that route. Take flight, gonna go ahead and have the Go Again. The Iron Song Versus. Now, does the Iron Song Versus affect this take flight or does it affect the sword strike? I think it affects the weapon attack, right? Yeah, the weapon attack. So the Iron Song Versus here, if the Raiden hits, is gonna create that Courage token, and it looks as though perhaps the take flight was just connected for that 4 damage.
It does. It looks like he's Eye of Fiddy in his hand as well.
Yeah, so no block there. We're going to go ahead and commit. I think that's a Lesson in Lava from hand here. Going to block the Raiden Swing, make sure we don't get the Courage token from the added benefit of the Iron Song Versus. A couple new Dusk Till Dawn cards featured prominently here in the Bolton's deck, as well as the Warband of Bologna. So these, like you said, these last 2 sets, mighty kind to the Bolton players.
Yeah, really is. I definitely feel like Bolton is a sleeper.
And then especially in some formats coming up, as some of these more powerful, aggressive decks ascend to their incredible living legend status, Bolton's going to look a little better once those attack actions start pumping up his attacks.
That is huge.
Oh, with the Beacon of Victory, going to pump it over by 1, utilize the soul. We're going to go ahead and grab another card here and get the Courage token for our next turn and get the Luminous Ascension. Going to probably go ahead and park that in the arsenal.
Yeah, 100%. Next turn, I'm probably going to...
Trying to fix the lighting.
Yep, next turn probably going to go off, but I do think the Kano player does have, will have plays on his opponent's turn,
Absolutely.
especially with Iophidia.
Yeah.
Super powerful card in Kano. Just be able to manipulate what's on top of your deck, what you want, what you don't want.
100%. And that Tome of Findall, like we talked about, a great arsenal target, gain you a little bit of life, draw you a bunch of cards, utilize all those cards to instant speed effect.
It looks like the Kano player isn't.
Yeah, didn't do any
anything.
canoeing.
Okay.
Didn't do any canoeing on Bolton's turn here.
I think.
So yeah, this is going to be the Kano player's turn, I think, because
I don't think he drew. Doesn't look like he drew up. So he pitched the eye, and he still has 2 cards in hand. So he didn't draw up to the 4th card.
No way.
Right? Look.
1, 2,
1, 2, 3. So I think it's still the Bolton. Oh no.
Because he's got a full grip of cards there.
So why does he only have 3 cards?
I don't know. Well, we are going to go ahead and play out the Aether Spindle here. So this is going to represent 5 damage, and all the arcane damage that is taken is going to allow the Kano player here to opt and go ahead and set up the top of the deck. However the Kano player chooses, which is a very powerful effect in this deck. That final Tome of Findall here, going to probably go ahead and head to the arsenal, like we said. So 2 powerful arsenal pieces for both of these players.
Yeah, the Tome of Findall and Arsenal, huge.
Yeah.
Being able to gain 4 life, gain 2 cards.
Come on.
Kano.
Come on.
Yeah.
What more could you want? We're going to go ahead and donate a yellow here, prevent just the 1 damage because the Soulbound Resolve prevents the damage once you have charged on the turn, which is often hard to do on defense, but when you're charging on your own turn and having to worry about arcane damage on your own turn, that's when the Soulbound Resolve can come in super handy, preventing that 1 damage every turn that you do charge.
Yeah, you have to respect the Aether Spindle. You letting it hit for 5, and they get to control with their next draws.
Yeah.
When you see 4 blues.
Yeah, so it does look as though...
It actually does look like he only played with 3 cards this time.
So, the Kano player here just playing on hard mode.
He's probably just
just playing on hard mode.
My hand's good enough.
Yeah.
Got my Aether Spindle, got my Tome and Arsenal.
Sometimes you just want a little more challenge in your life. You want to show the world, I can do this, even with a little bit of a handicap.
Honestly, we're going to see a pretty good big turn from Bolton, I think.
Yeah.
The Luminous Ascension ready, the Courage ready to the pop.
100%. So Bolton player here going to go ahead, 1 card left in hand, or 1 card less in hand after preventing some of that arcane here. Going to come in with an Engulfing Light. This Engulfing Light is going to get pumped up by the Courage token, so getting a buff up by 1, going to be coming in 4/4.
Honestly, that's really important.
Yeah. Breakpoint, it goes to Soul on hit.
No, because if he didn't have that Courage, there was no possible way that Engulfing Light gets going. There's no access to Snapdragon Scalers because of the Northern Boots.
Yep.
And it would just if it wasn't buffed.
Well, he's got the Courageous Steel Hand. He heard you and said, watch this. He said, watch this. Courageous Steel Hand going to go ahead and pump up the attack by 3, so would be able to give go again with the Bolton here. And Bolton is going to go ahead and activate that ability, banish the, I think, final card from Soul here. So we're going to go ahead and pump up this attack to 7. And now a Raiden coming in for 3, so 10 damage here. Although I think Engulfing Light, it looks like they're still going to go to Soul, so they didn't miss that trigger, which is good. Engulfing Light going to hit to Soul, and the Raiden going to get blocked here.
Saving the Lumina for a bigger turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we want a little more cards in Soul, probably, to give as many things go again as we can.
And there we go. Kano's on 18, but this turn he's going to be gaining some life.
Yes, sir. Here's that Tome of Findall, like we talked about on the first turn. Going to go ahead and draw 2 cards, gain 4 life, all the way back up to 22. No action point, but Kano doesn't need action points.
Who needs action points for Kano, right?
Not me. Look at us.
Let's go.
Kano.
And it's so good that now there's no possible way he can miss because he drew Iophidia tournament.
Yes, that's true. You don't have to worry about canoing that up the top, and now it's on the bottom of your deck. So if you set up your pitch deck, theoretically, you even know kind of when that's coming up. If you've gone through your entire deck once you get to turn 15 or so. But now we've got a Swell Tidings off the top. So this, buffed up by the Crucible, is going to be 6 arcane damage. And if all 6 is taken, I think we're going to need to make a Ponder token, if I'm not mistaken.
Still having 2 cards. Is there a cheeky April Wildfire there?
I think we got a Snapback. So that would also be able to be played, I believe.
And that's the Gaze of the 8.
We're going to have to wait and see.
But that's 2 blues.
That's true. That's true.
2 blues, 2 resources up. this turn's not over, Sam.
No, it's not. And again, this surge text on Swell Tiding going to be relevant here. It has to deal more than 5 damage to get that Ponder token, but currently threatening the 6. So if the Bolton player here does not want to prevent any cards to the defensive here, you got that big Lumina. If you want to set up for that, Ponder token could be massive because then the Kano player is able to just throw all the cards into Kano, knowing we still get to draw a card at the end of the turn.
Oh, 100%.
So it looks like we are going to commit a card to defense here if we are Chian.
You have to respect the Swell Tidings. Letting a Kano have an arsenal and not having an arsenal, game changing.
6 damage. You've got to feel good as a Wizard player to throw big Arcane on a turn that's not even your Aether Wildfire turn. Swell Tiding is not a card I've seen too often resolved in Kano matches. Super popular in some of the early those Icelander Blitz decks that just went absolutely crazy. Rhea Adams' creation that just took Skirmish Season by storm.
It just has good stats. It's like a Voltic Bolt, right?
Sure, yeah.
But with on hit.
Yeah.
It's not.
The Emperor likes that card too. I like that card in my Emperor deck.
You just can't be like, oh, I'll take 6.
Yeah.
And
unless, is that what we're about to see?
Yep.
I think we are. So if all 6 was taken, are we going to create that Ponder token? It looks like maybe not. So Ponder token going to go ahead and stay over on the sideline there unless we're going to make it now. But 3 more damage coming across to the Bolton player here. So that is going to, start to get a little dangerous. And perhaps keeping a card for our arsenal here. If we like that card, maybe the Ponder token wouldn't have been super relevant. But it is rare you get to see that Surge be active. So you have to imagine you'd have liked to get the extra value off that card. But Bolton going down to 27 after, with only AB1. 30 is kind of where you can get blown up from at the Aether Wildfire, if I'm not mistaken.
He did resolve the Ponder without...
great.
I think he probably just announced it at this point.
Yeah, just didn't put the actual Ponder on the battlefield, or into the arena, shall I say. Gonna go ahead and set up that pitch stack, put a bunch of blues on the bottom. Now that 27, as we said, Aether Wildfire can start to really threaten, but we've got a big turn here coming out for the Bolton, all 5 cards in hand, which means we're gonna go ahead and charge up with the Soul. This is a Bolt of Courage if it hits.
Ooh,
look at that little Spellbane Aegis. Okay.
All right, that's spicy. Permit 1?
Yeah. Is it a Bolt of Courage? Yeah, it is, right? Yeah. He's gonna be coming in for 2.
Really hope he has a way to pump this Bolt of Courage. Like I said, because Kano only plays non-attack actions.
Yeah. Oh, so that must have been one of the...
You can't actually use Bolton's Hero ability to get a go again.
Yeah, so we have to... Well, we have the... Yeah, the... Interesting. So we're
Courageous Steel? Yes, we do.
Yeah, Courageous Steel hand here. Going to go ahead and pump up the attack. Now we can give it go again with the Bolton. Got to work through the life total here. Yeah, that Banneret is going to create the... Spellbane Aegis. I was like, wait, how did I get the Aegis? But one of those, again, new Dusk Till Dawn cards, incremental value when you charge them, almost like little Fableds in their own right. You're just doing something your deck already wants to do, but you get a little value. So that Spellbane Aegis is going to go ahead and block 1, which sometimes against Kano, that 1 life is going to be super powerful at the end stages of this game. So we're going to be able to give it go again here. 2 damage coming across to the Kano player.
And he got to draw a card.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the most important part.
Absolutely.
Draw a card, we're going again.
Turn's not over. Raiden turned on.
Lumina ready in the arsenal.
Spellbane Aegis created. What else we got?
I don't know.
Let's see what happens next.
2 cards in hand.
2 cards in hand. All right, 27 to 20 here, round 2 of the Calling in Taipei. 283 players, I found out, came out for this event. Gonna go ahead and pitch into, again, that Iron Song Versus, which is gonna break the chain. 1 per turn action, 1 floating. It's gonna pump up the next sword attack. And it's time for the Lumina Ascension.
Time to gain some life.
This is gonna now pump up that sword attack 2/4, representing the Courage token on hit. And if it hits, we're going to get cards from the top of our deck into our Hero's Soul. And if it's a light card, how about we gain a life and draw another card?
Oh yeah, 4 is so annoying for Kano. Just because Kano's equipment does not defend.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, so if he wants to fully defend this, it needs 2 cards.
And also interesting to see the Spellfire Cloak there for the Kano player. Sometimes when you see the Spellfire Cloak, you have to imagine they're expecting to maybe have to combo off on the 1st or 2nd turn before their Tunic is even online. So yeah, so this Kano is ready to go fast.
But I think Winjin's he hasn't found the vital card.
Haven't found some of those big, and we had to block with the Lesson in Lava earlier in the game. And it looks like we might just be taking the 4 here, which, no, maybe not. Still got to wait and see. Thought I saw those cards hit the ground in a classic move when players look to take damage. But if you let these decks that you're facing off as Kano gain a little life, all of a sudden your math looks a little different.
Honestly, Kano's like kind of deck. It's like unless the Kano player is dead, there's
so
many possibilities.
100%.
That deck can just beat you, right?
Out of nowhere. representing the Courage token on hit and the Lumina Ascension. So you have to imagine the Kano player here is incentivized to block out the Raiden Duskbane. Still got a card in hand, one floating.
I don't think he can give this Raiden go again.
Oh, this is true.
Is there a card in his soul?
There is a card in his soul. From,
the Engulfing Light from the last
exactly.
Okay, so this Raiden will be? Right.
Go ahead and put another Bolt of Courage into the soul here, so we're going to gain a life.
Every life matters in this matchup.
Yeah, we're going to put our opponent down to 17, 16 here. Going to go ahead and it looks like just coming again. Also getting the buff from the Lumina Ascension. Going to represent the same on hit. Now only being able to attack the second time from the one Lumina here.
So this Raiden's coming for 5?
Yeah.
Courage token will be popped.
That's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Let's see if the Kano player is going to commit any blocks. Yeah, second Lekin and Lava. Yeah,
okay.
so that's going to make these combo turns a little harder to string together, but now giving it go again. We still have the one floating. Perhaps there is a way to utilize the card in hand here, getting another life. We've got one floating, one card in hand. What's it going to be?
Ooh.
A Valiant Thrust.
Oh, that is huge. 7.
7 more damage. That's a perfect way to use that one resource.
Can I madly? Oh yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean at this point you're kind of priced into it.
That was a big turn.
My goodness. So Bolton here doing what he needs to do, putting on a lot of pressure. But again, like you said, until Kano is dead, you cannot count the hero out. We're going to come in another big old swell Tigers. This is coming in 4-6. Now that Ponder token to be less relevant on this turn because we do already have the Arsenal. I think last turn, actually, when the Ponder was resolved, there was also already a card in hand, so less filtering going to happen, even if that Ponder happens. But again...
It's cute, this interaction.
With the Aegis?
Yeah, the Aegis, it kind of it prevents that 1 damage.
Yep.
So it has to deal how much?
Just one.
5. So with the Crucible, it kind of nullifies the Crucible.
Mm-hmm. And also nullifies that Surge text, which again, because the Arsenal is already there, we don't have to worry too much about the Ponder token.
But it's just if the Bolton player wants to drop himself to 24, which,
looks like we're just going to utilize that Spellbane Aegis to go ahead and...
So this is the turn. Mm-hmm. You kill me or I kill you?
Yeah. We're going to have most likely 12 cards to block. 12 life, blockable from our hand here for the Kano player. Got an Aether Spindle, got a Sonic Boom.
Oh, that's a lot of
Toma
reds.
Aetherwind.
That is a lot of
reds. And the Tome only blocks for 2 too, so that's going to be a little tougher to utilize as many blocking powers as you can.
Kano can't actually pop off this turn. So many... I think he has 3 reds and a yellow, with 2 Aether Spindles, 1 Tome, and 1 Sonic Boom.
So look at this. We get to see the brand new card from Bright Lightspeed activate. The Warband of Bologna is going to go ahead and allow us to charge a card, even if perhaps we don't have the ability to do so naturally in our hand. So we're going to go ahead and charge the Hero's Soul.
Beautiful art.
And, oh my god, the extended is just insane. My brother actually opened an extended in his very first box he ever opened.
Oh, really?
He's getting into the game, yeah. A tunic and an extended art warband. So now the next deck is going to allow us to charge our Hero's Soul. Let's see, if a yellow card is charged, we're going to get to draw a card. Couldn't quite see the color pitch.
Looks like it was Yellow Valley
on this one. Oh, it was the banneret of, not Gallantry, but the one that makes the Quicken token.
Oh, okay.
Another one of these. So these bannerets get nice and good value here off of these Bolton players' charges.
Oh, this is so awkward for Kano. That hand is not the hand he wanted to see. Yeah. Three reds and a yellow. You can't even use Kano's ability without committing on 2 cards.
And now this Quicken token going to mean we don't even need cards in the soul to give go again and make this turn go even wider, because the Quicken token going to just allow us to go again without having to spend cards in the soul.
And Bolton looks like he has 2 cards in the soul as well.
Mm-hmm. So keep those for later. And now, because we have charged, that Soulbound Resolve also blocking 1 point of damage on this turn, which is massive. Soulbound Resolve, it's a cool interaction that Pankaj was teaching me about a little bit over the US Nat stream. I didn't even think about the implications of that in the Wizard matchup. All right, let's see, how does the Bolton player want to continue here? Got a couple cards in hand, couple cards in soul. 3 cards left in hand for the Kano player here. How much pressure is Bolton going to be able to put on? As you said, this is not going to be the pop-off turn for Kano. As soon as they start blocking, you start to know if you're the Kano's opponent. Okay, I don't have to necessarily worry in the same way. They blocked with the card. The math immediately changes when you don't have access to all of the resources. No energy potions established here for the Kano. Haven't seen an Aether Wildfire yet. 2 lessons of Lava being committed to the block.
Oh, so the Bolton player looks like it's 3 cards in hand. He's already charged his turn. Got the quicken ready.
Thanks to the warband. And that's one of the most powerful effects of the warband, right? It smooths out the clunky hands when you maybe don't have the ability to charge when you want or at the beginning of the turn. Now all of a sudden, warband to Bologna like turns on that whole hand.
Problem.
Yeah. And a 2-block if you need it.
2-block, worst case scenario.
Bolton players?
Pretty good fridge.
Feeling good. Oh yeah, the fridge is actually crazy.
Yeah,
the fridge is crazy for some of these warrior players, especially Bolton now with this the warband. So let's see, still got those 3 cards in hand. Kano sitting at 7, Bolton at a 24. Round 2 here, Calling Taipei, Sam O'Byrne, new sensei. And we're gonna go ahead and Twinning Blade.
Wow, that is something you don't see every day, Sam. Twinning Blade underrated.
Okay, so can attack again because of the Twinning Blade effect. Being give and go again, banishing a card from Soul here. That's super cool. I don't think I've ever seen that card be used. Now we're gonna go ahead and pitch, interestingly, the Spirit of Irina here, so not gonna have to worry about instant speed Lumina Ascensions, because that's going to the bottom of the deck, but now we're going to go ahead and activate the Iron Song versus. This is going to break the Quicken token, so this does have go again. If it hits, going to create the Courage token. A lot of tokens being thrown around here by the Bolton player. 1 card left in hand, 1 resource. Could we see another Valiant Thrust? Could we see another 1-card play? We do have the go again off the Quicken here. Dude, Twinning Blade.
Yeah, that caught me off guard.
Yeah, that was cool.
So hard.
Yeah.
I've never seen a Twinning Blade in a Bolton deck.
Showing a little bit
of
that.
Hey, it's paying off, right?
Yeah, a little bit of that, you know, deck building ingenuity when you come to different resources,
Honestly,
right?
it's got pretty good synergy. It's yellow too.
True. And if you need to charge it, yeah, absolutely. A lot of these cards that care about yellow cards being charged to Soul, that's a good point. And like some of the ingenuity and some of the, you know, breaking down of decks and different ways of building these decks when you go to different regions and you see different players like express themselves, getting to see players like Ji-Yun here expressing himself with that Twinning Blade. It's play the game, see the world.
Sure is. Alright, so 3 cards. Yeah, it's not a good hand for Kano. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely feel bad for the Kano player drawing this kind of hand.
Yeah, but it looks like they're gonna, you know.
Yeah, they're surviving.
If you have to commit cards to blocking, like this is not the most damage we've seen from Bolton. Utilizing his hand very nicely to continue a hand that was clunky. Utilizing the Warband, gonna go ahead and use the Twinning Blade, like we said. And now we're just going to go ahead and take the 3 here. It looks like we might be wanting to establish that Aether Spindle on our own turn if we're the Kano player here to set up for something like find the hand that we need, right? Utilize the Opt. The Courage token being made.
I don't think he's taken it yet.
Oh, he's just representing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing of this Courage token is it actually turns on Bolton's hero ability.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas if he blocks this, the next attack most likely won't have go again unless it's like a Valiant Thrust or something that buffs its own attack.
But this one here now.
So now this is automatically going to be a go again.
Is that might be another Bolt of Courage?
No, it doesn't. It looks like.
Seeing both of our heads just turned here like this.
It's from Dust to Dawn.
Yeah, it's one of the new cards, but it's being committed to both cards being committed to defense, so we're not going to have to worry about that card.
Most likely keep the Tome. Yep.
Draw 2 cards. Down to 4 is the Kano player here. How are we going to be able to use these cards with our instant speed effect? 4 cards left for the Bolton. We still have some cards in Soul. It's coming down to these couple turns.
No, yeah, I think these 2 turns is where we'll find a winner.
All right, let's see. Bolton player going to go ahead and check out his graveyard. We've used some powerful pieces. Still got the Soulbound Resolve and those Null Rune Boots, and for when Kano inevitably decides to try to burn us down.
Looks like, from the hand gesture, I don't think the Kano player drew blues.
Yeah, that Aether Spindle,
when you draw blues, you just.
Let's go. Let's see what we can find. That Aether Spindle would have been a huge way to try to set up the top of the deck here if we were Wenjin looking for that combo turn, but having to commit cards to the block, make sure that we can, let's go ahead and check out Soulbound Resolve, learn about how the charge interaction prevents the damage once we've charged on our own turn. So that is going to, complicate the math a little bit for the Kano player. One of those new cards from Dusk Till Dawn. Got a couple cards left in hand here for Kano. Looks like we might just be passing the turn, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Tome of Aether when not getting too much value, just drawing a couple cards. Kano going to go ahead and have to draw up. So I do think we found an Aether Wildfire, maybe even two. But this is, now all of a sudden.
Oh man, it looks like he has a lot of reds. So that's Swell Tidings.
Might be another
Swell
Swell
Tidings.
All right, this is a take flight. Gonna get the go again. We're gonna charge.
Doesn't need to worry.
Yep.
And it's lethal.
Yeah, just like that. Or it's a yellow, so just coming in for 3. Just coming in for 3.
He might have steel blade.
Yeah,
in his hand.
true. You can't. You have to respect these attack reactions from Warrior players in general. But Bolton is certainly not opposed to running them. Even the Twinning Blade.
Yeah, I bet when Jinnen wasn't expecting
Twinning Blade.
Right?
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition, and no one expects the Twinning Blade out of Bolton. Yeah. No one expects Twinning Blade. For my Monty Python fans out there.
It's got the nice EA Wildfires. It looks like Aether Flare in his hand as well.
So 1 card left. You have to be thinking about the pumps here if you are the Kano player. No blocks. Do we have an attack reaction to throw down to end this game right here? It is a Beacon of Victory. So how many cards do we have to banish?
Just one.
Just the
one's
one.
enough. He knows Kano doesn't play reactions. Now Kano can respond.
So now this might be the moment. What can you try to...
If he wants to go off, he has to go off now. Because you don't want him searching another card.
And you don't want him to be able. So we have 1 resource here. If we are the Bolton player, we have that can go into the Null Rune Boots. We also, because we charge, there's 1 damage prevention represented from the Soulbound Resolve. So that's 2. Time to commit. Looks like
2.
A 1.
So
a red. Yeah.
So what's Swell Tidings? So it's using.
We're gonna have 2 Kanos on the stack. Yep.
We're gonna see the Ragamuffins. Most likely.
Ragamuffins hat going to go ahead
Looking for that blue.
Let's go ahead and take a card off the top of the deck. Let's go ahead and put our Aether Wildfire back on top before we resolve any of these Kanos. We've got the card left in hand here, so Ragamuffin hat has been used. We still have the Spellfire Cloak. We're going to resolve the very first Kano. There's the Aether Wildfire. Let's resolve the second Kano. We haven't seen what this card is. The Prognosticate. Is it red? Probably not. Probably
Most
not.
likely blue.
So Prognosticate just going to be that 1 damage with the Surge on it.
Crucible.
So let's see. Now it's time for the Aether Wildfire.
So that's coming in.
With the Tome of Findall here. So this is...
He has no resources. The only resources available is Spellfire Cloak.
Yeah, so that's, it's going to be hard for me to see
how
that's
going to be...
comes together here.
I don't have them, to be honest.
So we've got the 1 prevented. We didn't use our Null Rune Boots on that one, it looks like. So 4 damage came across. We have our Aether Wildfire count is up to 4. If that's a blue Prognosticate, that means this is going to be coming in for 5, which it is. So 5 more damage. If that's a Blazing in the arsenal here, which it is.
Oh, it is.
So we've got the 1. We've got the Storm Striders. That's going to be coming in for 9, right? That should just be 9. We have the one floating here to prevent a point of damage. Oh wait.
No, it's more than 9. So it's what Blazing Aether.
Oh, so 13. So it'll be 13.
Is it 13?
Yeah, because it should be 9 plus 4. Yeah, 13. Okay, 9 plus 4. He might have done it. Or you?
Oh wait, he's not.
Or is he just dead? He might just be dead. Because it said he took 4, right? So because he took 4 off the Aether Wildfire, he had the 1 floating there. Took 4 off the Aether Wildfire. Okay.
Yeah.
What was he at?
14.
It's always hard when they don't do the life totals and the casters, and it's instant speed stuff. But the way the life totals were represented there, he was short the one life to take down the Bolton there. Yeah. So we were just short enough if we were the Kano player there. And
I think it was short 1 damage.
Yeah, like we talked about, right? We said that. We were talking about that earlier in the game. 1 damage when you're playing as Kano or against Kano can be absolutely relevant at the end of the game there.
But honestly, Kano, we all thought that the Bolton player had grasped the whole game. Mm-hmm. Even though the Bolton player won, Kano did have a moment where it could just randomly kill you.
100%.
In that turn. I think if he drew a blue from the Ragamuffin, he could have used Metacarpus as well.
Yeah.
And that would have given him that victory.
And the Metacarpus node would have been able to be activated on at least one of those attacks.
Yeah, exactly.
If that Tome of Findall had been a blue, that's that 1 resource. All of a sudden, you put that on top of the Aether Wildfire, that's going to go on the whole turn, and then all of a sudden, that is enough damage to just blow up your opponent there. But unfortunately,
a little bit unfortunate for Kano.
Yeah, sometimes you're just going off the top of the deck, and you just need to find the blue. But it's so fascinating. That's that 1 resource pumping into the Metacarpus node would change the whole tenure at the end of that game.
Maybe he did need that 4th card when he started.
Right? What was that about?
Yeah, I don't.
My goodness.
I'm still not too sure. I'm gonna double check.
Yeah. It's funny. It is. I feel like a caster's worst nightmare when it's Kano math and they don't tick down the life totals, and you're trying to figure it out in the moment, and you're just like, who won? Did the Kano win? Did the Bolton win? But the Bolton here gonna go ahead and take care of that one, and moving up to 2-0. The Bolton player there gonna go ahead and take care of that one, moving up to 2-0 on the day.
Yeah, great start, right? 2-0. 5 more rounds to go.
5 more rounds to go. I mean, you got to imagine if they're going to, Lexi's definitely, that matchup it happens in the first 3 turns, right? Lexi just puts out so much damage. If the Kano can just find it quickly enough and just blow the Lexi up on the spot.
Maybe he's got the fatigue sideboard,
Okay. So that is going to do it here for round 2. We're going to get ready with a metagame breakdown somewhat soon. And make sure we can see exactly what the metagame looks like for this. What's your predictions? Do you have any predictions for the meta?
When we were looking for the feature match this round, I saw the top tables mostly with Lexi.
There are a good amount of Lexi.
But there was a few Azuris, a few Bravos, a few Dromais. It's very... and a lot of Katsus.
Yeah, a lot of Katsus. A lot of Katsus in the room, 100%.
So,
I've heard of a couple of Reinhardts as well.
Yeah. So I feel like, just like last weekend, even though Lexi won all the tournaments, if you look at that top 8, it's like 5, 6 different heroes in the top 8. So it's a very wide variety, right? It's not just like all the Lexis are taking the top 8 places. So many varieties. Just Lexi happened to win the events. Doesn't mean...
Well, in any given game, in those top 8s with the type of heroes that were represented, any given game, Lexi could stumble, and you could find a different hero. And I believe it was the PTI in Japan that there was a Prism deck, a Prism sculpt.
In the finals?
Yeah, in the finals, in second place there. So I'd love to check out, see if there's any Prisms out there today.
Honestly, I feel like those Zero players will show up. I feel like if their deck is built and teched for Lexi, and they somehow dodge all the Dromais, I honestly feel like Azuri has a good chance of taking down this heavy Lexi meta.
Well, and there are definitely a good amount of mechanologists and dashes out there, and if they're boosting cards off the top of their deck, and if Azuri is looking to banish cards off the top of their deck as well, and all those banishings help the Azuri player kind of actuate their own potential fatigue plans as they fatigue through damage and fatigue through on hits, that could be good for the Azuris as well.
Azuri just blocks very well. Most of their cards block for free.
Yeah, absolutely.
Except for Codex. I think Codex is the only card that they
maybe Death Touches. Maybe Death Touches
as well.
Yeah. But a lot of those assassin cards, like you said.
So we do have a breakdown.
Yeah, we're getting the breakdown up momentarily here. Just taking a look. We get a little sneak preview. We can see a good amount of Azaleas out there as well.
Oh, is that one next player?
Yeah. Oh, we got a Max player as well. That's very exciting. Looks like we're going to go ahead and take a look. Okay, so not only did we throw down that you don't think Lexi's gonna win, you're gonna say Icelander's gonna take the whole thing down.
100%.
Now, my question for you, 100%, oh my God. Now, my question for you is if Dash was a tough matchup before Bright Lights, for Icelander, what do you think's gonna happen? What talk to me about that? You think Icelander still is favored? Do you think they?
I don't think it was always tough. Like it's still winnable in the right Icelander hands. Icelander plays they're big brain, right?
Oh yeah, like you said, wizards have the biggest brain.
You've seen Rhea Adams.
Oh,
Rhea Adams.
I know her very well.
Yeah.
She's got a massive brain.
She's
PhD student.
She's taken down 2 Vanderhaarns, Icelander. You know, everyone thought that deck was dead. Mm-hmm. And then Rhea Adams shows up, wins 2 back-to-back Battlehounds. Oh wow, Icelander's actually
now hold
very
on.
good.
Yeah. Samuel Braben, I think his name was, the Calling in Birmingham took that down on Icelander.
No,
as well.
Icelander always there's always 1 or 2 that sneaks in the top 8 and just
then it's dangerous
rolls.
from there.
Like last week at the Battle Harden, I was watching. It was Brody came first in Swiss and Icelander playing 8th, and he made it all the way to the finals. So. Like, that deck is scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and there's, I was talking also to some of my friends out there playing Dash, and they were saying the Reinhardt matchup can be tough. A lot of 3 blocks in that Reinhardt deck. If they do decide to try to just fatigue you out, because if they're not running the no blocks in the Reinhardt deck, if decks are running mostly 3 blocks, they can take care of boosts. Boost players by just blocking them out and letting them cannibalize the top of their own deck. But they also have those those item destruction cards that are only available to Brute. So if you see a lot of those Dash players being taken out by the Reinhardt players, perhaps you can get the Reinhardt players from the top. Reinhardt does have a good time kind of taking care of Icelanders sometimes if they can, if they have the hand. Yeah, if they have the right intimidates and the right ability. So maybe we might see a Reinhardt sneak up. I know our friend Ethan Van Sant's out there on Levia just putting himself through the trenches of the variants of that hero. And we'll see how he did after this round.
And the Katsus, there's a lot of Katsus.
I
think there's 18?
Yeah, a lot of Katsus out there as well.
19
Katsus. We'll try to get one of them.
Well, Katsu's pretty good, right? As long as it's pretty good in the meta, to be honest. I think the harder matchups like Icelander, it's like 50-50 against Lexi.
Yeah.
Very good matchup against Romai.
And you can't count on all those 24 Bravos. I mean, we're not in America, which means that Bravo actually has a chance to top a tournament, because if you look at, Bravo, really wonderful deck, but just doesn't seem to do well in the American region.
Yeah, 100%.
So no offense to all my Bravo friends out there. But so with that, we've got round 2 taken care of in the books. 283 players here in the Calling Taipei. We're going to look ahead to round 3 in just a little bit over 10 minutes. But this has already been pretty exciting couple games. Kano almost got there against the Bolton, but hey, Bolton 2-0. Excited to see what he can continue to do over the course of the day. And then, as the day goes on, invariably we will start to see the Rain Razors and 3 of a kinds be rained down upon us.
Yeah, we'll try to get that round 6 or 7.
Oh, you know it's coming.
It's going to come, but I think tomorrow will be more heavy. Today we'll explore more decks.
Well, we have the guarantee from LSS's own Nuisance saying that it's not winning the tournament, folks. So we're going to see.
I don't think it's winning.
We'll see if the future telling comes to pass. But we're going to take a quick break here before we get ready for round 3. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more Flesh and Blood coming up here from the Calling Taipei, and we will see you soon.
Welcome everyone. I'm joined by my friend Mr. James White. We're here to talk to you today about a very, very exciting product that we have coming out so soon. It is, of course, Bright Lights. And James, tell the people exactly why we're so hyped for this, our 11th booster set now, to go ahead and hit the shelves very, very soon.
Thank you, Brian. We're heading to the bright lights of the big city, where ambition meets innovation, where wannabe heroes from all across Wraith flock to the neon signs, advertising dreams where you, yes you, can become more than human.
It's true. I've seen the set. It is exciting. It is very cool. And we're going to have a lot of good tidbits to share about this set throughout our discussion today, which is hopefully the first of many. This is something you and I have wanted to do for a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
Glad we get to sat down.
The design workshop.
Yes, the design workshop. Maybe Teklavassen's workshop.
Yeah, it's got a good ring to it.
Yeah, see if it sticks. And very thematic, of course, for Bright Lights. But one thing I really wanted to talk about today, and it's so important because I go out, I do a lot of podcasts. The question I get more than any other, well, besides how did you do this? And I don't have the answer to that one. I don't know how I worked my way into this amazing role with LSS. But the question I get more than that, or is close second place to that, is what exactly does design do, and how does it differentiate, from the playtesting process, the development process, which is a little bit easier to wrap your head around. And we really want to delve into that today and talk a little bit about our two-pronged approach to design. And James, if you want to just tell the people a little bit about what it is we do as designers and exactly what we're trying to accomplish every time we set out with a new product.
Yeah, sure. Look, it's a great question. When I think about design, there's two very distinct parts to design for a trading card game. There's card design, which has obviously a huge amount of innovation and scope to do exciting things in. But there's also product design, or as we talk about it, product engineering, where you can do really like funky, innovative, structural like design for the product, which creates really unique user experiences. So for example, with Bright Lights, this is the first set that we have ever done, which is a single class. And that just creates a completely different user experience. And look, as you know, we work really hard with, we're really trying to create new, exciting, unique experiences for the fans on each of the products. And sometimes it's driven entirely or majoritively through card design. Sometimes it is majoritively driven through structural product engineering. And in this case with Bright Lights, we have a mix of both. We've got new card types. We've got crazy innovative stuff with the actual cards themselves, like equipment that starts the game in your deck. But actually at a fundamental level, the structure of this product is just like unlike anything we've ever done before.
Yep, I think you said it very well. This is a combination of both of those aspects of design, really taking some big shots and trying to do something different here. And I want to start off kind of talking about the product design side of things. And this is like how you're going to be experiencing this product throughout, what type of gameplay offerings are going to be, you know, at your LGS, at our callings, at our premier events, at our world championship, all these different ways we're going to engage with the Bright Lights format. Talk to us a little bit about the starting point for the Bright Lights format. You know, how are we going to be playing it? Let's start with competitive sealed deck. How are we going to be engaging with Bright Lights as a sealed format?
Yeah, so Bright Lights, because it features just one single class being Mechanologist, it offers something very new for limited format. So for the sealed deck tournament format, it is going to use 4 booster packs. So typically, sealed deck would be 6 packs. That's for every other set we've ever made, and probably going forward it'll revert to 6 packs. But for Bright Lights specifically, because it's one single class, 4 packs. Now that's some pretty big bang for your buck, I might just add. Sure. But that's what will feature for the official tournament format sealed deck at both the LGS and the Premier level OP for this particular season.
Yeah, and I think it's great. You know, one of the things I know we've talked with players a bunch, and they love options in deck building. You know, there's been a lot of talk about how many cards you get to choose from to build your sealed deck, and maybe you hear, oh, 4-pack sealed, that's not going to be very many options. But I want to slow you down a little bit. You have 14 Mechanologist cards per pack. That means you're opening 4 packs. That means you're getting 56 Mechanologist cards. If you're trying to hit your deck building minimum of 30 cards, 56 cards you're working with. 26 playables are going to be left on the shelf, not put in your deck in this instance. And having played a bunch of the format, I do find there's a great degree of customizability in that sealed deck format. So it really is an experience unlike any other. And I would caution players not to judge it by the old 6-pack sealed metrics. It's a whole new ball game here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to players getting the chance to experience it. Of course, though, that's not the only way we're going to be playing sealed deck. Going to be doing something really new, really innovative, and something I'm so excited about for one of our more casual play offerings. Why don't you tell us about 3-pack sealed?
Yeah, so this is just revolutionary for the TCG space. This might be the easiest way to start playing any TCG that's ever existed using a core booster product. So 3-pack sealed, it's simply crack, shuffle, play. Get 3 packs, crack them open, remove the tokens, shuffle them up, start playing. Yeah. It's as simple as that.
Such a cool experience. It's so easy to engage with, and the gameplay is there, man. It's fun, it's exciting. The games are nail biters, and it's something that we really prioritize to make sure our players at the LGS level had this really, as you mentioned, accessible option. It's so cheap to go ahead and pick up 3 boosters and have a lot of fun with a bunch of your friends and play a bunch of sealed.
Absolutely. And I think one of the really highlights of this is that it's removed deconstruction from the equation. So if you're someone just trying Flesh and Blood for the first time, possibly, like it's as easy as it gets to just like crack 3 packs, shuffle them up and start playing. But also if you're an old player alike, it's just a fun new casual format to start playing. And it is important to note this will be available as a casual format. So just keep in mind, tournament format, sealed deck, 4 packs with normal deck construction, as everyone's used to. 3-pack sealed, casual play, expected to see a lot of activity on kitchen tables, and LGSs who are offering something a little bit more relaxed and with our casual play formats that are coming through strong.
Just from a personal standpoint, I open a lot of boxes of Flesh and Blood every single set go around just because I am in love with the cards and the idea of cracking my boxes, but also as I go, I'll take these 3 packs. You take these 3 packs. Let's shuffle up and play a little bit and see what happens. It's just a very cool, very varied way to approach the set and really enjoy it. I think for an extended period of time too. It'll be fun a few years down the road. Grab 3 packs, crack them open, revisit the set.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about 3-pack sealed. Of course, not the only offerings. Booster draft remaining a huge part of what we do here at Legend Story Studios.
I mean, absolutely. We put so much effort into developing these standalone products for Booster Draft. Just an immense amount of work goes into it. And Bright Lights is really special being, again, a mechanologist only set. That means that there is an unprecedented amount of card interactions available compared to any other set that we've ever made. Every card in the set can interact and go on a deck with every other card. So the scope, the array of different archetypes available in this draft format is unparalleled with any product we've ever made before. I think fans are going to love it.
It's fantastic. And, being part of the development process, we were discovering new interactions, new things right up to the very end of development. It was such an exciting environment to be a part of because it was so unpredictable and things could change in such interesting ways. And every now and then someone would come up with a booster draft deck where you're like, I've never thought to put those cards together in that way before. And then would it shape the whole metagame from that point? Really interesting novel experience for Flesh and Blood.
Talking about boost, I want to make it really clear that this is not a mono boost format. There is a lot of different diversity in card types and strategies and mechanics that are featured in this set.
I'm super glad you mentioned that because I think it's really important too from a product engineering standpoint how we distinguished between these different things. Why don't you talk a little bit about what we did to kind of hone in on the fact that we are staying in one class, and typically you'd have your one class border. But this is a little different. We want to do something a little special. Tell the players how we sort of reapproach the idea of card borders for this set.
Yeah, sure. So the look and the feel is just so critical to the overall, user experience. So we're really mindful of making sure that the craftsmanship of how the cards look is not only just creating beautiful things that you want to, own and collect, but also it has a really important role to play in actually comprehension and like playing the game as well. So for Bright Lights, although all of the cards are mechanologists, we have clustered the different kind of functionality into a number of different baskets, and each of those baskets has its own unique frame. So we have the Machines of War that got these like badass, like red, just aggressive looking, like mech style frames, and you got like the Evos that have this brand new frame design that's even had the entire bottom of it's been restructured, and it like looks kind of like techy. And then you got the scrap frame, which looks all like worn and like corroded and stuff. You'd find it on the junk pile. Then you got like the classic mechanologist frame that we all know and love, and I think there's even more on top of that as well, but there's like some really visually distinct frames that are clustered around the different card types, which makes it a hell of a lot easier for assessing your pack when you open it for booster draft, and just like sort of organizing your cards if you're doing a sealed deck and splitting them into the different card types for actually that deck construction process. And just from a collectability point of view, it just like looks really good.
It does. And I know these cards are popping up on screen for our viewers right now, and I assure you this is only the smallest glimpse of how good this set looks. It is really stunning. It's also really unique too. I love how it's capturing the fact that different regions of Wraith are very different, right? There's different levels of technology. There's different denizens. There's different all kinds of classes represented in different regions. And man, this set shines so much, and just offering something new to the world of Wraith, something bright, vibrant, neon. It really hammers home the Bright Lights idea.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Flesh and Blood, or the World of Wraith, it is a fantasy setting, right? And what fans have seen so far has been predominantly sort of like sword and sorcery type fantasy, but fantasy is so much broader than that as well. And this is certainly pushing the boundaries, but we've always put it out there that Metrix is the city of wonder, the city of future, the city that is reinventing Wraith on a daily basis in the research labs and so on. So it is certainly pushing into a different sort of like quadrant of what fantasy can be. but I think that it's just done in a really cool way. And I think, yeah, fans are going to enjoy it.
No,
when it's refreshing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. When I first started seeing the artwork roll in, my jaw dropped. It's just a vibe that I think we hadn't really honed in on entirely on Wraith yet, but it fits and it looks so beautiful.
Yeah.
Speaking of kind of expanding the boundaries of Wraith, I want to talk about expanding the boundaries of a booster pack because I do know, we have very loyal Flesh and Blood fans, especially when it comes to their class loyalty.
Absolutely.
We have our Ranger fans out there. We have our diehard Assassin mains like myself out there. There's so many classes that people really make a part of their identity and wholeheartedly bond with. And maybe some of those classes right now are hearing, oh, this is an all mechanologist set. And they're asking, what's for me? Why do I care about this product? But there is something for them.
Absolutely.
Something brand new that we're doing for the first time in Bright Lights, and it is called our expansion slot. And why don't you tell the players about what we're doing in the expansion slot?
Yeah, so I mean, as you call it, it's just so important that we provide something for all of the fans who have all of these different interests and affinity and connection to these beautiful heroes that we've created. So the expansion slot is offering expanded content for each of these classes and or talents. So now you will be seeing content in this slot that sometimes is expanding the stories that are happening in wider Wraith. So for example, we get to check in on Viserai and his expedition into Eathriel and just seeing the expansion of his story. We have a touch into maybe what's going down with the Angels and their fight against the Demonastery and the War of the Monarch. Because all of these story arcs and story threads, they continue. Right? We're in Metrics right now, but there's a lot going on Wraith, like across the wider spectrum of storytelling. So it's important that we can continue to get forward momentum with that storytelling through card design, and but also just being able to inject some new tools for tournament play as well. For the full spectrum of classes. So you'll be seeing new content coming through for each of the 10 classes, obviously Mechanologist being the main set and the other 9 through this expansion slot, as well as it being a vehicle for key reprints. So you will be seeing Fiendel Spring Tunic in the set.
Okay.
A card that,
everyone needs their Tunic. Everyone will be excited about that. And
Absolutely.
We certainly want everyone to have access to their Tunic.
Absolutely.
Really excited to see that coming back in another product. Getting, how many reprints deep are we on Tunic now? This is our 4th go around, 5th go around?
Yes, I mean, it's just Welcome to Wraith and Crucible of War, right? So yeah.
Well, History Pack, right?
We have history pack. So you're right. Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. 4th time
committed to that idea of getting Tunics in players' hands, which I really love
Absolutely.
to see.
Yeah, it's important. But look, I think it is fair that players who have this deep connection to whatever their hero is, we need to give them some love. So the expansion slot means that Bright Lights absolutely has something for everybody. But we do hope that people who maybe are Runeblade, mains or Ranger mains, they'll really give Mechanologist a shot, because it's so much more than maybe what Mechanologist has been framed as being up until this point in time.
That's exactly it. What you knew of Mechanologist pre-Bright Lights, it's not the same class after Bright Lights. There's very, very, very different things going on.
Absolutely.
And I can't wait for everyone to see all the cool stuff that is in the set. So as we mentioned, 2 parts to the design philosophy of Bright Lights. There is, of course, this product engineering part. But beyond that, there's the cards, man. Everyone's here for the cards. They want to know about the card design. They want to know what we're up to in this set. It is featuring quite a few new mechanics here, one of which is actually debuting shortly before the release of Bright Lights. It is going to be appearing for the first time in the Professor box. So why don't you just tell us a little bit about the Professor box? Because there are some very clear, both thematic and design ties between that product and Bright Lights.
Yeah, super excited to be partnering with the Professor from Tellurian Community College. One of the greatest advocates for social gaming in the world.
Absolutely.
And there's Flesh and Blood is known as being this competitive tournament game. We've got the greatest world circuit for pro play that exists in the world right now in the TCG industry. But there's so much more to Flesh and Blood than just playing at the highest level. And actually the vast majority of players of Flesh and Blood around the world, they're just playing for fun on the kitchen table. And just as a studio, we've been way more focused and deliberate on making products and programs and support and experiences for those social casual players around the world. So the TCC Crossfab box set really is that first big big push into creating an experience and a product specifically for kitchen table gaming. I'm really proud of the work that we've done on this product. It includes 4 play out of the box blitz decks, and one of them is obviously in the professor's likeness. It is the hero is literally the professor, and it's it's taking the Professor Tekla Vossen character from Matrix. He's the founder of Tekla Industries. And it's bringing him into the social box set, but it's also introducing the mechanics that you'll see in Bright Light. So if you're a brand new player, maybe playing Flesh and Blood for the first time, highly recommend the box set as your starting point, and then playing with that Professor deck and the new Evo equipment that we'll talk about soon. You are going to understand how the mechanics work that you can then take to your pre-release, a week later, and you'll be good to go.
Yep. Yeah. And talking about those mechanics, as you mentioned, it is supposed to be a jumping on point for new players, a way to get introduced around the table with your best friends playing the TCC box set.
Absolutely.
And some of what we wanted to achieve with that was a little bit of a simplification of some of the rules hurdles. Like, we all know TCGs are complicated games, right? There's a lot of learning to be done. And we just asked ourselves, how can we simplify this process the slightest bit while still remaining true to what Flesh and Blood is? And as part of that exploration, we came upon a really cool mechanic, and it's so cool that it actually made its way to Bright Lights. And I'm talking about the block mechanic. And James, why don't you tell us exactly what block is, and especially how it differentiates from defense reaction, and why does it need to exist? Why is it important that block is another defensive mechanic that is separated from defense reactions when we already have that? And it's quite a beloved mechanic as well. Even if you go back to the previous intro product that we were really focused on, the IRA welcome decks, which we still love. And, I talked to a lot of players who mentioned the IRA welcome decks as one of their favorite ways to play Flesh and Blood to this day, despite the game system expanding over time. But that product was very focused on attack reactions, defense reactions. Why did we decide to take a little bit of a step back when it came to block?
Yeah, so look, Flesh and Blood's been out in the world for a few years now, and you get to observe and learn a lot about how people pick up the game and sort of some of the stumbling blocks that might be common as part of that journey. And just trying to keep things as simple as possible for those first few games is really important. And Flesh and Blood just has this really beautiful natural combat system that offers so much to the play experience. And if you take away reactions from that equation, the game is still so rich. But the reaction step just adds that sort of like layer of complexity that it's fantastic for the game, but it's something to step into. It's sort of like once you've learned the basics, it's like then that's the sort of next step on your journey. So we wanted to just pull back the complexity, just remove that reaction, particularly the defense reactions, because it breaks one of these rules of you can't defend from your arsenal unless it's a defense reaction. Like, these sort of exceptions to the rules are just the sort of things that trip up a person when they're just starting out. So blocks address that, where it's a card that just has a defensive value. Its function is to either pitch or defend. It does one of those two things. But at the same time, it actually opens up all of this new design space because of this new constraint of it only does these two things, and you can't put it in your arsenal and save it for later. Like, it has limitations on it that a defense reaction doesn't have. Because it's more limited in scope, it means we can actually do some really interesting things with this new card type, such as when this defend triggers. So I'm really excited about block for simplicity, but also for opening up a whole new swathe of design space for us.
Yeah, I think you said it really well. Our intention with block was at first simplicity, but as we explored the mechanic more and more, it became clear, this actually offers something very, very exciting for our enfranchised players as well. So much of the power of a defense reaction is tied up in its timing. It's really hard to add a bunch of additional effect onto a defense reaction without making it extremely, extremely powerful.
Yeah, look,
but block does it.
If Sink Below had no effect at all, if it was just a 0/4 vanilla,
100% playable,
that card would be absolutely phenomenal.
Yep.
So that says a lot for just like the intrinsic power of a defense reaction. You look at some of these cards that we've created with block, Tiger Eye Reflex. You couldn't put that effect on a defense reaction, and for it to be like a 0/3 or a 0/4 like some of these other cards that are coming up on the screen. Like, these cards are only able to have these effects built in because they have this more narrow scope because of the timing window. So look, we're super excited, and as you say, like we started playing with these with the box set, you know, at this more simplistic level, and we just liked it so much that it made its way into the main Bright Lights product.
But do not arsenal those blocks. Unless you have a plan, do not put those blocks in
And this is Tiger Eye Reflex.
Tiger Eye Reflex is safe. It does have that ambush trigger.
It does,
and
it does.
you're able to go ahead and defend from arsenal.
yeah.
But be careful with the other ones. I'm warning you now, folks. You can catch yourself. But yeah, I agree. I'm so excited for what block offers to gameplay, and it's achieving two things at once, which is a beautiful piece of design. We're really proud of it, and we're excited for players to start playing with it. Yeah. And beyond that, you did mention, of course, what I think is the highlight mechanic of Bright Lights.
Absolutely.
It's the Evos, the Evo equipments. And of course, James, as we know, you put out your equipment when you start the game, and you have this nice, neat pile of equipment, and it is what it is, and you're going to be playing with it. But not so much anymore. Things have changed with Evos, and not only are they mechanically interesting and extremely powerful, but you just get to put together a badass mech suit. Like, who doesn't want to suit up in a mech? Like, if you know, for me, the first time I saw Alien, I'm like, someday I will put myself in a mech suit like that and go on a rampage. Now, finally, I get to live my dreams through Bright Lights.
Yeah, for real. Look, I think other than the heroes themselves, the most iconic card type in Flesh and Blood are your equipments and your weapon. You know, these things you get to, like, you know, equip at the start of the game. And I think that, you know, Flesh and Blood has become quite iconic and famous for that element. So for the very first time, having equipment that actually starts the game in your deck is a really big deal. And being able to you know, transform your equipment over the course of the game and feel like you're building something and you're building towards something. And look, there's a lot of different Evo suits in Bright Lights. Like, there is just an enormous possibility in just the combinations of how you put these things together. And yeah, like, I think it's a super exciting mechanic. I hope that fans really enjoy just like constructing these badass mech suits, and it's a lot of fun.
It has been a lot of fun to play with. Like I said, you really get to live that mech fantasy, and you're starting with your...
In Taipei, this is round 3, and we have got an Azalea and a Katsu here. Justin on Azalea and Jay on Katsu. We said we weren't going to worry about Lexi in the immediate future, but there's a little more. There's a ranger that has a little less animosity surrounding her these days, and she has got some very powerful cards of her own, and I think this is going to be a really pretty interesting match.
Yeah, this matchup's usually quite swingy. It depends who gets the ball running first. You know.
Yeah.
If Azalea finds their red in the ledges, or
Tough.
if Katsu finds their surging strikes.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the Mask of Momentum is something that Azalea players do not have the kind of recourse that other decks with more blocking equipment might have, in a way to interrupt those chain links. You have to give cards from hand if you want to worry about the Mask of Momentum. But if Azalea can get that loop going with those red in the ledgers, utilizing cards like Codex of Frailty, I have seen some like Sand Scour Great Bow builds with Memorial Ground to put it back on top, and then you can Azalea it back in. Once you get those red in the ledgers going, that's for a deck that likes to do much more than one action a turn. That card can feel pretty oppressive.
Yeah. So we've seen Katsu really perform over the last couple of weeks, right? So recently, actually both these decks top 8'd the last Battle Hard in the US, right? Especially,
I got it right here.
A big name, Brody.
Yeah.
First in Swiss with Azalea.
Yeah, Brody Spurlock went 6-0 on Azalea, and we had Jeremy Crewman who was there on Katsu. We also had a Kano in there, Roman Savitsky. I got all the top 8s right here.
Oh.
In case you want any info. We want to cross-reference? Nah. We're good right here.
But Katsu always seems to just the 1 or 2 pop in the top 8, right?
Yeah, they do well in top 8. It hasn't converted to a major win in a while. We've seen a lot. It's like the Dromai effect. We see them get into the top 8 but have trouble getting across the finish line. So we'll see if here in the Calling Taipei, Jay is able to take Katsu all the way to the promised land.
I just want to give a shout out to one of my OG casters, Mr. Classic Karen. Katsu is actually one of his favorite decks.
Oh yeah.
He has a big heart for Katsu. So let's feature Mets for you, man.
This is for you, Mr. Classic.
Mr. Classic.
I love that. What's the origin of that name? I've seen it. I've heard the legend of Mr. Classic, but I don't know the actual legend of the lore.
Yeah. So he came second at the calling, and that was the Classic Constructor format, and that's where he got the name.
Oh, no way.
So, no.
Sometimes it's simple.
He's known for Classic Constructor, not other things, so that's why we call him Mr. Classic.
Mr. Classic. All right. Well, we got, I like that we're still presenting the Mask of Momentum, even though we haven't presented any other equipment, because, like, what else are we going to be doing this Katsu? We're not running no pouncing links.
Nah.
Or the new one from the Around the Table, the Crouching Tiger mask. It's a Mask Momentum every time. Classic Kadachi.
Should be Mask Momentum, maybe Tunic or Hiding Cross Strap, Breaking Scales for sure, and either selection between Snapdragon Scalers or Breeze Rider Boots.
Breeze Rider Boots. We've seen a lot more Breeze Rider Boots, and in a matchup like this with Azalea, where you can have one Battle Worn on your boots, sometimes that can be super relevant, super necessary if you need to just stop like a single dominated attack.
You're right.
Yeah.
Really fixes the 7s, especially with Katsu. Most cards block for 2, most cards block for 3, and then you have these awkward hands where like maybe you might not find the right block value. That's why Breeze Rider Boots, Breaking Scales, the extra one.
There we go. Breeze Rider Boots.
Breeze Rider Boots.
And the Perch Grappler is going to be presented from Justin there on Azalea. The Bracers of Belief, going to go ahead and turn on stuff like Bolt and Shot if we need. Check out the Crow's Nest there in the Quiver Zone. But until Bullseye Bracers comes back to Azalea, Bracers of Belief has been often the card they go for in case they need to turn on something like a Bolt and Shot that's stuck in the arsenal.
Looks like Katsu's on the play.
Yeah, that Tunic going to go ahead and go up to 1. I think another big thing that could be, definitive in this matchup is if we see any flick blacks from the Katsu player here. Any of those, defense reactions that can do something to stop the Azalea's dominated effects. But we're going to start this game off here at round 3 of the Calling Taipei with a Kadachi for 1. One of the most classic openings in Flesh and Blood, folks. This is what we've all been, this is what it all started.
The most annoying attack. Kadachi for 1, Kadachi for now 1.
Yeah. So we'll see. Most likely because of the Kadachi, he's going to be able to leak some damage on this turn because Katsu, there's nothing, there's not many decks that can go wider. So it looks like as if on cue, the Azalea player here might be taking the 1 and another Kadachi coming across. Azalea knows they have to think about Mask of Momentum even here on turn 0.
Honestly, you're never blocking the first Kadachi, right?
Yeah, because that Mask of Momentum is always something you have to worry about.
Second one might need to give some bit more respect, but I think you're fine if you just block the first. Especially turn 1.
Yeah. And it looks like we're taking both. So this is a Soul Beast Strike. We're going to have a break point here. This is going to be coming in 4/4. Still got 2 cards in hand.
So, if he only blocks with 2, there's a chance there's a Razor Reflex. That will trigger this go again off Soul Beast, and it will trigger the Master Momentum.
Absolutely.
So Justin does need to think about that.
Looks like life totals are at the moment reversed, but we will get that fixed momentarily. We're going to put, maybe 3 cards in front of this in case we're worried about something like that Razor Reflex.
He's definitely thinking about that, right? It's better to be safe than sorry.
And especially on turn 0, yeah. And with 2 cards left in hand, turning off the go again can also be super relevant. Let's see what card we might be keeping for our arsenal there. Yeah, we're going to put a number of cards in front of this. Here is 9. And that's just going to, go ahead and end the turn. Or no, we're just going to take a look. We got a Searing Shot, Bolt and Shot, and a Drill Shot being donated to the cause here.
So here, Ancestral, Empowerment, and Bonds.
Ancestral Empowerment is just going to go ahead and take over Katsu for a moment, completely subsume the hero, and now we're going to draw back up 2/4.
That's fair. The sleeves are Katsu. Right?
Yeah, you just plop it right on.
Yeah. I'm playing Katsu.
Yeah. So Justin is at 38, and Jay is sitting at 40. We will get that looked at as soon as we can, but until then, going to go ahead and start the Azalea player's turn here. No arsenal to begin. We're going to go ahead and activate the Death Dealer, pitching away a Deadeye. Let's go ahead and load, and with that powerful effect, we're going to draw a card. There is the Drill Shot there. Going to go ahead and head into the arsenal. Now it's time for Knock the Decimal. This is the beginning that an Azalea player would love to see. Let's go ahead and find the classic Red in the Ledger. This is going to go ahead and threaten to turn off the turn for the Katsu player here, especially if there's any kind of a buff or a pump attached to it. We're going to go ahead and activate the Azalea ability. Let's get that on in there. Johnny, whoop.
Oh, yep.
We're going to go ahead and read the glide path. The glide path says bottom of the deck in this case, perhaps, or at least we're still just deciding. So, yeah, bottom of the deck is where the glide path is. No, are we sure about that? We are not sure. We're going to go ahead and the glide path is, a fickle thing, and we're going to actually go ahead and keep that card on top, and then now this is just red in the ledger. If that is a red read the glide path, this is coming in 4/8 with Dominate. If it hits, only 1 action on the turn here for Katsu, so...
Oh, it's hitting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, come on.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about, who gets the ball running. You already established the turn 1 for Azalea, red and ledger. now all the tempos to you. Because what's Katsu gonna do? Probably just the best play to have is probably Command and Conquer.
For sure.
With one action, right?
Do we see it? Yeah, we'll see if that's in the deck. 5 damage coming across. Ancestral Empowerment can go ahead and be donated to the blocking cause, but that means Red in the Ledger is online, so only one action on the turn here for Katsu. He's going to go ahead and take that 5, going to, I believe, 35, yep. And now we've got that life total gone ahead and adjusted.
Yeah.
So this is going to be now, Surging Strike is a really impactful card in these decks that have access to new cards like the Bond of Ancestry, all the different gust waves that can lead into these Dishonor plays. Dishonor would be game-breaking, game-changing here for the Katsu here, but this is just going to be, yes, it has Go Again, yes, it has 4 power, but because of Red in the Ledger, it is the end of the turn, save for something like an attack reaction to maybe pump a little more damage across.
Yeah.
But if you're the Azalea here, you're confident that you know this turn isn't going any wider.
Surging Strike.
Let's see how Azalea wants to go ahead and
Oh, he's
block
thinking
this.
about blocking it.
Yeah, well, I mean, damage is damage at the end of the day. You have to imagine Katsu is going to be able to get at least a turn or two of going pretty nuts. So if you don't respect the damage output, perhaps that could be tough.
Yeah, Rain Razors, Codex of Frailty, Remorse.
Deadeye, yeah.
Oh, okay, so...
Let's see, looks like
Remorse is actually super solid against
good against Katsu.
Man. It's like they play 4 cards.
That's
take 4
all of a
life,
sudden
yeah?
way more than just the 5 damage represented on the card. And we are just going to go ahead and give the Remorseless to the block here. 1 damage going to be coming across. Justin heading on down to 37. And Jay just has to pass the turn there. Arsenal up. Put that Lord of Wind to the bottom of the deck, and let's see what Justin is able to cook together here.
Might be another Red and Ledger turn with the Codex, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Bolton Shot. Okay.
Now Bolton Shot here, a powerful card representing the only, one of the only additional ways to get Go Again and reload after you've used your
super good with the Rain Razors already in hand.
Dealer. Oh, absolutely. And if we fire it off here, and our opponent is facing down just, a naked Bolton Shot, if you will. The Emperor has no clothes, and Gestate the Emperor is a Bolton Shot. You have to imagine that you can kind of sniff out the Rain Razors a mile away. Let's see how he wants to play this. We have opted that card, I think, still to the top of the deck with the Skullbone Cross Wrap here. We have the Codex of Frailty, like you said. Red in the Ledger, one of the most powerful and impactful cards in this matchup. Frailty, also completely relevant against a Katsu opponent that wants to value those Kodachis as much as possible.
So annoying, that Frailty token. Okay, he's spun it.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and grab that, read the glide path off the top. So basically using Azalea to just filter the arsenal into another card here.
I think he's just like, okay, none of this. I just want big Red in the Ledger.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're going to see, because here's a Deadeye, and then here is the Codex of Frailty. We're just going to go ahead and get it back. So here, we're adding 6 onto this Red in the Ledger. That means it's going to be coming in for 11. Deal with it, or you only get to do one thing here.
Yeah, exactly.
Which already is going to hamper the turn significantly, because that's so many cards you have to commit to block.
Sometimes Katsu might not be able to defend that 11, especially with all the two defense cards in the deck. Like, he might have to slap his whole hand down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, because if you're just going to do one thing and you take damage to do it.
Yeah, you might as well just...
This is going to be probably a lot of the rhythm of this game, right,
Yeah.
Houston? We're going to be seeing Azalea as much as possible go for these big disruptive turns, but the moment that she lets off the gas and it's only something like raw damage, you're going to be able to hopefully, if you're a Katsu fan out there, see them go off and do some kind of really long combat chain that Azalea is going to have a hard time blocking with any true efficiency. She's just going to have to give in cards, and then hopefully the Katsu is able to parlay that into some momentum, if you will, and string together some good turns from there. But until Katsu is not facing down these big disruptive Red in the Ledger turns, this is what we're going to be seeing from the Azalea player here. It's you know what I mean? Just like as much as possible, just put it in your face. Big 11 spot, Codex of Frailty, also representing a Frailty, and we're getting to reload the arsenal there. Pretty good card. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's a pretty good one.
Codex?
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Some people say. Really underrated though. Underrated card.
Above average.
Yeah. Underrated.
6 out of 10, I think.
Yeah. Let's see. Looks like we're
looking.
Committing a couple cards potentially to the block. Such a fan of these playmats, man. My goodness. Looks like a second Ancestral Empowerment, not really being able to get much value out of them from the offensive side.
Wants to keep 2 cards.
What do we do with those 2 cards? Maybe just play something from the arsenal the other one?
Yeah, or just come with
play
attack,
one.
right? It takes 5.
All right, Jay.
Gets Red in the Ledger.
Second Red in the Ledger. That is something you don't want to see if you're an aggressive go-wide deck.
Get a pondered. Arsenal up.
Arsenal, yeah. A nice thing about playing Azalea is whatever you draw, you just park it away.
Okay.
You can opt it. You can use it to opt. You can Azalea with it.
So it's very interesting this Katsu player is still on the
Mugenshi line.
Mugenshi line, yeah. I feel like that line's a bit underplayed, a bit forgotten at the moment.
We saw
because it's mostly good against fatigue. Oh, what the heck?
Yeah, I was about to say, we see a couple cards that you might not expect to see in these. We see Mugenshi release, and we also see the sink below there. Going to go ahead and perfectly cover up that 4 spot. So this is also good information if you're the Katsu player here. You're able to start baking in sink belows into your damage calculations, is what they could have and what they,
no, it's just super strange why there's sink below.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But now, if you're the Katsu player, you've seen the one, so now you can potentially think, is there going to be more in the rest of this during the rest of this game? We see another Bolt and Shop revealed off the Skullbone cross wrap here, resolving the opt effect. So let's see, what are we gonna do here for Justin? What has he found? We see another Read the Glide Path. That's a card that, sometimes you're seeing the reds and the yellows be played, sometimes just the reds, but that can power up this Bolt and Shot. All of a sudden present a different kind of question to Jay. Do you want to turn off the reload effect? Or, without having already activated Death Dealer. But it looks like we like what we see on the top of our deck if we're the Azalea player here, so that Bolt and Shot can once again head to the bottom, revealing I think another Remorseless. Yeah, I think another Remorseless. Ooh. That's also just a really impactful damaging on hit effect. To read the Glide Path, let's opt again, let's pump up it. We're just going to put that one to the bottom as well. We're most likely just going to be firing the Remorseless with a Blood Rod attached to it. Here's another 11 with so much damage attached to the on hit.
This time it's 11 Dominate.
Oh, because we did bring it on in?
Yeah, it's not.
So we're taking that damage no matter what.
The Katsu player's going to be taking 8, unless he wants to throw some equipment on there.
Yeah, so the Lace with Blood Rot is going to add 3, and if it hits, create a Blood Rot token. We also have the Remorseless effect. So Katsu might be kind of priced into still trying to go as wide as possible, right? Because you're able to keep cards, you're able to do something.
You're able to, but Remorseless?
Look at how much damage you have to take.
And then Blood Rot on your turn as well.
Yeah, that's going to be like 5 or 4 to 6 damage.
Like you're taking 8 on your turn.
Yeah.
And then you're taking more damage on your turn as well. Yeah.
Azalea looking good, man. Especially, once you kind of start on the front foot, it's like you have to stumble. You have to go off of the gas. And sometimes for the Katsu players, for these go wide decks, that's what you're playing towards. You're playing towards the turn that Azalea or these really disruptive decks, they stumble. They find something that's a little more bricky. But cards like Codex of Frailty, right? Cards like so many opt effects make it more challenging for these decks they're a little more consistent.
Interesting. I actually think Azalea is very underplayed at the moment. It's just such a strong deck.
Yeah.
The head effects are like, it sort of gives you that Guardian vibe, but it's like, it has more power to it than a normal Guardian deck.
Yeah, and then some
like all these on-hit effects, they're so powerful against certain decks, especially Katsu.
Yeah.
They relies on the go again mechanics, relies on the attack actions.
Yeah. So Remorseless.
Back to Kodachi for 1.
Yeah, not going to trigger the Remorseless here. You have to play action cards to lose the life to the Remorseless, but looks like 1 damage going to come across. The first damage Justin has taken in quite some time, so a second Kodachi coming across, trying to power up the Mask of Momentum. Justin going to go ahead and take that as well. Let's see what you want to put on the Mask of Momentum.
Justin has another Sink Below in his hand.
Oh, and that could be massive for something like, look at this. We've got a Soul Bead Strike here. If it hits, it gets go again. We can't power that up with the Breaking Scales because it does not have combo. If it is a Sink Below there for Justin, this could be a perfect way to turn off this attack if we don't have something like that third Ancestral Empowerment in the hand here.
Oh, who knows, man? It might be in the arsenal.
Still got 1 floating if we do see Razor Reflex at any point. Yep. All right, this is a big moment for Jay. He has been on the receiving end of a whole lot of punishment and a whole lot of disruption. So this is a moment if he can find a way to continue this turn. But again, this Remorseless, it's just ticked him down for 1. Any other cards he plays going to go ahead and tick him down additionally, and he has to deal with that Blood Rot box. We're going to go ahead and put the Sink Flow here in reactions. So this is going to cover it up entirely. Do we have any way to pump it over?
Oh,
the answer is no. So that is going to be the end of the turn there. Soul Bead Strike, a powerful 0 for 4 with no go again, which means that if it's blocked out, the turn's just going to be over here.
Okay, cool.
And we're pitching into the Blood Rot.
Okay, great.
Which is, at least a small victories. If you had to keep a card in your hand, at least you can use it to block 2 damage on that Blood Rot.
He only took 1 damage on that turn.
Yeah.
Not the worst.
Not the worst, but now you've left Azalea also. Once again, we're revealing a second Remorseless now. We're going to go ahead and check the top of the deck with the Skullbone Cross Wrap. Got 3 cards left in hand. Looks like Azalea once again. We're just going back to back with the Azalea activations. Going to put in, I think that's a Bolt and Shot. Now let's go ahead and pump it up. It's going to have Dominate with the Premeditate on top of it. So if that's a yellow, it's going to be coming in for 6 with Dominate on hit, Make a Ponder on hit, Reload. And no Death Dealer activation on the turn as well.
And 2 cards in hand.
Tunic going down to 1. We used the Tunic last turn for that Remorseless.
I'm reading maybe he has a Codex in his hand. Maybe. It's just really odd that he would spin back a Remorseless. you know how powerful that card is
Yeah.
against this matchup.
Absolutely.
For a dominated Bolton shot. But I guess the Bolton shot is 6 dominate, and we'll have the reload trigger, and we'll get the ponder.
And even without the reload, you still haven't activated your Death Dealer.
Exactly.
And so the ponder would, if whatever, you can activate Death Dealer, draw another card, you still use your ponder, but it looks like we're just going to be blocking 2 unless we have a reaction here. And there is the Flick Flag. And it's been sitting in the arsenal there for a little bit, I feel like. So
well-timed Flick Flag.
Finally finding a chance to do so. This is going to deny the initial first ponder. Now we're just going to go ahead and, like we were talking about, load up. There's an infecting shot that's going to go ahead and be loaded up into the arsenal here.
Did he draw a pump?
Oh, and he did. It's a lace with frailty too. So 2 on hits. This is a nasty arrow. 2 different diseases attached to it. The pit's coming in clutch and strong here. Frailty attached to this arrow along with the blood rot pox. No dominate, but still 8 damage that you don't want to deal with.
But luckily...
and a ponder on hit still too because the premeditate, my goodness.
Luckily Jay is on the Flick Flag, so his next combo card will be blocking the 5. So 2 cards will cover the 5. 8. Luckily.
Do we have a combo card there?
Yeah,
It's going to block it all up. Okay, so actually really massive here for Jay because even though you haven't found yourself in a way to potentially do much pressure, you got a little bit of setup. You got the potion. You didn't have to deal with the blood rot. You didn't. I mean, the frailty wouldn't have mattered.
He didn't take any damage that turn. That's the most important part.
And now for the first time in a very long time, Justin has to start the turn with the Death Dealer. You don't just get to start the turn, opt to the top, look at the top of your deck, decide what you want to do. So for the very first time in like 4 turns, I feel like Justin's having to play a little bit more of a, what do I find right now game, not just an initial.
Oh.
All right, this is going to go ahead and reveal a Deadeye. So coming in for 3, -2 attack there. Ravenous Rabble, a way to get a little more go again on turns that Azalea decks that have trouble necessarily finding the go again off of, unless you have cards like Bolton Shot. So.
Ravenous Rabble is super good for obvious reasons. You want to know what's on top. You want to know if you can Azalea it, right?
And the answer is you can, but you will only be getting a pump, not an arrow that can be dominated. So let's see, we still do have the Bolton Shot.
There's a Red Ledger in Azalea's hand. So if this Bolton Shot does connect with Go Again, he can actually play it out.
Oh, and it looks like we've got another lace with Blood Rot here. So we've now got 7 damage if that is a red, and no block left on the equipment there. We don't know what's in the arsenal. It looks like a Dishonor, a Command and Conquer. We see a Surging Strike as well, and that's a Bonds of Ancestry.
Oh, he needs to try to block this out. It's going to be huge getting the reload with the Go Again.
Absolutely. And you still have the Blood Rot Pox you're going to have to deal with. So, as we were talking about, waiting for the Azalea to stumble just ever so slightly to give you a moment. The answer in the...
maybe it looked like it was a blue Bolton Shot.
Must have been a blue. Oh, yeah. It is a blue. It is a blue. So that would only have been for 5. So that means just blocking out with the 2 cards is going to do so. And now here we go. Here's an on-hit effect. Here's a Command and Conquer. This is threatening the arsenal now. You do have the Perch Grapplers down there for the 1 block. And we have seen Sink Belows, so that would cover up the 6. But if we don't have that one there, it's going to take 2 cards.
You can't Sink Below a Command and Conquer.
You're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And at the end of the day, that is what I said. I did say you could do that, but you can't because of Command and Conquer. Yeah. And at the end of the day, that is what I said. You're going to have to give 2 cards here.
Command Courage is so good against all the Ranger decks, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, deck that heavily relies on the arsenal.
Yeah. Going to give 2 cards there. The Deadeye is going to be one of them. 2, 3 blocks. Going to go ahead and cover up the Command and Conquer. Let's go ahead and check the graveyard here if we are the Azalea player. See what we've already worked through. Katsu sitting down at 17. Justin on Azalea at 35. We've revealed, there's that red in the ledger from the last turn that we couldn't reload. Looks like a Tar Pit Trap. Yeah,
so,
that's a cool card.
I've seen a lot of players, Lexi, everyone playing Tar Pit Trap this tournament. This tournament, sorry.
Yeah.
Just
something I think maybe Yukili Bender was talking about that after the calling after US NAS, talking about how good Tar Pit Trap was.
Yeah, I think it's like in most Lexi sideboards. It's just it's so good against the mirror, obviously, but like against Katsu, it's really
absolutely.
Good too. It's on-hit effects.
Stopping on hit effects, yeah. Tar Pit Trap doing work in these kind of a matchup, and it looks like we're gonna are we going to activate Azalea and put a red in the ledger away? Wouldn't that be interesting? Braces of Belief being activated, so the next attack going to get pumped up. It looks like by 1 because...
Yes, he does want, he wants to use it, he wants to get the Bolton Shot in because he does have Codex of Frailty in his hand.
I did see there is a Codex in there.
So he can actually go Bolton Shot, Go Again, and Codex, give him a Frailty, get a red in the ledger from the graveyard, get a Ponder.
Pretty good.
Off to the races.
Let's see, this Bolton Shot now going to be coming in, getting the additional 1, so it is going to have the Dominate and the Go Again because we have pumped up the attack. So this is going to be coming in most likely for 4 if that's a yellow.
Yellow, looks like yellow. Good, nice. Yep,
yeah, there we go.
Yellow.
Thank you, Justin. All right, on hit, we're gonna reload if we want to. On hit, we get, or not on hit, but we do just still have the go again here.
We have that flick flack. Be a good time to use it right now. Yeah, block the per at 4, next turn, block, next tech, block 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
So much value.
See, it doesn't look like we see a flick flack just right there in the hand. It looks like a Winds of Eternity. You can see, take another Soul Beat Stride, another Ancestral Empowerment.
Muginchi release something.
Well, a lot of cards to block for 3, but we've already used the block on our Battle Worn equipment, so if we want to use the Tunic there, we're going to have to say goodbye to our beautiful dress.
Yeah, barely.
And the answer is,
wait.
We're going to say goodbye to our beautiful dress.
Okay. I was going to say, it's barely use the Tunic, but what do I know?
So we're going to go ahead and
get the pitch in there already. And then Codex.
Yeah, Death Dealer there being activated. We're not reloading, but you don't have to reload to use a Death Dealer. Just get the pitch available for our Red in the Ledger that we're going to grab most likely out of the graveyard here. I did have the Tunic available, but why discard a card to the Codex Frailty when you can't just pitch and come on in? This is now for 5. No flick flacks being used, so we have to give 2 cards here.
100% demanding 2 cards.
Yeah, because again, what are you doing with your 1 action?
Yeah, exactly.
If you take 5.
Oh well, it looks like it's a 9 strike in hand.
So that's a good 1 action.
That's like the best.
Yeah, 1 card 7.
Yeah, take the 2.
I mean, 2 card 7, but 1.
Take the 2, take 7.
Yeah. Winds of Eternity here, going to go ahead and block for 3, 2 damage coming across. Again, like we talked about, your best, kind of 1 action play off of the Red in the Ledger, going to most likely be that Enlightened Strike. But Jay is heading on down to 15. He's taking a lot of damage and just truly has not yet had any opportunity to put on the gas.
Yeah,
like
we
to
still,
put his foot on the gas.
We still haven't seen the Katsu, have that surging line turn. I don't even think he's had a combo turn.
No.
I think his best turn was Kadachi Soul Boost Strike.
Yeah. I mean, and this is what now, we're talking about this, like Katsu's having a hard time, but to be fair, this is a huge benefit to playing a deck like Azalea.
Yeah.
If you're, Ranger decks that sometimes, they don't, like Lexi, she has different math with 3 of a kind and things like that, but sometimes when you have to worry about blocking as Ranger decks, you don't want to spend the cards to block because you use a lot of the cards in your hand, but Azalea with these incredibly powerful on hits, this is a big reason why you bring a deck like this to a tournament, that you might be facing down a bunch of dashes, you might be facing down a bunch of aggro players that like to go wide. Red in the Ledger, such a powerful card. Knock the Death Whistle, can't be understated that just having a tutor, or having a way to search your deck.
Oh,
wow, hold on.
Gosh.
My goodness.
Do you see him just slam?
Yeah.
Slam it all down?
I gotta shut the heck up because let's see, we got a Premeditate, we got a Lace with Frailty, we got a Seek and Destroy, we got another Seek and Destroy, and then now we've got a infecting shot. I'm here talking about why it's good to bring Azalea. This is why it's good to bring Azalea.
No, I love these moments, man.
This is 17.
17? Casual 17.
Oh my goodness.
Luckily, it's not dominated.
Oh yeah, that's good. No, that's good. Yeah, that's really important here.
That's
really yeah, really good. I mean, you're taking so much damage.
You're still taking a lot, but you're probably slapping your hand down. But then you're gonna get Seek and Destroy triggered.
Yeah,
you're gonna get
that Arsenal
Ponder from Premeditate.
Yeah. That Fluster
Wait,
Fist.
what's the second card?
I think it's a Lace with Frailty.
I know there's 2 Seeks.
I think it's a Lace with Frailty. That's what I saw briefly. It was brief. My goodness, this is a big attack. 17. You're talking about like a Guardian, man. Here's a single attack for 17. So we do have a flick black, but that's going to be in the reaction step, so it's not going to buff up this defense at all.
12. 4 3s, 4 10, 12. Yeah. So he's still going to be taking 5 damage. Gets all the on hit. look at that.
Oh my god. That's a stack. Yeah, so it was a Lace with Frailty. That's going to be the Frailty there. There's going to be the Blood Rot, the Ponder.
Wow.
What did he find?
Look at all those tokens.
Yeah, that's a veritable menagerie.
He's just missing the Inertia token. And he has an L4.
Well, the Seek and Destroy is basically an Inertia.
Yeah, basically.
Now, luckily, I say luckily, but you're losing that card at the Seek and Destroy anyway, but at least you get to throw it out. Here's a Fluster Fist for 3 because of the Frailty token, so you don't even get the nice little 4 spot. So, again...
And then he's taking 2 on at the end of his turn because of the Blood Rod as well. Yeah, those tokens are on Jay's side, not on Justin's side.
Yeah. That was nastiness.
That was nasty. I was like, I was listening to you talk, and then you just slaps my cards down. I'm like, oh wow, what's happening? But those are the best Azalea turns to watch. It's so just putting big numbers out with 3 on hits.
And we are just going to throw the tar pit trap down there so that if an attack has go again would stop an on-hit trigger, but there's no go again here. We're just getting the value out of it because apparently looks like we need to open up our arsenal there.
Yeah,
we don't want to have our arsenal stuck.
He must have drawn it from the Azalea.
From the ponder, yeah.
Oh, yeah, from the ponder, sorry.
Yeah. No,
but his arsenal would never be stuck. He could just Azalea it.
100%.
Alright, what epic turn is it now? Death Dealer?
Let's go ahead and draw a card. Haven't gone to opt, but I think if we're Justin, we're feeling okay about that.
No, well,
things have been going all right.
Life leaders, 28.
Talk about powerful tutor having an ability to just grab. Let's say, how about another red in the ledger? Why not?
Maybe if it's 2 pumps in the hand,
could just be game over right here.
Game over with this. 11 dominate, 11, and he only has mask, so free block. So that's 5, 11. Oh, so go to 1.
I'd stay alive, but this is what
That's
we're talking
not
about.
looking
Good. We talked about this. If you're the Katsu player, you're waiting for the Azalea player to have a momentary stumble, but there has just been gas after gas after gas, man. We got a Lace with Frailty, just gonna be pumping up the
just
red in the ledger
dominate.
by 1, but just a casual 8 dominate that includes a red in the ledger effect and a Frailty
So
effect.
this is his 3rd red in the ledger?
3rd or 4th
Yeah.
being played. I mean, we've seen 2 off of the codexes, right? So I think this
might be the 4th.
I think this might be number 4, yeah. Which is, in Flesh and Blood, you're used to only having to face down a card 3 times, but you see cards like Codex of Frailty break that math all apart, and especially cards like Red in the Ledger, they can really make it tough on these aggressive decks. Hey, you're talking about Azalea's looking, you're facing down aggressive decks, and and importantly, these disruptive turns have made it so that Justin is able to basically just go
Justin's basically he has his foot on Jay's neck, right?
Yeah, a little bit. If it looks like we're gonna have a defensive Ardor here.
He's had all the tempo this whole game.
Yeah.
Gets to do whatever, and then Katsu's like, not really. They can't threaten him. He hasn't seen any of the surging strikes, the whelming gust waves, the bonds. He doesn't see the combos.
So this is going to be a defensive Ardor here. We're going to go ahead and pump up our cards blocking by 1. So now our 3 blocks would block for 4. If we're able to find a flick flack off this draw, we can cover all this up. This is just going to block for 4 though.
We can't. It's 8 dominate.
Oh, because we don't have the arsenal.
Yeah,
we don't have the arsenal. So that's just going to take 4 here.
Oh, and the frailty goes there. Can't use your Kodachis now, even though.
Hey, we got red in the ledger. Yeah. This is a very powerful showing from the Azalea deck here, showing that Arcane Rising heroes, they still got a fair amount of gas in the
28
tank.
to 3, man.
You're not wrong.
This game has been a steamroll for Justin.
Yeah, Whelming Gust Wave going to represent no draw because it's just a single attack.
It's got Razor Reflex in his hand.
Hey, we can use that. Hooray. I think there's another. Sorry. I think there's another. I think I might have seen another E-Pod as well.
There might be a way that Justin drew 4 pumps and then doesn't find error, right?
Yeah. Hey, that's what we're talking, right? You have to hope they stumble so that you can get a little bit of tempo back. But this is just gonna be 6 damage taken by Justin.
Like when I played Azalea, I've had that happen. Draw 4 pumps, can't find error. I have to pass my turn. But is that right, Mr. Rebel?
I think so. Gonna go ahead and look at the top of the deck here with Skullbone Crosswrap. Put to the bottom. Now all of a sudden, dominate is important,
CNC?
but damage also is just super relevant all of a sudden. It's not just dominate.
Oh, it's lethal.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. Like every attack you have to respect, even the non-dominated one.
Looks like it's an E. Is it? Oh, it looks like it's Art of War in his hand.
Another Ardor here, so that is a no block, which means we might have to play it again here because facing down all this damage. Let's go ahead and make our cards block for a little more and take the no block out of our hand. Down to 3 cards, however.
Drew a non-attack. And what's the last?
E-Strike gonna block for 4 here because of the Ardor. Justin, smelling blood in the water at 22 and at 2-0 after 2 rounds here at the Calling Taipei, looking like he is getting ready to punch his ticket to the 3-0 category. They're talking about 2 cards left in hand. He's got 4 cards still in his hand because that Ravenous Rabble did in fact come from the arsenal.
Tunic counter's ready too.
Absolutely.
CNC is on top of the deck.
Which means we're going to draw that CNC if we go ahead and activate the Death Dealer here. Justin going to go ahead and pitch away. Looks like another Remorse is being pitched, and we're just...
Oh, yeah, that is...
Red in the ledger.
That is...
Pumped up by 5.
That is game's over.
This is going to be... Oh, and
Codex,
that's that.
he loses a card.
Yep.
What's that? Red and ledger of a 10?
Yeah. Red and Ledger for 10, and the Codex here going to make Jay grab a card from his own graveyard to go to the arsenal, and he has to discard a card from that point forward. So this is going to probably be all she wrote. Codex of Frailty here going to spell the end of the game, more than likely, unless there's something magic hidden in.
There's no magic.
There's no magic. There's no magic. There's no magic at all. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and let's just finish resolving the cards here. We're going to grab, you know, the best card if we were able to survive would be the Command and Conquer most likely, but given that this Red in the Ledger will be coming in 410. Yep, there's the Command and Conquer. And that's that.
Dang.
Put the mask in front of it. And Justin on Azalea moves into 3-0 on the back of some incredibly powerful dominated Red in the Ledgers, Remorselesses, Bolton shots, and is just going to go ahead and clean up that game handily.
Yeah, just Justin had all the tempo that game. Katsu didn't really get to play the game, right? Like, every turn he got Red and Ledger, every turn he got Tech for 17.
Yeah. I'm sure it sure felt like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure for the poor Katsu player, it felt like I really never got a chance
Like,
to
it feels
breathe there,
bad
but-
when you play Surging Strike, and then you have to turn.
Oh, yeah.
Which was what Jay kind of did.
Yeah.
So, bit unfortunate for Jay's side on the draws from the Azalea side and his side, but it's still 2-1.
Yeah.
There's plenty of life left.
Plenty of games left, plenty of tournament left. And now looking at a deck like Azalea, you talk about it as being underplayed. You know, you imagine people at home watching a deck pop off in that manner. It's like, oh my God, I have to play Azalea. So if it is underrepresented, what do you think is keeping it off of the top tables? Or keeping it not necessarily off the top tables, but keeping up top representation?
I think everyone's just scared of Warmonger's diplomacy. Yeah, so I think a lot of people assume that have stated that Warmonger really hurts Azalea. Which it does, but I don't feel like it would say it makes Azalea unplayable.
Yeah.
Like, obviously Justin just showed us that game where he just dominated that Katsu player.
Yeah.
Like, and Azalea, it just has good matchups against the current meta. You know, have good matchup against Lexi, good matchup against Katsu, Dash, just big numbers with big on hits.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, so scared of Warmonger's diplomacy, but also potentially scared of the Dromai matchup, right? You know, if you're not able to find, I think that I do not in any way, even just from my own experience playing, it's not unwinnable.
No, it's definitely not.
But kind of like we saw here, you kind of got to high roll a little bit, right? You got to find those dominated attacks when you need them. You need to find those pumps. You need to be able to clear dragons when you can't find poppers at like super critical moments. Yeah. And then you can get there.
I actually like that matchup, watching that matchup. It's really exciting.
It's a very cool matchup to watch because it does feel very fast-paced and
it's
very
fast-paced.
much like,
It's like, does he have it? Does he have it? Does he have it?
100%.
Yeah.
And with an Azalea already moving up to 3-0, with so many Dromais here, you have to imagine that we're going to see more Dromais moving up into the win column here, so that potentially we could get a chance to see that. But for now, it looks like it's time for us to take a little bit of a break. Go ahead and check out some of the remainder of the games. There's a little bit, about 15 minutes left in the round, so we're going to go ahead and cut to, dude, I don't know if you've been seeing, but I mean, you probably know about this given that you work for this company, but there are these beautiful interviews that I see.
Yeah, I know, they're
Mr.
great.
Gottlieb and Mr. White. I'm like,
Ethan.
I want to turn the stream on and listen to those myself.
Yeah, I haven't even listened to them.
Yeah. I'm going to definitely be going back and watching these VODs. I'm like, I want to watch this. But thank you all so much for hanging out with us so far. That was round 3 of the Calling Taipei, and we've got so much great games from some of the best players from all around the world. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
Hey, hi guys, I'm Brian Kong from One Collectibles. One Collectibles is a card shop that does a lot of collectibles and also Flesh and Blood. So we sell and buy a lot of Flesh and Blood singles. We have our own inventory on our website. We run events, host events, and we do booth a lot in a lot of international events. So you'll see us at Worlds, at Callings. You guys can find us on One Collectibles Instagram or Facebook, One Collectibles. Our website is onecollectiblesfab.com. You can look through our large inventory over there. We have high-end singles to playable Majestics to promos. Yep, so you can find a lot of things over there. You get to experience the whole world, you know. We go to different parts of the world. So first one was I think it was New York, into Lille, into San Jose, Baltimore. So you get to experience a lot of different cultures. It's a very fruitful experience. You get to learn many things on the job. You know, setting up the whole booth, interacting with other customers. You know, getting to know them. And just growing your inventory and your sales. As I'm a competitive player, I think it's the first time I win a competitive event was probably Road to Nationals like 2 years ago or something. Yeah. So that's where I won with Dash, and that's how that's how people got to know me as what they call the gun god, which is basically I popularized Dash in Singapore. Yeah. So we have the Marvel Levia, but I think you guys can take a look at the main bulk, which is here. This is our main bulk, which is a lot of the first edition Kofoys.
Oh.
So you have WTR Kofoys, ARC Kofoys, and Crucible Kofoys.
Okay.
So you can take a look at this. So, yeah. So these are Kofoys and some promos. Kofoys are from like ARC, WTR, and we have some special ones here, which is the Gold Foils. Yeah.
Gold foils.
Yeah. So these are some of the Gold Foils that we purchased along the way. One of it is where I won it in National Stop It. Oh look, and there's another one there, which is the EA Tunic.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's a hard one to come by. Bye guys. You can find One Collectibles around the world. You know, we are going to every event, most events. You can find us in Singapore at Paya Lebar, Grand Link Square, Guillemard Road. We have a physical store, but if you ever need any singles, you can just head on to our website, onecollectiblesfab.com.
Promo code.
Yes, so that's our promo code. Yes, we ship internationally as well. Yeah.
Okay, hello, my name is Chu Heng. I'm from Singapore. My top finishers are top 16 Proto Liu and a top 4 at I think Wolves Calling. I think that's San Jose. My favorite hero is Prism. Well, I mean it's Prism. Who doesn't like Prism? I like how Icelander plays as well, and I enjoy playing Kano, although I don't think I'm very good at the deck. Okay, so I got started in Flesh and Blood because one of my closer friends runs a LGS, and then one of his closer friends brought in Flesh and Blood, and then we introduced it to our local game store. I started 2 years ago, just before Monarch pre-release.
Right.
So I managed to get in a few pre-releases back then, and it was I think it was a COVID period, and I actually opened a cold foil. So that kind of kickstarted everything off. Yeah. And cold points are quite expensive back then, I think. I would say I'm fairly successful in Flesh and Blood. I made a lot of finals. I didn't win a lot of events, but I did make a lot of finals. So I also met a lot of people around the world. And I think I got to know a lot of new friends in Singapore as well. I think this is a bit like double-edged in a sense. I think one of my favorite memories is I went to Proto Liu, which is the second Proto, and I was doing really well. I went 10-0 until I stopped winning. Like literally, just needed one more game for top 8. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great memory.
That's great.
Even though it's a little bit painful near the end. Yeah, I think a close second is the Pro Quest where I qualified for Liu itself. I think it was helped organized by Jukes. I actually won that whole event, and it was also on Prism. And it wasn't a smooth journey, right? I played 6 rounds. I lost close to the end, and I bubbled into top 8. So I made 8th place and I won the event. So
amazing.
That was, I think, my first event win as well. So yeah, that was great. Okay, so previously I traveled a lot for Magic Grand Prix events, which are now named differently. So I enjoy those trips because I get to see a lot of the world. I traveled to Japan a lot in particular, which I really enjoyed that country. Yeah, so I've always wanted to travel for Flesh and Blood Con. So far I've been traveling more for just protos and in general. So Worlds, I would say, is more like a proto as well. So I mean, this is the first calling I'm actually traveling overseas for, and so it's very exciting. And a lot of my friends are here as well, so we get to stay together in this house, and it's great.
Nice.
I mean, for me, I just want to continue doing well, hopefully win my own nationals. I keep getting denied by Gordon, so As for this calling, I mean, I prepared quite a bit, but confidence, well, not so confident. Hopefully things can go my way a bit. Originally for CC, I think one of my first few successful decks were on Dash.
Okay.
So Bright Lights introduces a lot of new cards to Dash. So while I'm not playing Dash, for many reasons, I honestly I like the set a lot. I think I was actually very interested to play Tackle Person. I tried a bit of Dash IO, but it didn't really work out for this calling. And I don't really like Max, but yeah, I think the set is interesting.
Hi, I'm Ya Chong. I'm from Game Tavern, Singapore. We are here to sell and buy FAB cards. Today is day 0. We definitely sell a lot of product. We clear one whole box of Welcome to the Rust. People been opening packs, and the cards are selling very fast from Bright Lights. I think it's a very interesting approach to have expansion set, but of course the hit rate also varies. We realize that come to the big event, people really need singles. Yeah, because it's a mechanologist means that the singles from other classes are also in high demand. Yeah, we realize that not all players are building new decks, but some just want to upgrade their deck right before the calling. It's my first time traveling as a vendor, yeah. Last time I traveled for events, but now travel for vendor is definitely different. There are a lot of things going through, what to pack, what not to pack, a lot of debate about what to bring, what not to bring. The truth is you can never be fully prepared. So we are happy about what we bring over here, and we hope that we can sell as much as possible and buy as much as possible.
Nice. What cards are you looking to buy?
We are looking for, because Taiwan actually started Flesh and Blood earlier than us. So we are definitely looking into high-end first edition stuff from Welcome to the Rust, some code foils, alpha code foils that we didn't manage to get. And yeah, basically, and staples. We need a lot of staples to prepare our upcoming ProQuest season as well. Yeah. Wow. Pro Tour Singapore? Near future, yeah. I think we can count on that, yeah.
I was thinking more like in terms of product.
In terms of product, I really love Roundtable. Roundtable is awesome. Compared to the previous one, the Dorencia versus Rhina, I think Roundtable is what really bring in new players. You see players from other games, they just bought the product because they want to play some tabletop games with their friend and they are learning it. So, and PvE, we need PvE, yes.
Hey everyone, it's Hayden Dale from Arsenal Pass here, and my best finishes in Flesh and Blood is a national championship win and a calling win, as well as a couple of calling top 8s and top 4s.
And who's your favorite hero?
Oh, that's a tough one. My favorite hero, it's either Rhina or Viserai, and honestly, it changes all the time.
Well, currently right now, what's your favorite hero?
Currently right now, my favorite hero is Dromai. Oh, so I'm a content creator for Flesh and Blood, and I guess pro player, if you want to call us that. So I do a lot of traveling to play Flesh and Blood, as well as create content. We have a weekly podcast on the Arsenal Pass YouTube channel, as well as podcast services where we talk about sort of competitive Flesh and Blood, really. Yeah, so I got into Flesh and Blood at the very start of the game back in 2019. I was fortunate enough, and I guess maybe good enough, to win one of the first callings in Sydney, Australia. And from there, I got into content creation and kind of started the journey as a player traveling to play this great game. Yeah, traveling to different places to I guess play the game, see the world has been amazing. Been to Europe, to North America, to Asia, Singapore a couple of times. Now Taiwan's my first time in Taipei and Taiwan. And honestly, it's an amazing part of being able to play Flesh and Blood and travel around the world. Yeah, I mean, I have so many great memories of Flesh and Blood, but I think, you know, being a content creator and one half of a channel with my good friend Brendan Patrick of Arsenal Pass, the first time we got to meet was a year into our journey together creating content. We never got to meet each other in person, and we finally got to do that in November 2021, and we got to unite for the Calling Florida and US National Championships, and that's definitely a highlight for me. It was, you know, just meeting people has been awesome. I have high, I guess, objectives for myself, I'd love to be a Pro Tour champion or a world champion in Flesh and Blood. But really, I just want to continue to be a content creator in the game and enjoy the game and continue to play the game, see the world as much as possible, and hopefully make a few top 8s and wins along the way if I can. For this calling, I'm not as prepared as I have been for others, but I would really like to achieve a cash finish. I'm aiming always for top 8. I think that's my kind of minimum expectation of myself, but we'll see once the rounds start going tomorrow. I like to play it round at a time and just see how we go. Brightlets is an interesting set, I think. For limited play, I'm really excited about it. We've played some Sealed today in the Bounty event, been doing some drafts, and I'm excited to draft it come the World Championships in just over a month's time. For Classic Constructed, I think it's a real unknown right now what it's going to turn out like. For me, right now, I honestly don't know. I like Mechanologist, but I'm kind of focused on, I guess, some of the other heroes, and I'm excited to see if anyone else can kind of break the set and come out with maybe a Dash or a Max or a Teklo deck this weekend.
Hello Taiwan, my name is Wisnutan and I'm an illustrator. So I'm responsible for designing both Rainer and Levia. This is my first time to go in Taiwan and I'm really excited to go another country where I've never visited, like in Taiwan. And I think this is a very exciting experience. The best part is meeting with a lot of fans, FIB fans, and yeah, chat, do a small chat and do a commissions like sketching and do a signing. Favorite hero? Rainer. Okay. Thank you for supporting me. Keep playing Flesh and Blood and see you next time.
Hello everyone, I'm LPT. Chinese name is Liao Pei Tong. The best achievement is the last year World Championship top 4. I started this game from Monarch. And then that time it's like COVID-19, so everyone only can play game, like use camera and play on internet. And then I choose to play like competitive is after I got the information of the Taiwan national, they were holding paper real game. So from the beginning, I choose Kasu for my hero, and then that time is like it's the Rainblade time, and I really cannot use Kasu to beat too consistent to beat Rainblade. So, but I still choose Kasu for my hero, and then until like last year Road to National, it's like the fight really OP, but I'm not lucky guy, so I cannot use the Stamina Hammer fight to kill people in the second turn or third turn.
I see.
And then later I choose Prison, but I don't know how to play. And then later I choose Briar, and I find out Briar is really consistent. It can have a really combo turn like Channel Mountain and 7-7-7-7. And also can, because of the embodiment of Earth, it's really great to, this hero can block really well.
Right.
Also the release and the the Ranger become really OP. So
right.
Later I choose Ranger to my next deck. Let's say 2.
Yeah, sure.
The first is the first time I joined the Singapore Calling. Before that time, I don't think I can do really well in a competitive event. So I just go to Singapore and like for trip for fun. Mm-hmm. And then I think it's really lucky I can get in the top 8 Singapore Calling. Yep. And then let's make me more try hard and do better in this game.
Okay.
And then the second is, of course, is the Worlds. It's an amazing experience and memory. That is the first time I go to USA. Wow. And with my teammates CYK and Eugene, and we go to USA for have fun in Worlds, and again really lucky to become top 4. I don't want to put a lot of like stress on me to just to play really competition game, just like spend a lot of cost. So usually my thought is I go to another new country and I never visit. And it's for like trip and travel, and then I have a game in that city. And of course, it depends on I'm busy or not. So if not busy, of course we'll practice more. But sometimes it's really busy, so just have a trip and for fun. Play Flesh and Blood and see the world for fun.
Right.
Right now it's like the Dromai, Lexi match. I'm not sure match because in the theory match. No. Match is not really great to beat Dromai. Dromai is like can block and can use like dragon to stay on the field, and match have to use like in your deck you have to use 2 cards to kill 1 dragon to boost. Before the game, like every pro dash player say the Droma is the worst matchup, and I'm not sure is how about it get Bright Light the new card to beat the Droma deck. Icelander is also consistent, but in meta, everyone say it's not good to beat Droma and Lexi. And also match is a tough matchup for Icelander, so I'm not sure how is the Icelander position in this meta. So I think Lexi and Dromai is the like top 1, top 2 deck in this meta.
Hi, we are Finder Hobby. We have been running our store with our sister company Agra Hobby for quite a while. Yeah, we're here selling some accessories and Flesh and Blood TCG. We are from Singapore. It has been a quite tedious trip because we've been carrying a lot of heavier luggage, bringing along all along the way, walking and coming down to the venue here. Quite rewarding and of course tiring. So far it has been a very good experience. It's a very nice place here in Taiwan to meet all the players and the artists. So far our playmat has been quite a good place for them to take a look at the artworks of the cards in FAB2.
The valuable
we have,
part.
heart. We have our Eye of Ophelia. We have our first set foils and marbles. So far, yeah, all mid-range higher prices that people can afford.
I'm Nick from Sydney, Australia. I'm the reigning Singapore calling champion. I'm last year's Australian national champion. I got top 4 at the 3v3 calling. I've top 32'd a few of the pro tours. Dorothea is my favorite hero. She's just tragically bad right now, so no go. But it is what it is. I wouldn't say I'm definitely no pro player. I think I just started playing when the game started, had an alright finish and just played ever since, slowly get better at the game. And yeah, privileged enough to have got lucky and won a couple of events. My favorite card is probably the 3v3 calling, the memories and opportunity to team with a couple of your good friends and win together, lose together. This was a great bonding experience, and hopefully there's more in the future. I want to be the world champion. I think that's the ultimate goal, I think, of every player. One day to be a world champion. So I'm going to try this year really hard. I'm going to Dallas. I'll be in Melbourne. I'll be doing a lot of these events. So all the prep is good. Honestly, playing helps a lot. Having a good testing team to play with. Never settle. Never be entitled. Always feel that you can do better. It's about having a good time as well. Okay, I think all of the new heroes are quite weak. It's just okay. Like, obviously there's future design potential with these cards. People don't have patience, and people will want things to be as good at the gate like Lexi was out to Outsiders, where everyone thought she was terrible and then everyone complained about her. Which any of these heroes could be that in the future, so people should be patient. yeah, I think they're doing a really great job right now, especially with a lot of different directions that they're going. All right, thanks for watching the stream, everyone. Check out the next feature match coming up soon.
Hi, I'm Elvin from Premier Card Grading, and what we do is we actually grade cards for trading card games. If you like to grade our cards, you can find us at premiercardgrading.com.my. We are from Malaysia. So generally, you can send in cards from Southeast Asia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, and you can get your cards graded for you. If let's say you don't, things may happen, right? I've witnessed accidents happen before. I've seen people accidentally damaging the cards, dropping cards. Even they put it into a magnetic sleeve, it still can damage the card. So usually for cards inside the case, right? For me, I'm quite confident with this. I can just drop it. No issue.
Okay.
The card will be fine. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's meant to protect the card. Okay, what sets us apart is that we are generally very fair. As much as we are strict, we are still very fair. So the subgrades will show you your final grade. Like, there's a reason why this card's a 9.5 and not a 10 is because even though the centering, corners and the surface is 10, but the edges are a 9. So generally, we are very fair on it. And these are actually my personal cards.
I see.
Right? I got no say in the grades that I want. You know, whenever I submit cards also, we all get everything back in a very fair grade. So if you decided to grade your cards, you can look for a middleman, okay, that is within your region. You can find us on Facebook as well. And it's all listed there also. If you can't, just look for us at premiercardgrading.com.my and you can submit your cards to us.
你好，我中文名字是曾以生, but in English you can call me Ethan Vansant Mansant. I'm right here in the lovely Calling Taipei in Taiwan, hosted by the lovely Fabled Events. I'm super happy to be here, surrounded by lovely people and playing some great Flesh Blood this weekend. Just last weekend, you might have seen me streaming Battle Hard in Milwaukee. There's another event upcoming next weekend, but I had a little bit of a break, so I showed up here to go ahead and play because I do a bunch of things. I'm a player, streamer, content creator, producer, sometimes caster. I try not to do that as much, but really I wear all hats in the Flesh and Blood world, I think. Sure, yeah, I started playing Flesh and Blood right when Monarch came out and pretty immediately fell in love with Levia, who I still play and hopefully will play tomorrow in the main event, or today when you're watching this. But I've got some friends trying to make me play Lexi. But I've been basically playing Levia since she came out and really enjoy her and try to just innovate on deck lists and swap all over the place with that. And that's the beautiful thing about Flesh and Blood. There's so much innovation to be had. I feel like I add one new card to the list and I have to learn the entire sequence of plays all over again. So I just never get bored of it. And that's really what's carried me through every season. I want to find the best Levia deck, see what can top a ProQuest, see what can win an RTN. She still hasn't top 8'd a Calling yet, so maybe that's part of my journey. Maybe that's this weekend. That would be great. But yeah, she's really carries me through. My biggest achievements in Flesh and Blood are nothing, on the ladder. I mean, I guess I have high limited ELO, but I haven't really won anything big, just some ProQuests and RTNs. But mainly what I think I bring to the Flesh and Blood world comes a lot from the production that I've been doing in the United States and even Canadian nationals as well. So all over North America, you can find me streaming events, and I really try to do my best for the community there. And I really love that part of what I do. All right, favorite memory of Flesh and Blood? Why not? We'll call it something recent. I didn't think I was coming to Calling Taipei, at all. But then Sam, one of the casters today, messaged me and says, dude, they're bringing me to Calling Taiwan. What do I do? And I'm like, what do you mean, what do? You go, man. You have an amazing time. And he goes, but will my phone work? And I'm like, dude, if you need that many baby steps, I should just come with you. He's like, yeah, dude, come with me. And so randomly, I just checked ticket prices and they were cheap enough that I could actually swing it. And holy crap, I'm here. So that's a pretty incredible happenstance. I'm super thrilled. And this is about to be a great weekend. It's already been a great couple of days eating amazing food, visiting friends and family that I have here. So it's I think forming probably my favorite Flesh Blood memory of all time, just being here. Traveling for
Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling Taipei. It is time for round 4. We're chunking through this day, about to hit, the halfway point through our day of Classic Constructed here, and it is time for a matchup between Dragons and Brutes. We got Hayden Dale of Arsenal Pass fame, former Australian national champion on his Dromai build, facing off against Jose Lau playing Rhinar, Reckless Rampage. Plenty of 6s there for Phantasm Popper, so this is going to be a matchup that perhaps Hayden's going to have to do a little bit of a different game plan to navigate.
Oh, 100%. I think that he mentioned that Rhino was one of his worst matchups.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Ah, and you picked the matchup.
No, I just wanted to watch Rhino.
Oh, okay. Nothing about watching Hayden Dale just navigate something tough.
I always that as well.
Okay. Understand.
But I'm a big fan of Brute. I like how they play. It's just big attacks and your Blood Rush Tello turns to 18, 20. And funny enough, Hayden is actually a Brute player.
Yeah, he loves Rhino.
He loves Rhino, yeah.
Unfortunately, though, there's also plenty of lore from Hayden and having some trouble against Rhinar in big moments, in big tournaments on stream. We all remember last year's World Championship when he was cruising towards a top 8 finish and just got quad intimidated on turn 0, I think by maybe a local of mine, Zachary the Wall Wallach. But let's see if he's going to fare better here against Jose's Rhinar list. Now, do you have a sense of, is it just the 6 attacks that make it so tough for our friend Mr. Dale, or is it the fact that these, the tomes don't block and he's playing a little more of these red cards?
The tomes definitely do. The no blocks definitely do matter, but most importantly, it's just
all the 6s.
Every hand you'll have 6.
Yeah.
The deck is. You don't play cards that don't have 6 power on them. You don't play attack action cards in Rhino that don't have 6 power.
Yeah, for sure. So that's going to be a different kind of game plan here, and these decks that are less, less blue heavy, a little less, kind of dragon focus. They do have some more attack actions, right? But some of those attack actions, like Miraging Metamorph, they still have the Phantasm stapled onto the card.
As well as, Dromai's more of a mid-range deck. Rhino, there's these big turns. You intimidate 2 or 3 cards and you punch 18.
Yeah.
Dromai doesn't want to deal with that. They want to block out, play the value game, play the dragons, build the board, deal with it.
Yeah, so you have to imagine that Hayden's gonna have to kind of actuate a different game plan here. We do see the Seeker's Mitts being thrown into the arm slot there. Both players powering up. We got the Gambler's Gloves class. We got a nice extended art set of equipment there for Jose. He's gonna looks like go ahead and have one final shuffle. Both players getting their decks together. They got matching sleeves. We got some red sleeves.
Cute.
That's interesting.
On the red playmat.
On the red playmat. It's like they knew they wanted to be aesthetic for us. That's kind of them. So what do you think is going to be the way Hayden's going to try to navigate this game? Do you think he's just going to be fully setting up a second cycle with Mirage guys, passing Mirages and playing almost like, that kind of Guardian style of gameplay? I don't see a ghostly touch there in the list, so that's not going to be something he can play towards.
Yep. I think he's just going to really value his non-dragon attacks. So his deck is actually very similar or not even the same list as Nick Butcher's.
Yeah, they're like 4 cards different or something. Maybe not even.
He's going to have the Inline Strikes. He's going to have the Ravenous Rebels. He's going to have the Snatchers. Those are very important cards against this Rhino matchup that cannot be just popped from the Phantasm mechanic.
Yeah.
Especially with Chromai Mirage guys.
Sure.
Passing Mirages. All these value cards that stop Phantasm give you extra action.
Sure, arcane damage as well. Don't see any Skullhorn or the like represented by the Rhinar player, so Burn the Mauls and Asvalize could have a good way of getting through damage. Looks like Rhinar's going to be on the play here, guys. Everybody, time to buckle up for round 4 here at the Calling Taipei. Let's get into the game. The Tunic energy counter being put up to 1. We're going to go ahead and just start the game with a Blood Rush Bellow. Why not? Hayden is no stranger to getting intimidated on turn 0, so why not now? Let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and get rid of just the Wrecker Romp there. Yeah, one of those rare blue 6s that Brutes have been clamoring for ages. And card getting intimidated there for Hayden. 3 cards left to block with, and now we've just got Mandible Claws.
5.
Gonna leak some damage here most likely. We don't have the Wave of Reality, interestingly enough, so we're gonna take 2 after blocking with the Invoke Uvia. 2 damage coming across. Hayden having to do so after the Intimidate. Perhaps just another Mandible Claw. We've got a couple cards left for Jose here. And it is just going to be that Mandible Claw for another 5. 1 left in hand. 2 cards actually left in hand after
so
the Blood Rush
5, and then you're probably looking
at
something
else.
Like maximum swing big would probably be the best.
Can you
scenario.
imagine? Just going to be the pulping, so we're going to draw and discard, and we're going to discard a swing big, so that's going to intimidate the second card. We're going to pitch into the Seeker's Mitch before we have to discard, just at least make an Ash. We're still going to have to eat all the damage off this turn. I think it might even be 8, right? 6 plus 2 off the Blood Rush Bella. So
the Seeker Mitts will prevent one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the 7. So that is going to create an Ash, that 1 damage prevention from the Seeker's Mitts. That does actually have text beyond just make an Ash. I literally was just like, oh, it doesn't make an Ash. No, it actually prevents the damage as well.
Prevents damage.
And we're going to get to, I think, even Opt as well. Yeah, there's plenty of text on that card. But yeah, good amount of damage here for poor Hayden. As we said, no stranger to Intimidation on turn 0, and looks like that is going to be the name of the game here for Jose. Those 2 cards were intimidated away. You'd like to have been able to use them to block as you get to draw up at the end of this turn as well, but now...
9 damage, good Blood Rush Bellow turn for Jose. Hayden is probably happy that one of them's gone. It's 2 left.
Yeah, maybe he's happy.
Yeah,
maybe he's happy about that. He might be feeling some other emotions as well, but let's see what he wants to do here. We're just going to go ahead and pitch the Remembrance into the gold token. So making no Ash, but using just 1 card to draw a card off of the gold. Interesting thing about playing the Crown of Dominion for the Tome of Imperial Flame, you also just have access to that gold token. We saw Nick Butcher use it in round 1 to create 2 Ash by pitching the 2 red cards. There's the Tome that we were talking about just a moment ago. Gonna go ahead and draw 2 cards, pitch 2 red cards, make 2 Ash, and continue on with our lives. So let's see which cards are heading to the pitch here for Mr. Dale. Let's see, burn them all in the hand, maybe even a Miraging Metamorph as well. Tome of Imperial Flame featuring heavily in these 2, in these 2 former champions or of the Australian region.
I think every Draw My List that Draw My player here will be including 3 tomes in the deck.
Yeah.
Card's just a powerhouse.
It's just that good. It wasn't featured as heavily in some of the first tournaments that we saw in the US. I saw Mara Ferris mention that she was going to have to be the one to show the world the power of the tome, at least in the States, but we are seeing some of these players here utilize it to devastating effect. There's a Burn Them All going to the bottom of the deck. There's that arcane damage like we were talking about, and a Command and Conquer. So one of those non-dragon attacks that can be used to dodge a Phantasm. But first, it's time for just a Miraging Metamorph. This is going to have Phantasm. It's not going to have Go Again, but it looks like Hayden might just be anticipating that this is going to get popped.
It can get Go Again.
With the Snapdragon Scalers. But for now, no Go Again, especially if it gets popped. And looks like,
Savage.
Savage Beatdown, right? That's a big old card. That can be coming in for 12.
That's a fun card.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and just lose that to the Phantasm there. So Hayden buying a Pauper out of the deck, keeping a card in hand, having to Arsenal. So not a lot of dragons or much he was able to do save for send that. And we're just going to go for a CNC here from the Rhinar, threaten that Arsenal. No Crown of Providence as a result of this Tome of Imperial Flame, forcing them into a slightly different deck building decision when it comes into their equipment slot.
Yeah, Command, just like I said, Command Conquer. Such a good card. Demands 2 cards all the time. If you value Arsenal. Sometimes you might not value Arsenal.
Sometimes not. Most times, yes.
Most times you do. Most times you.
Most times,
you're
yes.
defending it.
Definitely in aggressive matchups, you can sometimes see heroes say it's worth, it's worse for me to block with these 2 cards than just eat 6 and lose the Arsenal card. But in a matchup like this, you have to imagine, Hayden is going to have to be playing towards some kind of a pretty well thought out game plan because of all those 6s.
So he blocks the 3 and he loses a sync below.
Just gonna go ahead and
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah.
What's in his hand?
The Chrome Caverns there. We're gonna go ahead and just pitch into Miragai. So that's gonna be Ash neutral. So the new Ash there, the Chrome Caverns, that's a huge way you can get around Phantasm as well.
Yep.
It's the new Ash, kind of like the ones we saw in Dynasty. See one head into the pitch though, and one to the graveyard as that Command and Conquer.
This new Ash is awesome because it kind of works on one of the best dragons.
Absolutely. So now here we go. Hayden establishing 2 Phantasm stoppers on the same turn. So that's pretty big, if you're looking to try to stabilize.
That's even bigger.
That is in fact much bigger. So that's going to be a Tunic into the Blood Rush Bella
so
here.
It's a 5-card brute hand.
So we might just be ignoring this dragon and this Passing Mirage potentially, depending on how much damage comes out. Oh my goodness me.
Hayden's thinking, so he's going to use Sand Cover.
In response to the Intimidate, yeah. So this is going to go ahead and block 4 damage on the turn. He can see the writing on the wall, a lot of damage coming at him, so I want to make sure we're not, we're able to get the 4 block out of that card. We don't want it to be intimidated and not be able to do anything with it. That's going to take up one of the ashes as he's representing there with that blue die, but now this is a 5-card hand with Blood Rush Bellows. You have to imagine, you have to wonder how much go again is present in that hand, or are we going to have to see
we'll see a Scabskin roll.
those Scabskins roll for the first time of the Calling Taipei. That'd be pretty exciting. All right, Jose, you got 5 cards. You got Blood Rush Bellow. You got Dromai with your name on it.
Oh, he does have a Savage Feast in his hand.
Okay.
So Scabskins could be on the table.
Yeah, that's going to represent
8.
Yeah, good man. He's drawing a card. Let's see. He's thinking this through. He's got a bunch. You have, Scabskin Leathers. It is a.
He might think. My hand might be 5 reds, to be honest.
Ooh, now because we did see him use the tunic, right,
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
Blood Rush Bellow, which is, sometimes you just want to have as many card access as possible. But
Oh,
no,
no,
there's the
it's
Wrecker Romp.
Forget-
Easy. We always had it. We
Right.
never didn't have it. So
Trumps.
that's going to go ahead and take care of the mirror guy. Looks like this is a Scabskins roll. Is that a 6? It's totally a 6. It's totally a 6. So that's 3 action points, man. This is insane. So that's going to go ahead.
Discard.
You're going to discard a card, and yep, that is a swing bid that heads to the discard here. And now we're going to get another Intimidate. This is another big ol' attack for 8. Drew a card off the Savage Feats. We're going to give the Invoke Dominia to the cause here. Yep, there's 8. My goodness me. So we're going to take another 5 here.
No, you want to take just 1. We're on the same
Oh,
cover.
the sand cover. Yep. That's still going to be on the line here. So just the 1 damage there. Sand cover doing some good work there, but still 2 cards are in the Banish face down.
No cards in Hayden's hand as well, I think.
Yep. This is going to be any damage from here. There's 5 more. Hayden's just going to have to accept. Say, yes, I'd like this damage, please. Please, sir, may I have another? But because, like you
then
said,
use all the Scabskin actions, right?
yeah. So only able to use
Oh my gosh.
1 action point off the Scabskins there, right? Because the Mandible Claws had natural go again. So even though we did roll the 6, that is all that we were going to be able to find.
Sam.
Talk to me.
I think he drew his
Third
Blood Rush Bellow. Kind of had the glimpse of it.
Boy, oh boy.
Hey.
Hayden, buckle up, bro.
And I think that in the Arsenal is another Savage Feast.
Okay.
So we could be seeing a repeat of that last turn.
Yeah. Okay.
But luckily Hayden had sand cover that.
Yeah, that was
turn.
helpful. And the Asvalai here going, yeah, oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and now final 2 cards in hand here are going to be potentially discarded to the Blood Rush Bellow. We're going to go ahead and get rid of. That is
blue.
the 3rd Wrecker Romp. 1's been pitched, 2 have been discarded. We're going to go ahead and let's Intimidate again. Draw 2 more cards. I think that might have been Insane Flash National. I can't tell. 3 cards being flipped maddeningly fast by Mr. Jose Lau as we've got all of these Mandible Claws ready to come in with go again. 1 pitch floating. Hayden's just got it. Once you've worked through these 3 Blood Rush Bellows, you've seen the biggest and spikiest turns from the Reiner here.
Yeah.
But the question is, will you have taken too much damage to stabilize from that point forward? As here is a Mandible Claw. It does have 5 power. It does have go again, and it is not what you want to be seeing if you're Hayden Dale.
Yeah, you're right about the Blood Rush Bellow. It's the most scariest kind of brute. If you're able to survive it and stay on a healthy life, brute the power level kind of dies down unless you're rolling Scabskins and you roll like 2 or 3 action points each turn.
Which we saw that last turn. Maybe we'll see it again.
But Blood Rush Bellow is a big boost of why Reiner does so well.
Well, think of it this way. He drew it on the first turn of the game, and Hayden just had to eat 9 on turn
Yeah.
0 when you don't want to be eating any damage. Looks like we're going to give the Enlightened Strike to the block here, take another 2 points of damage. Hayden going down to 18, and now it's time for the Command and Conquer.
Okay, so this Blood Rush Bellow wasn't the worst.
But you only have 1 card left in hand for Hayden here, so that arsenal is going away no matter what.
So
Unless it's a... No, I was going to just say a D-React again. You can't play D-React to Command and Conquer, Sam. So here we go. This is coming in for 6.
This is now 16 damage turn.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. And especially when the chain finisher is a Command and Conquer that you only have 1 card left because of the Intimidate effect.
And he's taking 6.
He's just got to take 6.
Oh my
Go to
gosh.
12.
Oh.
Lose the second Mira guy. 3 cards are going to be available. Or no, just 2 cards. The 1 from the Intimidate and then the 1 card left in hand. Still have an Asvalai, still have a Passing Mirage. So, if you're Hayden Dale here, what are the keys to victory? You got to see some...
Alright, so all the Blood Rush Bellows are gone.
That's true.
The spikiest turns is probably Scabskin rolls, but that you can anything could happen. You know, could roll 1, could roll 2s, any freeze, and then you just 2-card block it. Now he can, like, he's establishing the board pretty well. He's got the Passing Rage, he's got Azalai, he's got Chromai. Now that Chromai does not have Phantasm because of the Passing Rage, so that will stay on the board. So Jose can't just ignore the dragons and go for life. If he does that, it goes pretty. It can get out of hand. The more dragons you have, yeah. See, now he's really He rolled for Scab Skins, and
he must have already. Yeah, he rolled the 5. That's
and he's clearing
so
clearing
quickly.
2 cards. So he respects the board.
Yeah. So now Hayden, for the first time in this entire game, is going to just be able to work with a 5-card hand, 4 cards in the arsenal, let the Passing Mirage and the Chromai taken away here. So now all attacks with dragons, unless we can establish something else here, are going to be having to be navigated through Phantasm Poppers. So let's see, 35 life to Hayden's 12. Jose has been in the firm grip around the driver's seat this entire game. It's gonna be a tough mountain to climb.
All right, here we go. 9 strike. Draw a card.
Put that damage dice on for us. Let's see. Did you already draw the card?
No.
Maybe it just is go again then.
Just go again. Okay.
Yeah, I think just go again here. So blocking for 2, using that, I think that's a Primeval Bellow, so one of the non-poppers that we can use on a card that we don't care about using a popper on.
Yep.
Nice for Jose to be able to use that for blocking when he doesn't have to worry about the dragons. Yet. Keyword there being yet. Invoke Uvi are going to go ahead and be pitched to Flamescale Furnace because as of now, we don't have any Ash, so that's going to trigger Dromai, make an Ash. And that's going to be immediately spent on a Yenderai. So without any Ash, we're going to have to utilize cards like Tome of Imperial Flame to be able to get those Ash in a hurry and in a pinch. Let's see if Haydendale attacks into what could be a popper. The answer is yes. 1 arcane damage and 2 physical represented by this Asvalai. But does Jose have a card he wants to commit to the Phantasm here? He's got a Beast within his hand, so that's definitely going to have options. Let's see, in the Beast Within, yep, just going to go ahead.
You 100% block the dragons.
Just got to blow it up.
Get them
1
out.
Yenderai left. Rhinar sitting at a comfortable 32. Tunic on 3. Just 1 dragon there on the board for Dromai here.
Now, let's see if he goes for life or it goes to the Yenderai. Luckily about Yenderai is you just throw a 6 attack and it will just automatically die.
That's true. And the thing we've seen is there's plenty of 6 attacks in this list. Here's a Pulping. We're going to draw. We're going to discard an Energy Potion. So no Dominate here and no Intimidate. So this can be blocked. And I don't believe it has Go again because it didn't discard the 6, right?
No, I think this guy in the 6 gives it Dominate.
But it always has Go again?
But it has Go again if your opponent doesn't block.
Blessed with 2 cards. There it is. Yeah. So the way it gets to Go again is because normally it has the Dominate, but because it doesn't have the Dominate, you can just stop the turn if you give the 2 cards.
Yep.
All right, this Pulping potentially Hayden now is going to be able to be left with a Yenderai. If he wants to give the 2 cards here, he can stop the Go again. And the answer is yes, Uvia, and I think maybe another Asvalai, meaning Hayden's going to have 2 cards in an arsenal. That was pretty big. Snatch. This is a Snatch, and this time we do get to threaten the Snapdragon Scalers. We do have nice, easy 4 blocks sitting over there on the equipment side. We're going to see if he just throws that in front of it easy.
Thinking about it.
We've also
maybe
started
throwing 1 card and 1 equipment.
Yeah, we started our turn with a red now. Flamescale Furnace is online. Dragons have Go again.
We will see that Snapdragon's usage probably this turn.
Have to imagine. We could also see if he blocks, depending on, Hayden might be thinking about how Jose is going to block. If we give cards here and there's going to be a less threatening turn on the back end, which is what he is doing, just giving the 2 cards. We are going to give the Snapdragon Scalers up forward, so I was wondering if we were going to see a Flamescale Furnace activation, but Chain is still alive, so we're keeping those 2 cards. Interesting to keep the armor around for a while, and this is just going to be a Miraging Metamorph, creating the Ash. Does have Phantasm, so 1 for 7 with Phantasm. Would create an Aura if it's popped with Phantasm, but no Burn the Mauls or anything like that on the field. So yep, just going to go ahead and be popped by one of those big 6 power attacks. I think it was a Pack Hunt donated to the Phantasm cause, which means it's just time for 3. No Go again from the Smash Instinct being pitched there. Mandible Claw coming in, threatening 1/4 of Hayden's life, a quarter of that puppy.
So Hayden does run cards like Sigil of Solace, which
true can change the math.
Can change his life,
100%.
15, 18, 21 maybe. So staying on that life, he feels a bit more comfortable than just 12. But he has to.
As of, yeah, you have to.
He has to
I
draw
wonder
them.
how comfortable he's feeling at the moment. After those 3 Blood Rush Bellas, which are now gone, going to give the Tonal Tie up to the cause here. Clearly not feeling like he's going to be able to get that off this turn. So Ravenous Rabble revealing the Ender Eye. Here's 4, no go again. Jose has definitely seemed comfortable blocking through some of these, attacking turns. I think he knows that he doesn't want to just,
throw away life for no reason.
and
right?
you get greedy, and all of a sudden, you never know what can happen in the game of Flesh and Blood.
I think he's just trying to shape his hand, find that hand that
another big,
that
powerful
pushes,
one. Yeah.
Especially without Blood Rush Bellows anymore.
And look at that, a Passing Mirage here going to go ahead and be played. So there's another thing that Jose has to deal with. 3 cards left in hand, 1 card left in arm. Time for the Scabskin's roll. This will a good way to get around Phantasm. That's a 3. So just the one action point still. See if he wants to. You probably don't commit the Gambler's Gloves.
The Gambler's Gloves, right?
All right. Gonna go ahead and check the graveyard. Hayden saying, did that really just happen? Having flashbacks. Is this real life? What year is it?
Did I really get Blood Rush Bellowed in the first
3 turns
4
in a row, yeah. So let's see. We're gonna time for a barraging beatdown. Gonna go ahead and intimidate a card. And if we don't block with 2 non-equipment cards, gonna also go ahead and give a big old buff.
And so then just trying to get the barraging beatdown out of his hand.
Interesting, yeah. Like you said, definitely seems like he's setting up for something big. Like he recognizes the potential and wants to just throw a hugely powerful turn in a way that Hayden is just going to be unable to block, utilizing those intimidate effects, just get the cards out of his hand. And if that's not shaping up for him, he's just doing board clearing, board management.
I definitely think that the Scabskin roll will be very important to build that big turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Time for Tome of Imperial Flame here. This is one of those big new cards. Going to go ahead and create 2 Ash and draw a couple cards. Cool to see it in action. I mean, it's super like well positioned in these games, like just creating the Ash when these players have been having a hard time generating it otherwise. Hayden's deciding which cards he wants to pitch. Sitting at 12, has managed to, I say stabilize at 12, but until you get more permanents on the battlefield, you have to wonder how stable his footing truly is. Going to go ahead and give a couple Ravenous Rabble and a Dust Up, so 2 non-Phantasm attacks heading to the pitch. 2 Ash created, 2 resources created. 3 cards left in hand and an Arsenal. What is he able to string together here? Hayden's an incredible player, been doing this a long time. Arsenal Pass, one of the, if not the most subscribed to Flesh and Blood podcast out there. So he's working through a game plan.
Like how you said podcast.
What is it?
Oh, no. I thought you'd say Flesh and Blood channel.
It is, but it's not, it's a podcast. It's the heart of it is the podcast.
Yeah.
My goodness, you said I like you call it podcast. My life flashed before my eyes. I was like, well, what is it? It's not a podcast.
It's competitive channel.
Yes, absolutely.
Ravenous Rebel. Oh, it's pretty important that really showing that thing below.
Yeah. And that's something that if he's able to clear the Arsenal and on that next turn, that's a really good way to protect yourself against powerful intimidation effects, is if you can park a D-React in the Arsenal, unless he already has one in there. But this is going to be a Ravenous Rabble 4/4.
Enabling all the dragons to go again. He has the Ashes now. I think Hayden's gonna start trying to push, unless Jose has a huge turn ahead of him. I think he still did he take the Rebel?
He's at 27, so I think he was above 30 before this, so he very well might have. Hayden going ahead and checking his own graveyard, seeing what he has used and what he hasn't. We haven't seen any Burn the Malls be played. We saw one get pitched early. Yep, gonna go ahead and just close the chain here. Time for a second Ender Eye, using one of those Ash and one of those floating resources. Hey, canonically, do you know if it's resources or energy? Because that's been a little debate on Twitter recently.
For
what he just had floating. Does he have floating resources, or did he have floating energy?
Resources.
Resources, cool. You heard it from the horse's mouth there, folks. A Invoke Kyloria and a Warmonger's Diplomacy being played back to back. So establishing 3 dragons and now a Warmonger's Diplomacy. And that card, not a lot of non-attack actions in Rhinar after your 3 Blood Rush Bellas have already been played, but critically, that also means you can't run your Snapdragon Scalers on that turn if you choose War. Right,
exactly.
So there's me if you don't have.
You mean Scabskin live?
Yep. Did I say Snapdragon?
Yeah.
Yes. It's
like, oh man.
Yeah.
What kind of deck do you play?
Scabskin leathers. It's the other leg piece that starts with S.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see what they pick, but most likely going to have to imagine pick war, so you can at least do something. Oh, look at that. Haydendale, no stranger to coverage. Looks like he was trying to find a way to write something down and put it on the table, but maybe not. Maybe decided against it. Said, I don't like you guys that much. All right, let's see. Going to pitch 2 into... This is a pack hunt. This just intimidates, and it looks like probably... We'll see if it clears the dragon or is going face.
See, now Hayden's really building the board, right? Like how I said, the blow rush turns are over. Now it's just going to be mediocre turns from the brute until they find like, you know, that perfect scab skin roll with the savage feast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Multiple action points.
Yeah, no, 100%.
But now Hayden, you know, he's already established 3 dragons that Jose must deal with. So Hayden's probably in a very comfortable position. Maybe his life could be a bit higher, but everything else, he's got a sink blow in his hand, slap 2, block for 6, play a red card, tackle dragon.
Yeah.
And then just Arsenal sink, and then I feel like that you're very safe from like the barrage beatdowns, the pull pings, and stuff like that.
Yeah, looks like...
you just use Stinker anyway?
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and give the 2 block on the Snatch and the Sink Below. It looks like he did sink a card to the bottom of the deck. Now going to resolve that Sink Below effect after blocking it all out. And that is going to be the end of the turn here for Jose because of that Warmonger's Diplomacy. We didn't have access to the Scabskin's Leathers, so let's use another Ash. Let's create another dragon. That board is growing.
It's growing, and he's not attacking.
No, the brood is assembling. Hayden going to go ahead and Arsenal now, draw up to those 4 cards. Jose is now himself left with a 5-card hand, and like we said, Hayden is sitting at a somewhat precarious 12. We haven't seen those sigils come out to play yet. See if he kept them in the deck. They are no blocks, but they do block for 3. We can see, got a...
See a double barrage and beatdown turn. So
okay.
So might be a triple intimidate, maybe quad intimidate. You know those quad intimidates, best part about playing brute. Worst feeling for your opponent, best feeling for yourself.
For sure. Plenty of things in Flesh and Blood that are, oh no, this must not be fun for you, but man, am I having a good time. Alrighty, so Jose gonna go ahead and shore up his own turn here, round 4 here at the Calling Taipei. Jose has been sitting at, well above 20 this whole game. Hayden has, definitely not, I struggle to say stabilized, but hasn't taken any damage since he went down to 12, 4 turns ago, and has established a bunch of dragons. So Jose having to try to navigate if he wants to start to clear dragons or just try to push damage with those intimidation effects.
I'm not too sure.
Question about the Ash on Asvalai there, if that Ash was used. I believe it was, but I was not tracking that specifically. Let's see. Maybe that's what they're talking about, or if they're having to think. So 4 dragons out. We've seen 2 passing mirages be, I think only 2, right?
2. 2.
1 Miragai get played and 1 Miragai get destroyed off of the Command and Conquer.
Huge.
So 2 potential avenues to stop Phantasm probably remaining in Hayden's deck. And we also saw 1 Dust of the Chrome Caverns be pitched, 1 Dust of the Chrome Caverns be also destroyed off of a CNC. So those are probably your best bets to try to shore up.
Yeah, so Hayden actually pitched a Remembrance turn 1 using
did.
gold. So that is another 3 copies of whatever cards he chooses. Probably the Miragai. I think his end plan is just to establish the ash, the material ashes, the caverns, and then play Chroma on top. Getting those action points.
Continue on from there.
Continue on.
Yep. See if you can catch your opponent not able to pop everything on the field. Haven't seen also any Rake the Embers either be played out, So.
Still a lot of power cards left for Hayden. Alright, Scabskin Levers.
I think it's another 3.
Oh, that's not what he wants.
That's not going to do much here. Not going to power up the turn to its highest ceilings. So that's going to be, there's a Barraging Beatdown number 1. Intimidate. 4 cards presented. Just going to go ahead and grab that one. We don't want to roll. Second, Intimidate. Barraging Beatdown number 2. Going to go ahead and shuffle those cards. Grab that one. 2 cards intimidated. Barraging Beatdown now going to go ahead, and this will be a Sand Sketched Plan. All right, Sand Sketched Plan. That's not a card you see like supremely frequently in these Rhinar decks.
Well, it's usually it's in every deck, but being played. Is
that's a different thing. I guess it's always their blue block 3, but
Yeah, so
I haven't seen it resolved too frequently.
Yeah, it's actually really good. Gives you 2 action points. Searches your card. Usually you search Beast Within because you want the opponent to discard it. But yeah, it usually doesn't get played. It's usually just there for the blue. Ooh.
Go ahead and hit. I think that's a Savage Feast.
Oh man, that was probably the best card to discard for Hayden.
Yeah, Savage Feast. And now only 1 card left in hand. This double Intimidate, and this is going to be a wild ride. We're going to go ahead and get rid of the Smash Instinct. That takes the last card out of Hayden's hand. Is that just going to be the game, folks? We're going to put a 2-block in front of it. Do we have anything in the arsenal?
Oh.
Let's see, how much damage was that?
I think that might have been 11.
So where did Hayden go down to?
6
to 1? Is that going to put him to a hole just exactly 1 here?
7,
Watching the life total tick down.
4, 3, 2. 2.
Yeah, hard to tell the color of those barraging beatdowns.
He is in Reckless Swing range.
Absolutely. Yes, we haven't seen any sigils, right? So if the sigils are still in the deck, they weren't boarded out. That's a way to get around that, but you're absolutely right. Reckless Swing can just close the game from here.
Yeah, when you're versing a Brute, you never want to go 2. Never ever go to 2, just because of the possibility of Reckless Swing just stealing that game away from you. So, but luckily for Hayden, there's cards that kind of meditate, prevent that kind of Reckless Swing. The Sand Cover, Sigil of Solace, those cards can really help you out.
Yeah. Get around that normally.
Oh, he's got it. Does he didn't have Sigil? No.
Oh, wow, there it is. Yeah, you called it right on that turn. There's the Reckless Swing, so that is going to do the final 2 points of damage. Yeah, let's see. There are Sigil of Solaces in there, but just couldn't find them in time, so Hayden was able to establish a board of dragons, but like you were talking about, you have to find that big ol' double, quad Intimidate turn, take all the cards out of the hand. Hayden's, discipline saved the block on the Flame Scale Furnace, but by going down to 2 and not being able to find the Sand Cover or the Sigil of Solace there, it's just taken out by the Reckless Swing. I mean, that was a beatdown.
Oh yeah, Jose played that really well. Just after his Blood Rush Bellows turn, he was trying to just sculpt his hand, trying to find that quad Intimidate, and then just finish off Hayden, dropping him to 2. Pretty lucky he got the Reckless Swing after he got him to 2, but that's just brute for you.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure there's 3 copies of Reckless Swing on the deck. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're churning through your deck with cards like the Sand Sketch Pan, grabbing cards out of the deck. The Blood Rush Bellows are drawing you cards.
You're always shuffling your deck, right?
Yeah, exactly. And your Wild Ride, you're drawing, you're discarding, you're drawing, you're discarding. So you're moving through your deck velocity is really high in that deck, right? So even if you it is lucky to find it, but you have more chance of finding cards when you're seeing more cards as you work through your deck.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was credit to Hayden. I think he was a couple turns off from establishing the board where the right-hand player can't handle it anymore. If he was only on a little bit more life, or if he found that Sigil of Solace earlier, then that would have really helped him out.
And just adds to the legend of poor Hayden Dale being taken to task by turn 0 intimidation, man.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. I hope for his sake we don't see it again, but couple times there for the former champ.
Yeah. So now the Rhino plays 3-1. I think he's only one of the few Rhinos.
Yeah. With the advent of the Mechanologist, with the rise of the Mechanologist heroes, they do have those item destruction cards.
Yeah, those
in
Arc
Brood.
Smashes.
Arc Smash, right? So
more
perhaps
dice rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. So like you mentioned, wasn't the matchup Hayden was hoping to see. But maybe it was just turn 2 away. Finding a Sigil of Solace could get around that Reckless Swing, but unfortunately,
I think if he found that Sigil of Solace a little bit earlier, I think Hayden had a good grip on that game.
Never was able to
like 5
resolve
dragons
one.
on board.
Yeah, never was able to resolve one there. So that's going to be tough. So we do have some time. So I've actually curated a list of 45 questions that I'm going to be asking Nusen Zhang. We're going to get into the nitty-gritty of everything. I know he's really looking forward to talking about No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to give him a break. We're doing a whole day of casting. I don't want to grill you, but we are going to take a little break here. Unless you do want to talk for the next...
When are we doing the questions, by the way?
Huh? When are we doing the questions? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm just giving you a hard time. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here as these players finish up the round. Let us take a look. We got a whole day of casting to ourselves. We're going to give the Boche a little rest.
We got to scout the next round.
Scout the table, see what's going on. Maybe what we'll do is we'll go see if we can find out how some of your favorite players out there are doing. Get a little report of records, and then we will be back for round 5 with just 3 more rounds on the day before we look forward to day 2 of the Calling. Calling here in Taipei. More Flesh and Blood coming up soon. Don't go away.
我
More Flesh and Blood coming up soon. Don't go away.
Welcome, everyone. I'm joined by my friend, Mr. James White. We're here to talk to you today about a very, very exciting product that we have coming out so soon. It is, of course, Bright Lights. And James, tell the people exactly why we're so hyped for this, our 11th booster set now, to go ahead and hit the shelves very, very soon.
Thank you, Brian. We're heading to the bright lights of the big city, where ambition meets innovation, where wannabe heroes from all across Wraith flock to the neon signs, advertising dreams where you, yes you, can become more than human.
It's true. I've seen the set. It is exciting. It is very cool. And we're going to have a lot of good tidbits to share about this set throughout our discussion today, which is hopefully the first of many. This is something you and I have wanted to do for a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
Glad we get to sat down.
The design workshop.
Yes, the design workshop. Maybe Teklavassen's workshop.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's got a good ring to it.
Yeah, see if it sticks. And very thematic, of course, for Bright Lights. But one thing I really wanted to talk about today, and it's so important because I go out, I do a lot of podcasts. The question I get more than any other, well, besides how did you do this? And I don't have the answer to that one. I don't know how I worked my way into this amazing role with LSS. But the question I get more than that, or is close second place to that, is what exactly does design do, and how does it differentiate, from the playtesting process, the development process, which is a little bit easier to wrap your head around. And we really want to delve into that today and talk a little bit about our two-pronged approach to design. And James, if you want to just tell the people a little bit about what it is we do as designers and exactly what we're trying to accomplish every time we set out with a new product.
Yeah, sure. Look, it's a great question. When I think about design, there's two very distinct parts to design for a trading card game. There's card design, which has obviously a huge amount of innovation and scope to do exciting things in, but there's also product design, or as we talk about it, product engineering, where you can do really like funky, innovative, structural design for the product, which creates really unique user experiences. So for example, with Bright Lights, this is the first set that we have ever done, which is a single class. And that just creates a completely different user experience. And look, as you know, we work really hard with, we're really trying to create new, exciting, unique experiences for the fans on each of the products. And sometimes it's driven entirely or majoritively through card design. Sometimes it is majoritively driven through structural product engineering. And in this case with Bright Lights, we have a mix of both. We've got new card types. We've got crazy innovative stuff with the actual cards themselves, like equipment that starts the game in your deck. But actually at a fundamental level, the structure of this product is just like unlike anything we've ever done before.
Yep, I think you said it very well. This is a combination of both of those aspects of design, really taking some big shots and trying to do something different here. And I want to start off kind of talking about the product design side of things. And this is like how you're going to be experiencing this product throughout, what type of gameplay offerings are going to be, at your LGS, at our callings, at our premier events, at our world championship, all these different ways we're going to engage with the Bright Lights format. Talk to us a little bit about the starting point for the Bright Lights format. How are we going to be playing it? Let's start with competitive sealed deck. How are we going to be engaging with Bright Lights as a sealed format?
Yeah, so Bright Lights, because it features just one single class being Mechanologist, it offers something very new for limited format. So for the sealed deck tournament format, it is going to use 4 booster packs. So typically, sealed deck would be 6 packs. That's for every other set we've ever made, and probably going forward it'll revert to 6 packs. But for Bright Lights specifically, because it's one single class, 4 packs. Now that's some pretty big bang for your buck, I might just add. Sure. But that's what will feature for the official tournament format sealed deck at both the LGS and the Premier level OP for this particular season.
Yeah, and I think it's great. One of the things I know we've talked with players a bunch, and they love options in deck building. There's been a lot of talk about how many cards you get to choose from to build your sealed deck, and maybe you hear, 4-pack sealed, that's not going to be very many options. But I want to slow you down a little bit. You have 14 Mechanologist cards per pack. That means you're opening 4 packs. That means you're getting 56 Mechanologist cards. If you're trying to hit your deck building minimum of 30 cards, 56 cards you're working with. 26 playables are going to be left on the shelf, not put in your deck in this instance. And having played a bunch of the format, I do find there's a great degree of customizability in that sealed deck format. So it really is an experience unlike any other. And I would caution players not to judge it by the old 6-pack sealed metrics. It's a whole new ball game here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to players getting the chance to experience it. Of course, though, that's not the only way we're going to be playing sealed deck. Going to be doing something really new, really innovative, and something I'm so excited about for one of our more casual play offerings. Why don't you tell us about 3-pack sealed?
Yeah, so this is just revolutionary for the TCG space. This might be the easiest way to start playing any TCG that's ever existed using a core booster product. So 3-pack sealed, it's simply crack, shuffle, play. Get 3 packs, crack them open, remove the tokens, shuffle them up, start playing. Yeah. It's as simple as that.
Such a cool experience. It's so easy to engage with, and the gameplay is there, man. It's fun, it's exciting. The games are nail biters, and it's something that we really prioritize to make sure our players at the LGS level had this really, as you mentioned, accessible option. It's so cheap to go ahead and pick up 3 boosters and have a lot of fun with a bunch of your friends and play a bunch of sealed.
Absolutely. And I think one of the really highlights of this is that it's removed deconstruction from the equation. So if you're someone just trying Flesh and Blood for the first time, possibly, like, it's as easy as it gets to just like crack 3 packs, shuffle them up, and start playing. But also, if you're an old player alike, it's just a fun new casual format to start playing. And it is important to note this will be available as a casual format. So just keep in mind, tournament format, sealed deck, 4 packs with normal deck construction, as everyone's used to. 3-pack sealed, casual play. Expected to see a lot of activity on kitchen tables, and LGSs who are offering something a little bit more relaxed and with our casual play formats that are coming through strong.
Just from a personal standpoint, I open a lot of boxes of Flesh and Blood every single set go around, just because I am in love with the cards and the idea of cracking my boxes. But also, as I go, I'll take these 3 packs. You take these 3 packs. Let's shuffle up and play a little bit and see what happens. It's just a very cool, very varied way to approach the set and really enjoy it. I think for an extended period of time too. It'll be fun a few years down the road. Grab 3 packs, crack them open, revisit the set. Yeah. I'm really excited about 3-pack sealed. Of course, not the only offerings. Booster draft remaining a huge part of what we do here at Legend Story Studios.
I mean, absolutely. We put so much effort into developing these standalone products for Booster Draft. Just an immense amount of work goes into it. And Bright Lights is really special being, again, a mechanologist only set. That means that there is an unprecedented amount of card interactions available compared to any other set that we've ever made. Every card in the set can interact and go on a deck with every other card. So the scope, the array of different archetypes available in this draft format is unparalleled with any product we've ever made before. I think fans are going to love it.
It's fantastic. And, being part of the development process, we were discovering new interactions, new things right up to the very end of development. It was such an exciting environment to be a part of because it was so unpredictable and things could change in such interesting ways. And every now and then someone would come up with a booster draft deck where you're like, I've never thought to put those cards together in that way before. And then would it shape the whole metagame from that point? Really interesting novel experience for Flesh and Blood.
Talking about boost, I want to make it really clear that this is not a mono boost format. There is a lot of different diversity in card types and strategies and mechanics that are featured in this set.
Yeah, I'm super glad you mentioned that because I think it's really important too from a product engineering standpoint how we distinguished between these different things. Why don't you talk a little bit about what we did to kind of hone in on the fact that we are staying in one class, and typically you'd have your one class border. But this is a little different. We want to do something a little special. Tell the players how we sort of reapproach the idea of card borders for this set.
Yeah, sure. So the look and the feel is just so critical to the overall, user experience. So we're really mindful of making sure that the craftsmanship of how the cards look is not only just creating beautiful things that you want to, own and collect, but also it has a really important role to play in actually comprehension and like playing the game as well. So for Bright Lights, although all of the cards are mechanologists, we have clustered the different kind of functionality into a number of different baskets, and each of those baskets has its own unique frame. So we have the machines of war that got these like badass, like red, just aggressive looking, like mech style frames, and you've got like the Evos that have this brand new frame design that's even had the entire bottom of it's been restructured, and it like looks kind of like techy. And then you got the scrap frame, which looks all like worn and like corroded and stuff. You know, you'd find it on the junk pile. Then you got like the classic mechanologist frame that we all know and love, and I think there's even more on top of that as well. But there's like some really visually distinct frames that are clustered around the different card types, which makes it a hell of a lot easier for assessing your pack when you open it for booster draft, and just like sort of organizing your cards if you're doing a sealed deck and splitting them into the different card types for actually that deck construction process. And just from a collectability point of view, it just like looks really good.
It does. And I know these cards are popping up on screen for our viewers right now, and I assure you this is only the smallest glimpse of how good this set looks. It is really stunning. It's also really unique too. I love how it's capturing the fact that different regions of Wraith are very different, right? There's different levels of technology. There's different denizens. There's different all kinds of classes represented in different regions. And man, this set shines so much, and just offering something new to the world of Wraith, something bright, vibrant, neon. It really hammers home the bright lights idea.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Flesh and Blood, or the World of Wraith, it is a fantasy setting, right? And what fans have seen so far has been predominantly sort of like sword and sorcery type fantasy, but fantasy is so much broader than that as well. And you know, this is certainly pushing the boundaries, but we've always put it out there that Metrix is, you know, the city of wonder, the city of future, you know, the city that is reinventing Wraith, you know, on a daily basis in the research labs and so on. So it is certainly pushing into a different sort of like quadrant of what fantasy can be. But I think that it's just done in a really cool way. And I think, yeah, fans are going to enjoy it.
No,
when it's refreshing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. When I first started seeing the artwork roll in, my jaw dropped. It was just a vibe that I think we hadn't really honed in on entirely on Wraith yet, but it fits and it looks so beautiful.
Yeah.
Speaking of kind of expanding the boundaries of Wraith, I want to talk about expanding the boundaries of a booster pack, because I do know, you know, we have very loyal Flesh and Blood fans, especially when it comes to their class loyalty.
Absolutely.
We have our Ranger fans out there. We have our diehard Assassin mains like myself out there. There's so many classes that people really make a part of their identity and wholeheartedly bond with. And maybe some of those classes right now are hearing, oh, this is an all mechanologist set. And they're asking, what's for me? Why do I care about this product? But there is something for them.
Absolutely.
Something brand new that we're doing for the first time in Bright Lights, and it is called our expansion slot. And why don't you tell the players about what we're doing in the expansion slot?
Yeah, so I mean, as you call it, it's just so important that we provide something for all of the fans who have all of these different interests and affinity and connection to these, you know, beautiful heroes that we've created. So the expansion slot is offering expanded content for each of these classes and or talents. So now you will be, you know, seeing content in this slot that sometimes is expanding the stories that are happening in wider Wraith. So for example, we get to check in on Viserai and his expedition into Eathriel, and just seeing the expansion of his story. We have a touch into maybe what's going down with the Angels and their fight against the Demonastery and the War of the Monarch. Because all of these story arcs and story threads, they continue. Right? We're in Metrix right now, but there's a lot going on Wraith, like across the wider spectrum of storytelling. So it's important that we can continue to get forward momentum with that storytelling through card design, and but also just being able to inject you know, some new tools for tournament play as well. You know, for the full spectrum of classes. So you'll be seeing, you know, new content coming through for each of the 10 classes, obviously Mechanologist being the main set and the other 9 through this expansion slot, as well as it being a vehicle for key reprints. So you will be seeing Fiendel Spring Tunic in the set.
Okay.
A card that,
everyone needs their tunic. Everyone will be excited about that. And
Absolutely.
we certainly want everyone to have access to their tunic.
Absolutely.
Really excited to see
Yep.
that coming back in another product.
Yep.
Getting, how many reprints deep are we on tunic now? This is our fourth go around, fifth go around?
Yes, I mean, it's just Welcome to Wraith and Crucible of War, right? So, yeah.
Well, history pack, right? We
And
have
history pack.
history
So, you're
pack,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. No,
So-
absolutely. Yeah, you're right. Fourth time right.
Committed to
Yeah.
that idea of getting tunics in players' hands, which I really love
Absolutely.
to see.
Yeah, it's important. But look, I think it is fair that players who have this deep connection to whatever their hero is, we need to give them some love. So the expansion slot means that Bright Lights absolutely has something for everybody. But we do hope that people who maybe are Runeblade, mains or Ranger mains, they'll really give Mechanologist a shot, because it's so much more than maybe what Mechanologist has been framed as being up until
exactly it.
this point in time.
That's exactly it. What you knew of Mechanologist pre-Bright Lights, it's not the same class after Bright
Absolutely.
Lights. There's very, very, very different things going on.
Absolutely.
And I can't wait for everyone to
Yeah.
see all the cool
Yeah.
stuff that is in the set. So as we mentioned, 2 parts to the design philosophy of Bright Lights. There is, of course, this product engineering part. But beyond that, there's the cards, man. Everyone's here for the cards. They want to know about the card design. They want to know what we're up to in this set. It is featuring quite a few new mechanics here, one of which is actually debuting shortly before the release of Bright Lights. It is going to be appearing for the first time in the Professor box. So why don't you just tell us a little bit about the Professor box? Because there are some very clear, both thematic and design ties between that product and Bright Lights.
Yeah. Super excited to be partnering with the Professor from Tellurian Community College. One of the greatest advocates for social gaming in the world.
Absolutely.
And there's Flesh and Blood is known as being this like competitive tournament game. We've got the greatest world circuit for pro play that exists in the world right now in the TCG industry. But there's so much more to Flesh and Blood than just playing at the highest level. And actually the vast majority of players of Flesh and Blood around the world, they're just playing for fun on the kitchen table. And just as a studio, we've been way more focused and deliberate on making products and programs and support and experiences for those social casual players around the world. So the TCC Cross-Fab box set really is that first big push into creating an experience and a product specifically for kitchen table gaming. I'm really proud of the work that we've done on this product. It includes 4 play out of the box blitz decks, and one of them is obviously in the Professor's likeness. It is the hero is literally the Professor, and it's taking the Professor Teklo Vossen character from Matrix. He's the founder of Teklo Industries. And it's bringing him into the social box set, but it's also introducing the mechanics that you'll see in Bright Light. So if you're a brand new player, maybe playing Flesh and Blood for the first time, highly recommend the box set as your starting point, and then playing with that Professor deck and the new Evo equipment that we'll talk about soon. You are going to understand how the mechanics work that you can then take to your pre-release, a week later, and you'll be good to go.
Yep. Yeah. And talking about those mechanics, as you mentioned, it is supposed to be a jumping on point for new players, a way to get introduced around the table with your best friends playing the TCC box set.
Absolutely.
And some of what we wanted to achieve with that was a little bit of a simplification of some of the rules hurdles. Like we all know TCGs are complicated games, right? There's a lot of learning to be done. And we just asked ourselves, how can we simplify this process the slightest bit while still remaining true to what Flesh and Blood is? And as part of that exploration, we came upon a really cool mechanic, and it's so cool that it actually made its way to Bright Lights. And I'm talking about the block mechanic. And James, why don't you tell us exactly what block is, and especially how it differentiates from defense reaction, and why does it need to exist? Why is it important that block is another defensive mechanic that is separated from defense reactions when we already have that? And it's quite a beloved mechanic as well. Even if you go back to the previous intro product that we were really focused on, the IRA welcome decks, which we still love. And, I talked to a lot of players who mentioned the IRA welcome decks as one of their favorite ways to play Flesh and Blood to this day, despite the game system expanding over time. But that product was very focused on attack reactions, defense reactions. Why did we decide to take a little bit of a step back when it came to block?
Yeah, so look, Flesh and Blood's been out in the world for a few years now, and you get to observe and learn a lot about how people pick up the game and sort of some of the stumbling blocks that might be common as part of that journey. And just trying to keep things as simple as possible for those first few games is really important. And Flesh and Blood just has this really beautiful, natural, combat system that offers so much to the play experience. And if you take away reactions from that equation, the game is still so rich. But the reaction step just adds that sort of like layer of complexity that it's fantastic for the game, but it's something to step into. It's sort of like once you've learned the basics, it's like then that's the sort of next step on your journey. So we wanted to just pull back the complexity, just remove that reaction, particularly the defense reactions, because it breaks one of these rules of you can't defend from your arsenal unless it's a defense reaction. Like these sort of exceptions to the rules are just the sort of things that trip up a person when they've just starting out. So blocks address that, where it's a card that just has a defensive value. Its function is to either pitch or defend. It does one of those two things. But at the same time, it actually opens up all of this new design space because of this new constraint of it only does these two things and you can't put it in your arsenal and save it for later. Like it has limitations on it that a defense reaction doesn't have. Because it's more limited in scope, it means we can actually do some really interesting things with this new card type, such as when this defend triggers. So I'm really excited about block for simplicity, but also for opening up a whole new swathe of design space for us.
Yeah, I think you said it really well. Our intention with block was at first simplicity, but as we explored the mechanic more and more, it became clear, oh, this actually offers something very, very exciting for our enfranchised players as well. So much of the power of a defense reaction is tied up in its timing. It's really hard to add a bunch of additional effect onto a defense reaction without making it extremely, extremely powerful.
Yeah, look,
but block does it.
If Slink Below had no effect at all, if it was just a 0/4 vanilla,
100% playable,
that card would be absolutely phenomenal.
Yep.
So that says a lot for just like the intrinsic power of a defense reaction. You look at some of these cards that we've created with block, Tiger Eye Reflex. You couldn't put that effect on a defense reaction, and for it to be like a 0/3 or a 0/4 like some of these other cards that are coming up on the screen. Like these cards are only able to have these effects built in because they have this more narrow scope because of the timing window. So look, we're super excited, and as you say, like we started playing with these with the box set, at this more simplistic level, and we just liked it so much that it made its way into the main Bright Lights product.
But do not arsenal those blocks. Unless you have a plan, do not put those blocks in
and this
arsenal.
is Tiger Eye Reflex.
Tiger Eye Reflex is safe. It does have that ambush trigger.
It does.
You're able to go ahead and defend from arsenal. But be careful with the other ones. I'm warning you now, folks. You can catch yourself. But yeah, I agree. I'm so excited for what block offers to gameplay, and it's achieving two things at once, which is a beautiful piece of design. We're really proud of it, and we're excited for players to start playing with it. Yeah. And beyond that, you did mention, of course, what I think is the highlight mechanic of Bright Lights.
Absolutely.
It's the Evos, the Evo equipments. And of course, James, as we know, you put out your equipment when you start the game and you have this nice, neat pile of equipment, and it is what it is, and you're going to be playing with it. But not so much anymore. Things have changed with Evos, and not only are they mechanically interesting and extremely powerful, but you just get to put together a badass mech suit. Like, who doesn't want to suit up in a mech? Like, if for me, the first time I saw Alien, I'm like, someday I will put myself in a mech suit like that and go on a rampage. Now, finally, I get to live my dreams through Bright Lights.
Yeah, for real. Look, I think other than the heroes themselves, the most iconic card type in Flesh and Blood are your equipments in your weapon. These things you get to equip at the start of the game. And I think that, Flesh and Blood has become quite iconic and famous for that element. So for the very first time, having equipment that actually starts the game in your deck is a really big deal. And being able to transform your equipment over the course of the game and feel like you're building something and you're building towards something. And look, there's a lot of different Evo suits in Bright Lights. Like there is just an enormous possibility in just the combinations of how you put these things together. And yeah, I think it's a super exciting mechanic. I hope that fans really enjoy just constructing these badass mech suits, and it's a lot of fun.
It has been a lot of fun to play with. Like I said, you really get to live that mech fantasy, and you're starting with your base mold, and then you're piling onto that to get a little bit more resiliency, and it just really captures the feel of building a mech suit. Like you have to build it piece by piece and you empower it. And then when you reach your fully powered form and everything's online, you kind of feel unstoppable. Like everything just comes together very nicely.
Yeah, you become more than human.
Yeah, no, I have loved the Evo mechanic. I think players are going to love it too. I'm really, really excited to see the different combinations we're going to see, both in limited play where it does come up where you often want quite a diverse mech suit. But what's going to happen in constructed? How are folks going to put this together? What's going to be the default mech suit? Or is there no default mech suit? It's about customizing for various game plans. And you have that option with these cards starting in your deck to approach these games in all different ways. And I think that's maybe the most exciting part.
Yeah, absolutely. Should we talk a little bit about the functionality of the Evos where you start as that with that base equipment. So just like in a normal Flesh and Blood game, you start the game with an equipment set, which if you're playing an Evo deck, it will typically be one of maybe the Teklo base set, which it's like a blade break, kind of like an iron rod.
Very simple.
Yeah, very, very simple, but it is a base head, chest, arms, and legs. So it's important that it has that base subtype to it. And it's the bases that you can build upon. So there are Evos that are also bases, like the Century set. So it's basically, you can build upon bases, but then there are what I call stack cappers.
Yeah,
so
once
you've hit the cap, like you can't, your mech suit is complete at that point for that particular slot. So something like the Steel Soul Memory is a base. So that's like a badass base that it has a very powerful effect, but it is a base so you can keep building on it. But something like the Breaker, it is not a base. So it's like that's going to cap your stack, and that's sort of like the end of the line for that slot. So there's a lot that you have to sort of think about in terms of what is your Evo strategy going to be. Are you looking to just keep like building up? And some of these Evos care about how many cards are in its stack as well. So you are you're layering in power over the course of the game. But sometimes you just got to cap that stack and just like start, reaping the investment.
Yeah, it's a big give and take that you have to stay conscious of throughout the game. One that's really fun to engage with.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see that in the hands of players. One final mechanic I want to hit on when it comes to bright lights, and this one's a really interesting one, man, because I think this is kind of a card type in Flesh and Blood, which we had really high expectations from the beginning. But a lot of them have not quite materialized because the mechanic of items, they ask a lot from you. Oftentimes, they are taking your entire turn. You give your action point to go ahead and deploy this item. They have no defense value as per now. And, that's a real liability when you're faced with an aggressive deck. When a Fi's across the table, it's scary to have no blocks in your hand. But we're kind of revolutionizing items a little bit in this set. We found the crank mechanic. And why don't you talk a little bit about what crank is going to do for items? Because I think this really just changes the whole item game plan. It's a completely different ball game.
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
your items have crank.
Yeah, just a quick shout out to Jason Chung, one of our senior game devs. He actually came up with the crank mechanic quite a long time ago, and it was just like sitting in the bank. And when we came around to bright lights, it was just the perfect solution for this problem. Because of these typical constraints of items being they don't have defense value and they generally don't have go again, there's only so many of that kind of card that you can put into a product. So if you want items to be a prolific part of a limited format, you got to break one of those constraints. The card has to have more utility, and Crank does that by essentially giving you a decision between getting your action point back and the duration of the item. And you can see it through the mini force field on screen right now. The trade-off is you are trading some time for the scaling effect of the mini force field, and it also has a tick down. All of these cranks have a tick down, so it is that trade-off of action point versus time versus sort of like scaling effects. But it means that you can play with a lot more items in your deck, and the product itself can just have a lot of items because you can actually deploy your hand now.
Yeah, and we're going to be learning more about how items exactly interact with some of our heroes in
Oh,
this
yeah.
set.
Oh,
And,
oh yeah.
you can get up to some shenanigans with Crank here. This is a powerful mechanic, and I think items are going to be a very, very big part of all of our metagames. Certainly a focal point of Limited, but we're going to see them in CC. We're going to see them in Blitz. They're going to be all over the place, and they are very, very powerful.
Very powerful.
Yeah, a revolution for the
Yeah.
item type, I think.
Absolutely. I think, look, just a little pro tip. Crank, it isn't a resolution ability. It is an enters the arena ability, so it does interact favorably with things like Spark of Genius.
Sounds pretty good,
It's
man.
pretty
Piling
good.
up those action points. Yeah, we know the tricks mechs can get up to when you give them a few extra action points, and I think that's very much going to be on the table. And again, I'm kind of gushing over Bright Lights. I very much am in love with this set for a lot of reasons, but I think it does such a great job of enhancing existing mech capabilities and being true to what a mech is while completely redefining the archetype at the same time. And that's hard to do. You really like to be able to seize on what makes mech a mech, but empower them in new ways.
Yeah.
And I think Bright Lights is a 10 out of 10 as far as that goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a full kudos to yourself and the dev team for just refining this one into something really special. And look, I'm really hoping that fans embrace it, enjoy it. And the fact that it's just so different, it's really out of the box for what a Flesh and Blood product can be. To celebrate that.
Yeah, I love that. And I think that's going to, as we move forward with Flesh and Blood and we get deeper and deeper into our now already long lifespan, but I expect many, many more years to come, things will get wilder and wilder. There's no rules here, right? Like, we want to design fun stuff. When we're in Tech Love Austin's workshop, anything goes. We could do absolutely whatever crosses our mind that keeps the game fun, exciting, interesting to play, and Bright Lights delivers on all those points.
Absolutely.
Well, James, thank you so much for sitting down, chatting about Bright Lights. I know you're as excited about this product as I am. Anything else you want to tell the fans before we wrap up here? Any parting messages? Any ways to enjoy Bright Lights a little bit more? Give that little extra bit of insight how they can really enjoy their play experience.
Yeah, look, I would just say to all of the people around the world who are supporting Flesh and Blood and welcoming new people to join the community. Firstly, thank you for your belief and just how welcoming people have been. But I would just really encourage people to use, especially the TCC Tolerian Community College box set, is a gateway, to play Flesh and Blood for the first time for people. The decks in there, they're just so fun and simple. And people just have a good time, so that's a really great way to introduce Flesh and Blood maybe to your wider circle of friends and family, and then use that experience to then maybe take them to a pre-release the week afterwards, because playing with that Professor deck particularly, you're gonna get up to speed and understand the basics and the ropes of how Evos work and all of that good stuff, and then it'll be really easy to sort of port that over to playing a pre-release. And again, 3-pack sealed. It's the most easy, simple, fun way to maybe play a TCG ever that's existed. So use these things as tools to help other people around you learn how to play Flesh and Blood and just enjoy the game and have some fun.
Yep.
At the end of the day, it's all about bringing people together in the Flesh and Blood through the common language of playing great games. So here's some tools for you. Enjoy it, and just thank you so much for spreading the love, spreading the great games.
That all sounds excellent. I will be there at the pre-release 100%. I look forward to seeing all of these shining new faces. I promise you will never find a more welcoming TCG community. They will tell you everything you want to know. Yep. You'll probably leave with a handful of cards too to start your first deck. That's just how it works.
Take an empty bag.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep.
So again, James, thank you for sitting down. I'm so glad we got the chance to chat about Bright Lights. Let's do it again soon. Make sure you do all the like, share, subscribe stuff, all that good YouTube stuff. It'll convince James to come back, sit on this beautiful couch with me again, have a chat. And again, thank you so much for your time. And I can't wait to see Bright Lights out in the wild.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling Taipei. Boy, do we have a treat for y'all. We were looking through some of these feature match potentials, and when we saw there was an X1 Riptide, I mean, the decision was made for us.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You kidding me? one of the only Riptides to show up to this tournament and absolutely crushing it with those incredibly slick little Pokeball sleeves, if I do say so myself.
His sleeves are quite nice.
Yeah, so facing off, so it's going to be PFG on the Riptide facing off against Eugene on Katsu. In the software we have, his name is Eugene Pikachu, which is, I mean, like Eugene Pikachu facing off against Pokeball sleeves, are you kidding me? The story writes itself.
Yep.
So Eugene here going to be showing again now this time slightly different build than when we saw Katsu last on stream, running the Snapdragon Scalers instead of the Breeze Rider boots. But against Riptide's going to be throwing a lot of on hits at you. He's rocking the Perch Grapplers, the Trench of Sunken Treasure, along with the Hornet Sting and that Crown of Providence. So not needing the New Horizon here, just okay with that one Arsenal zone.
Yeah, and he's also running the Dreadball.
Yeah, or is that the Redliner? Or Dreadball.
Dreadball, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I would know what Redliner was.
Yeah, sorry. Excuse me. Mr. LSS himself. We've got a red 2-cost being pitched into this Harmonized Kodachi. So this is going to be the end of the turn here for Eugene. Just going to go ahead and pitch that 1 card away.
Okay, just taking the 1.
Taking the 1, so must like the hand or doesn't want to filter.
Oh.
Just now going to go ahead and just arsenal our final card. There is the Katsu player, so Riptide must like those 4 cards. Sets himself up perhaps with an arsenal or something. So Riptide, Lurker of the Deep, one of these outsider heroes who hasn't yet quite got his fair share in the sun, but 3-1 here at the Calling Taipei. So clearly doing something right. Going to go ahead and scout the periphery, which is going to cause the Riptide trigger to come into effect. And now it's time to Enlighten Strike out of the arsenal, getting the buff on top of it. Looks like
for 10?
Yeah, looks like this is just a big old pump for 10.
Quarter of your life, right?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, exactly. Interestingly, I don't think he peeked at either hero's deck.
Yeah.
Didn't care about his own and didn't care about Eugene's. Just said, whatever you're going to do, that's not going to change what I do.
I'll attack for 10.
Yeah. So we're going to get an Arsenal card as well. Riptide trigger there, not necessarily. It's got the periphery. Yeah, going to buff the next card from Arsenal. So that is how the Enlightened Strike is going to go ahead and get that bonus Riptide mechanics coming into play. So what do you think is the key to Riptide's either right now, kind of going through tournaments in this Lexi-dominated meta, or how do you think this Riptide has found some success so far?
I think the Riptide's just, it depends on the traps they play. And like, there's some very good traps that actually can hinder your turns.
Yeah.
Like,
one
right trap can just literally stop your whole turn. Like Tar Pit trap. Frailty trap, it's just very impactful traps, and it also pings 1 damage.
Sure.
Unpreventable.
Yeah.
It's not arcane, it's just deal 1
damage. Just random damage, yeah. Here's going to go ahead and be the Surging Strike. So this is defended by a Tar Pit trap. So when it's defending an attack with the Go again, the next on-hit effect is not going to trigger. So in that case here, that would be the Katsu hit effect, right?
Yeah.
So we're not going to be able to search with Katsu on this effect, and we're going to go ahead and take another damage off of the Riptide. That's going to send Eugene on down to 29. So, all right, Riptide. Okay.
So Riptide did get some cool support.
Yeah, Intoxicating Shot.
Intoxicating Shot, Blue Arrow, 0 for 4, blocks 3.
But you don't necessarily need to search off Katsu when you already have the natural Whelming Gust Wave. I can't tell if it's a blue or not. Let's see, yeah, it is going to be that blue Whelming Gust Wave, so still getting the buff because it's coming after the Surging Strike. However, only being 2 power means you can pretty easily pump this. Yeah, we do see 1 floating, card in arsenal, card in hand, so something like a Razor Reflex is absolutely online and a good option here if Eugene has that ready to lock up and go. But this doesn't have Go again and represent drawing a card, so we're going to commit the Infecting Shot to the block. And now following that up just with this Harmonized Kodachi. Pretty significant shore up with that Tar Pit trap, because you could have discarded the Whelming Gust Wave and found the red Whelming Gust Wave if you wanted, right? That's pretty cool.
Or maybe you could have just searched for bonds as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and just be that one Kodachi going to come across, and then now a Warmonger's Diplomacy. So on a deck that likes to do a bunch of pumps and and attack actions, going to see how impactful that is on the Riptide's turn.
Yeah, that Tar Pit trap just kind of saved 4 plus damage.
And drawing a card and all. Yeah,
that's the thing about Riptides. Some of these traps used at the right moment, beautiful. Especially against these aggro decks. I think the Riptide only problem was previously it had it couldn't deal with fatigue as well. So, but now that fatigue is slowly non-existent, then we will see more of this hero. I think this hero has a lot of potential. Be able to play powerful arrows, powerful traps, and the hair ability is very good.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be the Trench of Sunken Treasure, grabbing a resource off of the arsenal card from the turn before. That's an instant, which means we can go ahead and load up that arrow. How did that arrow get into the... Were we under Warmongers? I don't know. I was listening to you. Because I thought if they were under Warmongers, you might not be able to Dreadbore there, but perhaps there was another way that I missed that it got in there. However, this is now going to be a Harmonized Kodachi coming in for 1. PFG on Riptide, they're going to take it, going down to 34. I can't believe we get to watch a Riptide game at 3-1. I'm locked in.
No, I mean,
this is exciting.
It's a treat.
Going to use another Whelming Gust Wave, so 2, looks like red Whelming Gust Waves here, so a kind of clunky hand for the Katsu player. Just going to go ahead and throw that Harmonized Kodachi for the second Chain Link now. Yeah, I was going to say if that's an Arsenal, but
a horrible turn.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see here if you're Katsu fan. So Riptide now got a lot of cards to work with. And let's see, we're going to go ahead and use our Trench of Sunken Treasure. Let's see here, going to get a resource, Ravenous Rabble.
Load it up.
Load it up. Got a reveal off the top, and let's see, it is a, survey says, it's a Bolt and Shot of some variety. We'll see if they put the damage dice on if it was red or not. And they're not going to. That's okay.
So the Riptide did kind of it's like a hybrid of like Azalea, sort of less dominate. Like you run all these big pumps, you want these 8 attack, 11 attack arrows, and then you have these traps to like back you up.
Yeah. And
deal like probably like 10, around 10, 15 traps. You know, that's 15 damage if you see it all throughout the game, right?
If you can make them all trigger, absolutely. And the Riptide effect, meaning you can circumvent load mechanics just by loading an area. You know, Riptide just throws it in himself. Now that Premeditate going to buff up the next attack from the arsenal. Survey says it's going to be a Death Touch here, utilizing the resource that we gained from the Trench of Sunken Treasure. So this is now Death Touch for 9. If it hits, not only create a Ponder token, but get one of those nasty effects from the pits onto the Katsu player here. And you have to imagine that's probably going to be something like a Frailty token with those Kodachis.
Yeah, that's a...
Yeah, I just...
As I say, he's got them wave, he's got them ready. No, but this is an awesome turn. Like,
got a card left for our arsenal that he's used Trench Sunken Treasure nicely on these last couple turns.
Yeah, he used the Riptide ability beautifully. You know,
Yeah.
Death Touch, such a powerful card, but it can only be played from arsenal.
Yeah.
Riptide doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just play.
Oh, yeah.
Play a card, arsenal it, off to the races.
Yeah, so a lot of value here on this Death Touch hitting. Not only a Ponder token for the Riptide player, but Blood Rot, Inertia, or Frailty represented as well. So you have to imagine Eugene is going to be incentivized to block with a couple clunkers in his last couple turns. He probably wants to go and do something much bigger than that, and he's just going to take 9 here, folks. Let's see what's represented. It looks like it might be the Frailty, as that's the one that's sitting on top. And we're going to give out some gifts here. That's going to be a Frailty token for you and a Ponder for me.
Basically a Codex, right?
Yeah.
Codex of Frailty, basically?
Yeah, 100%.
Build it yourself.
Yeah, 100%. Codex of Frailty at home. Shows you just how much power Codex of Frailty has with just the one card taking what took, 2 and a Tunic, or not a Tunic, but a Trench resource. You can use that Ponder now, still have a card in hand, so basically just get to choose the card for our arsenal if we are the Riptide player here.
Which is super key, because if he gets a trap.
Yeah, 100%.
Alright, let's see if he finds a tar pit trap again. Oh, it looks like... So here's a Frailty trap.
Yeah, so this is a Descendant Gustway coming from hand, so...
Oh, no, it does have another tar pit. Ooh.
But now no on-hit effect on this Go Again. However, if it defends an attack with Go Again, it just would stop the next on-hit effect. Do you know if... I'm curious, so if you do it there and then another on-hit effect gets stopped, is that still going to trigger Riptide? Or because the trigger is just if it's defending an attack with Go Again.
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't matter about the actual on-hit. It's just like we've already done the Riptide effect because it is in fact just triggering right now. Cool. Ooh, time for an Art of War to try to push this on over. Gonna go ahead and banish a Soul Bead Strike, draw a couple cards, and bump up this 3 attack into a 4 most likely. Because the Descendant Gustway, without following a Surging Strike, right, was only coming in, I think, just for 3.
Free, yeah.
Yeah, and he had to pay the 1 for it, so it wasn't even free. So this Katsu definitely having trouble stringing together the combo turns that he wanted. He took 9 to do this, right?
Yeah, and then that tar pit trap just ruins him.
Yeah, because the next on hit effect is super gonna...
He can't use his Katsu search because of the tar pit trap.
Yeah.
So he can't get his bonds.
Yeah, unless he has it naturally in his hand. And taking 9, you have to imagine he had a really nasty hand that he wanted to do, because not only did you take the 9, you also got the Frailty Trap, and you gave your opponent the Ponder, so maybe he already has it natural, which is why he was so willing to take that damage. But yeah, Katsu is not going to help you here, bud. That Tarpa Trap doing double duty with the Riptide trigger and stopping the next on-hit hit effect.
That Tarpa Trap was so big, so huge. Like the Katsu player was probably like, oh, I'm going to play my Descending Gust Wave. He's probably going to block for 3. I out of war, get that +1, he loses a card, I get my Katsu trigger, get my bonds, off to the races.
Yeah.
But one Tarpa Trap just cut his line to the combos.
Yeah, 100%. And no recourse from the Kodachis there, as the Frailty token's going to keep that from doing much of anything. So, see, this is a red Surging Strike, utilizing the Tunic.
So he does this. He still has 2 cards in hand. So it could be an overwhelming gust. I think it could be a whelming gust wave.
Yeah. Gonna give 2 cards to the block here, so 3 cards already committed, and it's just gonna be a snatch.
And we're going to see that trap, and probably most likely an equipment.
Yeah, I mean, now we're still not drawing a card if this snatch hits, right? Or no, because the first on-hit effect was the Descending Gust Wave, so that's now passed. So this snatch is live. Yeah, this snatch is live, absolutely.
Using the crown.
Gonna go ahead and sink away our arsenal there if we're the Riptide player, only blocking 2.
He has the Frailty Trap.
I was gonna say, do we have a reaction that we want to throw down?
He's waiting for him to use the Snapdragon Scalers.
That's cool. That's cool. You're absolutely right.
So
we've now passed reactions, right?
We're into reactions now. If you use Snapdragon Scalers, and then Riptide will respond with a defense reaction. Which kind of means that Snatch didn't really net you anything, right? That's how you bait out the snatches, especially when you're playing heavy defense reaction.
Yeah, so we are going to buy the Snapdragon Scalers
and he's
here.
not going to be happy when he drops down that reaction.
See, he's going to make sure, we're going to give it go again. PFG on the Riptide is just going to slam down the Frailty Trap. That's going to cover it up entirely. So the Snapdragon Scalers have been used, and there is no draw on the snatch there. Gonna also, because it has go, now, how does it resolve? Did the attack have go again when the Frailty Trap resolved? Because I'm not.
When this offense, it's yes. So it does have go again because Snapdragon goes first.
But they go on the stack, right? So the Frailty Trap resolves first because reactions are at instant speed. I wonder if he took the damage there off the Riptide because that's an interesting little interaction, right? Because the Frailty Trap resolves first because they go kind of unless he let the Snapdragons resolve and then responded, but I don't really know how that works.
Do you like how the Riptide player took 0 damage? That turn with the Art of War Surging Strike turn.
Yeah, look at this. And now we're just going to Codex a Frailty here. Now, we got to see if Eugene Eugene has an arsenal.
Yeah, he's just putting it sideways.
Yeah. So this is just a Bolton shot here. It looks like that was the best card to grab without, access to something like Fine Spring Tunic. Can't get the resource for that, powerful Death Touch. So this is just going to be, it looks like the most powerful arrow he could find. It's just going to be that Bolton shot. 4/4, but also threatens a Ponder on hit and gives the Frailty as well. So.
Oh, he already has a Ponder from Codex.
Ah, true.
Yeah, so just throwing a damage. Yeah. Load an arsenal, giving the Katsu player Frailty.
Yeah, gives the Frailty and just sets yourself up with an arsenal. Pretty good for one card. Right?
Yeah, above average.
Yeah, pretty good. And allowing these Ranger players to do some pretty powerful things. This is going to be a Be Like Water. A Be Like Water, if it hits, we can pay a resource and give that card a name. Most likely going to choose a Flesh and Blood card name, not something like Ted or Jason or Miranda.
You can only choose 3 names.
That's fair. Excuse me. That would be insane.
I think you're thinking of the other card, Mask of.
Oh, for the draft card.
Yeah, the draft card.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Mask of, is it Shifting Perspectives? Yeah, okay. So this one just going to be able to pick one of the 3 names. So no option to go Ted or Jason or Miranda here, but it is going to be 3 damage coming across.
I assume he will probably choose Surging Strike.
That would make sense.
All right, cool. So he took it.
Let's see, what name did he pick? So that card, he has been like water, and now he is a Surging Strike, or something of that variety.
And now
give it a name.
Trigger. Scarring Lord of Wind. Probably fetching, I assume, Whelming Gust Wave.
Yep, that's going to be Whelming Gust Wave, so it's going to be 4 with go again and threatening the card draw. But with the Hornet Sting and the Perch Grapplers, plenty of ways to block this if you're the Riptide player here.
Yeah. Usually Riptide, you don't really utilize your whole hand. With one,
you're happy to block with the cards, get the value. Yeah,
get the value, just swing back, swing a big attack on the next turn. It's all about numbers with Riptide.
Yeah. This is going to be 4 on hit. Go again. Katsu sitting at 14. The Riptide player has put some real work in this. Katsu's fought to keep hands that he has not been able to get much value from. So we are going to go ahead and block with just... Is that the old trap? It's Pitfall Trap.
Pitfall Trap.
Yeah.
I think it's pay a resource or you take 2 damage.
Take 2. We do have a resource available to us if we are the Katsu player here.
Katsu's like...
No, I think he's just going to be content to
keep... It automatically deals 1 from Riptide's ability. And then he must... So that trap did 3 damage. and it blocked.
And now we've got a Mugenshi release. This is going to...
Be 4/5 go again.
Yeah, and is it going to grab any of the...
Lord of Wind. The Surging Strikes, Wind and Gust Waves.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, sorry.
Grab the Lord of Winds, right?
Grab the Lord of Winds from the deck. But I think he's used 1 or 2 already.
Yeah, we're going to have to see here. So I think he pitched 1 early, if I'm not mistaken. But that also might have been in the other Katsu game.
It's been a while since I saw the Mugenshi line.
I know. You've seen it twice now. You were talking about it in that first game. Like, oh, we haven't seen the Mugenshi line be played as much. But now we're seeing it twice in 2 games here from these Katsu players. So again, showing different deck building decisions in different regions. One of the cool things about getting to show off callings like this in the APAC regions, you get to see different perspectives on these heroes that we know and love. All right, so 5 damage here coming across.
This doesn't have to be necessarily need to be a must block because there is already 2 Lord of Winds in the grave. So the worst case he searches is 1 Lord of Wind.
Yep.
And he has no resources to like pitch it up to put cards back in his deck.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's better when you have a bunch of cards to pitch into the Lord of Wind and you're grabbing all these cards back. But at 11, you already have to be starting to think about your life total as some of these new attacks are coming.
Hey, 11 traps in your deck.
That's only 11 traps, and that's not too much to ask. That's not too much to ask. 11 traps in this economy.
But more of those traps that deal 3 damage, and then you're good.
Oh, now what's interesting is that they're representing 4 attack on this Mugenshi because that must have been the Arsenal card. So the Frailty is going to actually find some value here on the Mugenshi instead of going up 2/5. Just me for 4. Looks like we're going to say no blocks, perhaps.
Taking the 5.
PFG going down 225. Let's see. Are we going to grab the Lord of Winds?
The 1 Lord of Wind.
Does he want to become the Lord of Wind?
Grab it. No.
The answer is no. So we're just going to Arsenal up here. So Be Like Water, a card that you don't often see. People are pretty, have a fair propensity to block that card because you don't want to allow them to just name it whatever they so choose. But there we got to see the power of it, really turning on the cards in Eugene's hand here.
I was really surprised PFG didn't defend that. Yeah. Usually that card's like pretty easy,
yeah, so 3 block.
Pretty good card to defend. You don't want to give them their enabler, which is why I was surprised. But
yeah, hey.
Hey, but I think PFG just notices that the life difference is so high. He can, if he applies more pressure, like this Bolton shot for 7 with Go Again. So and then if he fires off with another arrow, that's like another 12, 13 damage. Eugene's only on 11, so he has to start respecting these attacks. He can't just go, oh, I'll take it all and I'm gonna play my combo line. Not when he's on 11 life, especially against Riptide. When he gets to the solo numbers, he has to respect those traps.
100%. And now we've even seen cards like Pitfall Trap being played by PFG here. So those are suddenly cards you can, like you said, dealing 3 damage on a trap,
and blocking.
1 card 6, pretty good. This is going to be 7 here. Looks like we're going to finally donate the 1 block from the breaking scales to shore it up to make sure that we don't get the Bolton shot effect and we don't get the Ponder here. But now it's time to activate the Dreadbore, so no defense reactions from Arsenal. This is just going to be a Falcon Wing here, going to be coming in, I think just for 3.
I believe it's for 4. Dreadbore gives
does it give +1? Yeah. So then, so coming in 4/4.
Another breakpoint.
That's true, and still threatening that Ponder. We've already given 2 cards, and we're just going to give 2 more. So PFG here just taking all the cards out of Katsu's hand. Katsu going to set himself up so that on his next turn at least he'll be at Tunic 3. We're on Tunic time all of a sudden, and perhaps that can power up the turn. But with no Arsenal, you're going to see, like you said, is Riptide going to be able to use all the cards in his hand here, right? Like that's going to be probably big on this turn. And we see a lot of cards without going.
Looks like a red heavy hand.
Yeah.
Probably just
pitch away. I think that's a Frailty trap.
Okay.
You don't want to keep. Looks like we're going to pitch that to maybe just play one of these. And just pitching all of our cards for a big old battering bolt. So this is going to be coming in for 7 with the Dreadbore's effect, which is just at this point, BFG is just valuing damage.
I really enjoy this play. So Battering Bolt's effect, it kind of if Eugene decides to take it, PFG gets to look at his whole hand.
And just see
so
exactly
he will know what. There's no surprises, right? And it's 7 damage.
Yeah. And if you have something like a Intestinal Empowerment or a Razor Reflex,
PFG will know.
And you have to discard it, right? You have to discard it to the Battering Bolt because you discard all cards other than the action cards. And these Katsu decks, they run these Ancestral Empowerments.
Sorry, no, but Battering Bolt only hits the instants and so on cards. They don't.
Yeah, but like a reaction is a non-action card.
Oh no, it doesn't hit. They reveal the hand skill.
Other than action cards. So like reaction cards, yeah. That would still take care of those. So we're going to give the 2 reaction cards that were in our hand to the block there. So we're still going to take the 1, and unfortunately those Ancestral Empowerments, he would have loved to see those do some work, but I mean honestly, even with that hand, it looks like another bit of kind of a clunker. Just the Bonds of Ancestry and the Enlightened Strike, so
this turn Eugene's probably going to Enlightened Strike for
maybe get an Arsenal, grab an Arsenal for later. But PFG still sitting in the driver's seat, 15 life advantage, sitting at 25, maybe looking to punch his ticket to being 4-1 after 5 rounds here at the Calling Taipei. Can't, count our chickens before they've hatched, folks, even if their names are Riptide.
Look, it's not a Battering Bolt.
Oh, wow. We are going to draw a card here from the Enlightened Strike. That is going to be the end of the turn, grabbing a card for our Arsenal. Powerful version, one of the powerful uses of that card, setting up a 5-card hand for ourselves. Still going to be on Tunic time when we go back to our turn, if we are the Katsu player here. However, I think that's a Boulder Trap in hand, as well as a Searing Shot. If we play that Boulder Trap, we can reload one of these 2 arrows from the Riptide ability, but it looks like we're just going to go ahead and give the Endless Arrow to the block. 2 damage, at least right now, threatening to come through. So, this also could be somewhat of a turning point in this game. Katsu, you give 1 turn, all of a sudden they can be hitting you for 30 to 35, right? For sure. And so this doesn't look like an incredibly impactful turn from, it's just going to be another big old Battering Bolt for 7. So again, are we caught with any reactions? Because if Katsu gets a chance to go crazy, we haven't seen much disruption. We pitched away a CNC when there was no Arsenal, of course. But now, if Katsu's able to keep a 5-card hand, it's going to be, we'll see if perhaps he can get off to the races. 7 damage coming in. We're going to go ahead and Defensive Art of War off of the Tunic.
Man, so these Battering Bolts are not... I'm putting on work.
Yeah, they're not messing around.
No, honestly.
That's 7 damage.
The turns that he's had Eugene had 2 Ancestrals, and now he has Art of War. So he has to use
which we had to discard.
Yeah,
absolutely. Oh my goodness. So yeah, that Art of War would have just been eaten up by the Battering Bolt. So we got to use it now. It's going to let us shore up probably all this blocking for 8 because of the Art of War. But you sure would have liked to play that card if 100%. You were Eugene here. So Battering Bolt's actually putting in like a massive amount of work.
Yeah, it's just lining up very well for PFG.
Okay, so we can see another E-Strike. And we can see a CNC, so that could be important here. So we're going to start off pitching the Warmonger's Diplomacy. Going to go ahead and just 2 Kodachis. PFG doesn't even posture. Going to go ahead and grab both of those to the face. Says, yes, please, may I have another? And let's see, is that just going to be it here? No, most likely not. Putting 1 card on top of Katsu, maybe having a bit of a think. Decide what else he wants to do. We don't know the card that he drew off of the Enlightened Strike that is still sitting in the arsenal. Riptide, man. Riptide Gaming is happening. Bust a Fish for 4. So this is just mostly in these lists as a 0 for 4 that you can grab off of a Katsu trigger, grab off of something like a Bonds because it critically has combo. Even though most of the time Open the Center isn't run in these decks, they're just a good 0 for 4 option for these Katsu decks.
It's also for any Master Momentum trigger as well.
It looks like that is going to finally buy the Hornet Sting.
Razor Reflex and Arsenal.
Let's see, and we're going to reveal a Ravenous Rabble, so no damage from the Hornet Sting there, but going to put the Ravenous Rabble on the bottom of the deck. We blocked with the CNC, so let's see. Yeah, maybe that Bolton Shot is heading to the Arsenal here, because if we find a pump, we will be able to give it go again on our next turn.
Enlightened Strike with go again. And he's going to load up the Searing Shot.
Absolutely. The Riptide Trigger. Cool. Riptide Trigger going to give 5, and then the Searing Shot can threaten another 5 if it's not blocked entirely. Only the Mask and Tunic available to stop any breakpoints. So how hard do you want to keep this hand, Eugene? How many cards do you want to commit defense, or are you going to willing to take 5 and then all of a sudden be staring down a potentially lethal attack?
All 5 traps.
5 traps.
Oh, you have to respect the
traps,
traps,
man.
Yeah.
11 traps, 5 traps. You know he runs them. This game has been a nice little showcase of tar pit trap, has it
Yeah,
not?
it's amazing. That's why that card is in most in Ranger sideboard
These
this
days,
weekend.
yeah, absolutely. Highly.
So insane.
5 damage coming across. Eugene says, send me the bill. And folks, this is going to be that searing shot
And it's
on
lethal.
hit. Take another damage. So we have to commit cards here unless we are just ready to pack it in. So the Tunic going to be committed with that CNC. All 4 damage short up here. But now Eugene has gone to 5. And like you said, that's 5 traps.
Well, here's, yeah. Is he going to be a nut?
Oh my God.
Is that true? That's a red hand.
That's a lot
reds.
of infecting shots. Hey, that's 3 of a kind.
Yeah.
One of Ranger's favorite card. All right, time to begin. This is unfortunate for poor Eugene here, having to just start 2 chains with a Descendant Gust Wave without any Surging Strike beforehand. So it's going to be 3 with Go again. Perhaps going to be breaking that with the Breaking Scales.
Oh, he has to, right? Unless that's bonds. Well, okay, he has
the bonds naturally. So this is what we're talking about. You give Katsu just a couple cards, and suddenly they can be coming at you with quite a lot of damage. What is Bonds going to grab here and banish, allowing Eugene to grab that same card from his deck and then play it on this chain link, or on this chain?
133. Once again, players in the 2 p.m. Ultimate
Looks like it's just going to be the Flusterfist.
Start table 133.
So like we said, just a good 0 for 4 to grab off of your Katsu ability or off of a Bonds. Just a good combo card, so because not every card in the deck is grabbable. You need to have these cards to combo. So Flusterfist being a good aggressive 0 for 4 option, but first we got to deal with the Bonds of Ancestry.
Yeah, so this turn it's really you can't really amplify that much damage only with, because he search Philosopher's. He doesn't have Dishonor. Most you can do is probably so it's like 3/3/4, then just one of those huge Katsu turns.
Yeah,
so you
absolutely.
draw cards and you're hitting for 30 plus damage. This is I'm trying to come back, but it's not one of the infamous Katsu turns that people love to see.
100%. And Riptide here just going to go
just
ahead and
take
take
it.
all 7 of this. So Katsu is chipping away at that life
Yeah.
discrepancy. He's gone down to 14. This is going to most likely...
Going to be an infecting shot for 6.
Yeah, so here's a lot of damage being represented off the Dreadbore. No defense reactions played from Arsenal, but no Arsenal to speak of for Eugene. So this is a must block. You are at 5. And if you take 3 of it, all of a sudden you're threatened with the Bloodrot Pox token as well. So most likely going to have to commit a couple cards. And 3 and 3 traps. We have seen traps do a lot of work in this matchup. PFG looking to go 4-1 here at the Calling Taipei on Riptide, Lurker of the Deep. However, he's still got to find his way across the finish line here, folks. This is an infecting shot, 4-6, threatening that Bloodrot Pox token. Eugene has chipped away at that life lead. Has seen a couple clunky hands from Riptide in these last couple turns,
Yeah,
but
they have.
just getting block value when he can, and this here still threatening lethal damage. No Arsenal to speak of for Katsu, so got to represent this block with most likely 2 cards. I think the battering bolt on that Art-of-War turn was really cool,
yeah.
honestly. The fact that
And the Ancestral.
Yeah.
Both the battering bolts were super impressive.
Yeah, just not able to get the same value out of the cards in your hand when the battering bolt is just going to knock them out of there.
Yeah,
with that big 6 power, being with the +1 off the Dreadbore too.
Yeah.
Rarely see that card used on offense. Mostly, as a
popper.
As a popper, yeah, as one of those rare Ranger 6 attack arrows. And this is going to get a Dishonor and a Winds of Eternity. Beautiful little extended art, but going to shore up all that block, leaving Riptide with the 4-card hand. And Katsu's only got 2 cards left. Here we go, another 0 for 4. If it hits, gets Go again. This is going to be a Soul Bead Strike. Do have the Trench available to block. Let's see, we see a Codex,
Oh, is that a
Sigil of Solace, and a Remorseless.
And I can't think of their names. Man. No, it's a legendary Riptide specialization.
Ooh, one of the traps? Collapsing Trap or... Pitfall. No. There's the 3 of them. I always know Collapsing Trap is the main one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
A Spike Pit? No, it's the other one.
No,
it's
Spike
the third
Pit's
one. Yep, it's the third one.
I think is it that one?
I can't tell.
We'll see.
I'll see if he
I'll
uses
see
it.
it when it comes up.
Yeah, we're not that familiar with traps. Riptide's a rare find.
Hey, I mean, speak for yourself. I have spent copious hours combing through every... No, I know I haven't. I'm gonna be honest with you.
But that hand is quite
Yeah,
good.
it is going to be the collapsing trap.
Trap.
It is the collapsing trap. Go ahead and buckle up my... I'm just going to do a little one of these. Just going to go ahead and... All right. Gonna be the collapse trap. So that is if when a defense attack with go again, you basically lose a card out of your hand because you discard all the cards and then draw one less.
Yeah.
An incredibly impactful card in decks that like to go super wide. And it looks like Riptide here just gonna go ahead and take all that damage. We think we can use all the cards in our hand here. So let's see how he wants to do so. Just that card. So once again, Katsu with a 5-card hand. If you don't disrupt the Katsu player here, if you are, if you don't threaten, either enough damage or don't disrupt, 5-card hand is plenty for Katsu to go crazy on. We've cut the deficit down only to 5 for the Katsu player here, but you have to imagine taking the 4 to keep all cards in our hand. If we're PFG here, we're gonna have some pretty impactful plays. Sigil of Solace is a great way to start. We're gonna gain 3 life and trigger Riptide.
Yeah, amazing.
Go up to 13. Let's see, do we want to active or are we passing on the Riptide trigger? The answer is yes, because it's time to just go Dreadbore. And this is going to be
6.
Yeah, 6.
Must block. Super good hit trigger, and then he saves the
collapsing trap.
Collapsing trap
for the
Arsenal. Yeah, that's like that card's just 1 damage by itself, right?
As long as the defense attack with go again. Yeah,
as long as you get the trigger, right?
There's 1 damage, and here's Remorseless. So the thing about these big 6-power attacks is, you're probably not going to leak too much damage because they're just simply must blocks. Eugene is at 5, and something like Remorseless, you're playing any cards from your hand, you're taking more damage from there, like the Blood Rot Pox from a couple of turns ago. Like, if you only block a little of it, you're just going to die to the effect of the card. So most likely 2 cards going to have to be donated to this one as well.
Sometimes you might donate more. Katsu has a lot of 2 blocks. Like,
absolutely.
Look at us. He has to use 3 cards to defend that.
Mask Momentum going away. You have to imagine it was going to be tough to get value out of that from here because you're going to be blocking for consistent turns.
See all the 2s. There you go.
Yeah, Spinning Wheel Kick. This 2 block from the Snatch, and then the 2 block from the Mask of Momentum. Spinning Wheel Kick was spoiled by a cool YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, I heard they're pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard of them.
2 floating.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
there's Jacob Bertrand, Aiden Kwasniewski, and then this idiot also. Stupid guy with glasses.
His name's Sam O'Brien, right?
Yeah,
O'Byrne.
O'Byrne, but we'll let it slide. No, O'Brien's the idiot, and I'm all right. Okay, so now let's see. We're checking the graveyard. Got a couple cards left in deck here.
Looks like you drew another legendary trap. Which
That
is
one
also
might
green.
be the Buzzsaw, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it, eh?
Yeah. Here we go. This is
Does
going
he have
to
1
be...
card in hand?
He does.
Oh, this trap's gonna destroy him.
And this just naturally has the go again. So the collapsing trap here, gonna trigger the damage, gonna trigger the effect on the card. So we say
reading the card, it's like, what?
Yeah, discard your hand and draw that many cards. -1, X 1 -1.
-0.
I did algebra 1. X equals 0 in this case, and that's gonna spell the end of the turn here for Eugene. And let's not forget, we're triggering Riptide.
Yeah,
1 point of damage coming across.
Oh no!
And it's the Bond, so you would have been able to grab another card and go wide here.
So big.
Riptide, he's rolling up the sleeves. He's saying, "Give me this W, man. I'm coming close." That was pretty sick.
Like I said, these traps, when used at the right time, literally ends your turn. Like just
Boom.
now, he just lost 7 damage because of that turn.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you gotta look, that deck is starting to get kind of thin as well.
And it's life slow.
Premeditate and the Scout the Periphery. So we're gonna pass on the first Riptide trigger, but then the second Scout the Periphery gonna go ahead.
He's not meant to hit.
Oh yeah. You don't have to reveal it. That's okay.
He's not meant to hit.
That's okay. So Scout the Periphery is gonna, let's see, still haven't done the Riptide trigger, so maybe we're just gonna load with Dreadbore here to get an additional +1.
Looks like he's an Infecting Shot.
Yeah, so get all the cards out of our opponent's hand. That's pretty good. Again, we got any
Katsu might not be able to
I was
block
gonna
12.
say the 2 blocks like you were talking about. And yeah, it looks like we are gonna go ahead and just pitch into.
Oh, it's the new.
Oh, it's the what's it called? Non-infecting shot. It's not that. Oh, intoxicating shot. Intoxicating shot.
No, intoxicating shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, me. Intoxicating shot. Here we go. Yeah, this is coming in.
You're the Riptide expert.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is going to be coming in now. If it's here, now they create, right, a courage and a quicken token. You might say, well, why would that? That's giving them a good thing. But all of a sudden, all your attacks.
Trap's active.
Yep. So like Frailty Trap, or if it had card greater than its base, all of a sudden, or no, that's the other one. But like go again with the quicken, boom, your traps are triggering, right?
Courage +1, boom.
Yeah. All the ones that care about the power greater than its base. So intoxicating shot here. You're gonna go ahead, and this is pretty cool. I mean, he looks so menacing in that. In that photo.
So that blocks
Yep.
out
There's
11.
block it all. No ponder, still gonna have 4-card hand. So not only Riptide's gonna have to find the 4 final points of damage, but also if we can just keep taking all the cards out of our opponent's deck. They've been using Katsu to get some cards out, utilizing Bonds, which thins their deck even more. So you have to wonder if fatigue is something that both of these players are aware of. And now it's just gonna be a CNC here because it looks like we couldn't use the other cards in our hand otherwise. This is just 6 damage. Just gonna take
He has to put 2 cards down. There's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
way you put 1 card, go to 1.
Yeah.
Against the Riptide.
Yeah, you've already been chipped away at least 3 life from these traps already.
Yeah.
So 2
Yeah.
cards gonna head in front of this. Fatigue through damage. It is a part of the game.
So PFG can actually just keep playing big attacks and just keep drawing those traps.
Yeah,
He only needs to enable 4 more traps.
Yeah.
And then Eugene will go to 0. So that's going for 4. But
Nice 0 for 4 here. Gonna go ahead and threaten, almost a full third of PFG's life, sitting at the 13. So Katsu's still able to find nice 1-card plays when he's having to, deal with all this damage and save a card for his arsenal. If he is able to stabilize at all, you never can count out the damage output of these Katsu decks.
yeah, Katsu, similar to Kano. You have that turn, 30 plus damage.
Yeah.
Game just swings.
Yeah, plenty of decks. Honestly, Dash IO, I've seen some nasty turns off Dash IO with the Symbiosis shot, max velocity. You can go at 35 easy. 5, some of these big, powerful decks. But here, this is just this ain't 35, this is 4. This is a 0 for 4 Fluster Fist. You can see an Inertia Trap in hand. Looks like maybe another Boulder Trap.
Will not trigger.
Yeah, now are we going to be able to find a way to load that Death Touch is the question. And we're just going to, go ahead, and this is a Pitfall Trap. So this is going to go ahead and trigger and force Eugene to pay 1 or take an additional 2 here, which would take care of the arsenal, which he's just going to snap to because, again, you can't go to 1 against Riptide. Those traps are just suddenly lethal. So Pitfall Trap doing double duty here, taking a card out of the hand and dealing 1 damage and blocking 3 life.
Hold on, he's probably going to play another trap just to
get out of the hand.
No, he needs to load the Death Touch or.
Because now we're playing by playing the Inertia Trap from hand. Well, yes, we're blocking the 1 extra damage, but we played a card from hand, and all of a sudden that Death Touch can head to the arsenal.
Yeah, he can't. If he didn't do that, he can't actually play anything.
100%.
He has 2 traps in his hand.
100%. And now we get to play out the Death Touch and save another trap for our arsenal here. So that was a really heads-up play from PFG. And, yes, we get to save a life, but really more importantly, we get our Riptide triggers. Now this Death Touch, once again, like we've been talking about, there's just 6 damage over and over again, taking 2 cards. How many impactful 1-card plays can Eugene string together? And right now, not much.
There's going to be a hand where Katsu just draws 3 2 blocks, right? And then, that's 3 cards gone.
Yeah. Look at this, just a slugfest back and forth at the end of this game. Riptide not able to close it out, but hey, here's a good 2-card play. CNC, gonna threaten that arsenal. No defense reactions can be played to this chain link, folks. So did we draw 3 blocks? Do we have to give the Trench of the Sunken Treasure as well? We can see at least 1 no block and 1 2 block in the Ravenous Rabble and the Sigil Assaults there in hand.
He's probably just going to take the 6, to be honest.
You think so?
Well, he can't. I don't think he's going to put 3 cards down.
Yeah, we're gonna just go ahead and get rid of that.
6.
Yep, here we go. And 6 to the face. All of a sudden, Riptide down to 7. Gotta find a way to close this game out, or else Katsu's gonna be able to do some nasty things. Drawing 4 cards back up, 4 cards in hand. Sigil of Solace going to represent a load as well. First, let's start off Ravenous Rabble. Let's see what's on the top of the deck. Survey says looks like I think that might be maybe another intoxicating shot. So this is just coming in for 2. Riptide's gonna have to find a way to close this game here. Or else
2 is still lethal.
With the traps?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go to 1.
Even though it's 2, you cannot go to 1.
You simply can't go to 1. Yeah, it's a good point. Man, Riptide started off just chunking through the Katsu's life total and absolutely utilizing those traps to devastating effect, but now kind of having trouble closing the gap. We need to find the actual finish line. Scout the periphery, we're going to see the top of the deck and go ahead and load up the Bolton Shot. This now threatens a reload on hit, but has go again. Let's see, this is a yellow, so just going to be coming in for an additional 6.
That's another 3 blocks.
Yeah, going to go in front of it and most likely can spell the end of the turn unless we have something like Codex of Frailty here that would just end the game, but alas, no. Just going to go ahead and now here's another 0 for 3. Take another card potentially out of the hand. Let's see what we got. We got another couple traps to work with. Now, it does have go again. So if there's a card that cares, if there's a trap that cares about go again, you can play it here.
Which I think he is an Inertia Trap.
Yep. Yeah, so we are going to go ahead and play out the Inertia
so that's
Trap.
Trigger Riptide.
see if they do that. Inertia trap.
Oh, no, sorry. Inertia
power
trap is
grader.
Power grader, yeah.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and Sigil of Solace. Let's gain 3 more life, going back up to 10. That came from the arsenal now. E-strike, going to go ahead. Unless that's another attack. We go ahead and load. So if that has if they if he gave a go again, so he can play it.
The last arrow is the intoxicating shot.
Oh, so another 0 for 4 here.
Yeah.
Okay. So that intoxicating shot going to represent a 0 for 4 arrow in your blue slot that blocks 3 and has a pretty, pretty neat on hit effect that enables all of Riptide's traps. A very, very cool design. Like you give them the things that power up your traps. Like that's very cool. Is he gonna be coming in 4-5 here? Let's see. What does he have? We're gonna defensive Art of War a second time. Pitch the dishonor away. Gonna go ahead and banish. Draw 2. Get rid of the 2 block. That makes sense. Draw a couple more cards, buff up all the rest of our attacks this turn, which does mean that Intoxicating Shot could be blocked by just the 1 card.
Sam, is that is Eugene's deck just thin or is just that?
Is that just a single card?
Yeah, well, is that the angle?
I think that might be maybe 1 card.
Yeah, it looks very thin.
I've been mentioning it. I've been saying fatigue might be a thing here. You keep taking 2 cards out of the deck and over and over again, and they're using Katsu and they're using Bonds of Ancestry. We might be seeing Riptide fatigue the Katsu here. And let's see, that's going to be blocked for 4, so just taking the 1. Now there's that final arrow from from Arsenal, excuse me. This is going to be 4 damage. Now, do we have another 3 block? I think we saw something like 100 wins, which should be able to shore this up entirely.
100 wins only blocks for 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. So then the answer is no. Not going to be short
well,
one attack.
2 with Art of War.
Yeah, we come for 3. I totally thought it blocked for 3.
Yeah, it's just Riptide's. The hair ability is amazing. Like, normally you go in line straight for 7, but because of Riptide's hair ability, being able to place arrows, place a card from your hand to an arsenal, it just enables all the 0-cost arrows that you usually need a quiver. You need a bow to load up. So he's basically playing 3 arrows, 0 for pretty good arrows.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, 0 for 4 in your blue slot that blocks 3, that does a lot of work right here, showing the power of that off and line strike. You don't need any resources to do this. And it looks like, like you're talking about, only a 2 block there. So we might have to get both cards. If there's just 1 card left in the deck, I mean, this is looking like a foregone conclusion at this point. Maybe it's more than 1 card. Maybe it is just a bad angle. But look, looking at that right there, that looks like 1 single card.
Yeah, it does. All right, we'll find out now.
Yeah, let's find out. Ready? Here we go. Gonna go ahead and put the pitch under, and just 1 card left in the deck. We're gonna go ahead and give the fist bump there. So Riptide going ahead and fatiguing out the Katsu off the back of some incredibly powerful turns and some incredibly powerful interactions, but put himself in the position there. PFG went ahead and took that Katsu to task. So PFG moving up to 4-1 on the day. A Riptide at 4-1. I mean, I know I was expecting that. I know I was putting that on my list of guarantees throughout the day. But I'm not sure that everybody was. But I would definitely have. I was for sure. All of my foresight really came true in that prediction.
Yeah, I'm honestly glad we got to showcase this Riptide gameplay. Yeah. I feel like that hero has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
Maybe coming to the next format too. But because the traps are so impactful against all these on-hit effects, We saw Tar Pit Trap, and we saw, what's that trap there?
The Collapsing Trap?
Collapsing Trap?
Yeah. Do just massive amounts of work.
Basically won him the game.
I mean, kind of. Yeah, you look at how little life he had left at the end of the game. Yeah. Especially those Tar Pit Traps when turning off the Katsu abilities on those turns. That was massive.
Insane.
Yeah. And the Collapsing Trap there, I mean, like we talked about, the fact that it grabbed the bonds was just...
Oh, yeah, that was disgusting.
That was sick. So, PFG moving on to 4-1 on the day. He's got 2 more rounds. If he can split his next 2 rounds, he will be moving on to day 2 at X&2.
Yeah, so, how cool would that be? Riptide day 2?
Come on now, let's see what we can find. So just 5 minutes left in the round here, folks. So we're getting ready, only 2 more rounds of Classic Constructed here at day 1 of the Calling Taiwan. I'm so excited, I just knocked the table. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to Metrics, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrics was beautiful until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we rewrite the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
There's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend our limits.
The future will be bright.
Hey, hi guys, I'm Brian Kong from One Collectibles. One Collectibles is a card shop that does a lot of collectibles and also Flesh and Blood. So we sell and buy a lot of Flesh and Blood singles. We have our own inventory on our website. We run events, host events, yeah, and we do booth a lot in a lot of international events. So you'll see us at Worlds, at Callings. You guys can find us on One Collectibles Instagram or Facebook, One Collectibles. Our website is One Collectibles. Hey, hi guys, I'm Brian Kong from One Collectibles. One Collectibles is a card shop that does a lot of collectibles and also Flesh and Blood. So we sell and buy a lot of Flesh and Blood singles. We have our own inventory on our website. We run events, host events, yeah, and we do booth a lot in a lot of international events. So you'll see us at Worlds, at Callings. You guys can find us on One Collectibles Instagram or Facebook, One Collectibles. Our website is onecollectiblesfab.com. You can look through our large inventory over there. We have high-end singles to playable majestics to promos. Yep, so you can find a lot of things over there. You get to experience the whole world, you know. We go to different parts of the world. So first one was I think it was New York, into Lille, into San Jose, Baltimore. So you get to experience a lot of different cultures. It's a very fruitful experience. You get to learn many things on the job. You know, setting up the whole booth, interacting with other customers. You know, getting to know them. Yeah, and just growing your inventory and your sales. As I'm a competitive player, I think it's the first time I win a competitive event. Was probably Road to Nationals like 2 years ago or something. Yeah, so that's where I won with Dash, and that's how that's how people got to know me as what they call the gun god, which is basically I popularized Dash in Singapore. Yeah. So we have the Marvel Leviathan, but I think you guys can take a look at the main bulk, which is here. This is our main bulk, which is a lot of the first edition Kofoys. Oh. So you have WTR Kofoys, ARC Kofoys, and Crucible Kofoys.
Okay.
So you can take a look at this. So, yeah. So these are Kofoys and some promos. Kofoys are from like ARC, WTR, and we have some special ones here, which is the Gold Foils. Yeah.
Gold foils.
Yeah. So these are some of the Gold Foils that we purchased along the way. One of it is where I won it in National Stop It. Oh look, and there's another one there, which is the EA Tunic.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's a hard one to come by. Bye guys, you can find One Collectibles around the world. You know, we are going to every event, most events. You can find us in Singapore at Paya Lebar, Grand Link Square, Gilliland Road. We have a physical store, but if you ever need any singles, you can just head on to our website, onecollectiblesfab.com.
Promo code?
Yes, so that's our promo code. Yes, we ship internationally as well, yeah.
Okay, hello, my name is Chu Heng. I'm from Singapore. My top finishers are top 16 Proto Liu and a top 4 at I think Wolves Calling. I think that's San Jose. My favorite hero is Prism. Well, I mean, it's Prism. Who doesn't like Prism? I like how Icelander plays as well, and I enjoy playing Kano, although I don't think I'm very good at the deck. Okay, so I got started in Flesh and Blood because one of my closer friends runs a LGS, and then one of his closer friends brought in Flesh and Blood, and then we introduced it to our local game store. I started 2 years ago, just before Monarch pre-release.
Right.
So I managed to get in a few pre-releases back then, and it was I think it was a COVID period, and I actually opened a cold point. So that kind of kickstarted everything off. Yeah. And cold points are quite expensive back then, I think. I would say I'm fairly successful in Flesh and Blood. I made a lot of finals. I didn't win a lot of events, but I did make a lot of finals. So I also met a lot of people around the world. And I think I got to know a lot of new friends in Singapore as well. I think this is a bit like double-edged in a sense. I think one of my favorite memories is I went to Proto Liu, which is the second Proto, and I was doing really well. I went 10-0 until I stopped winning. Like literally, just needed one more game for top 8. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great memory.
That's great.
Even though it's a little bit painful near the end. Yeah, I think a close second is the Pro Quest where I qualified for Liu itself. I think it was helped organized by Jukes. I actually won that whole event, and it was also on Prism. And it wasn't a smooth journey, right? I played 6 rounds, I lost close to the end, and I bubbled into top 8. So I made 8th place and I won the event. So amazing. That was, I think, my first event win as well. So yeah, that was great. Okay, so previously I traveled a lot for Magic Grand Prix events, which are now named differently. So I enjoy those trips because I get to see a lot of the world. I traveled to Japan a lot in particular, which I really enjoyed that country. Yeah, so I've always wanted to travel for Flesh and Blood Con. So far I've been traveling more for just protos and in general. So Worlds, I would say, is more like a proto as well. So I mean, this is the first calling I'm actually traveling overseas for, and so it's very exciting. And a lot of my friends are here as well, so we get to stay together in this house, and it's great.
Nice.
I mean, for me, I just want to continue doing well, hopefully win my own nationals. I keep getting denied by Gordon, so as for this calling, I mean, I prepared quite a bit, but confidence, well, not so confident. Hopefully things can go my way a bit. Originally for CC, I think one of my first few successful decks were on Dash. Okay. So Bright Lights introduces a lot of new cards to Dash. So while I'm not playing Dash, for many reasons, I honestly I like the set a lot. I think I was actually very interested to play Tackle Person. I tried a bit of Dash IO, but it didn't really work out for this calling. And I don't really like Max, but yeah, I think the set is interesting.
Hi, I'm Ya Chong. I'm from Game Tavern, Singapore. We are here to sell and buy FAB cards. Today is day 0. We definitely sell a lot of product. We clear one whole box of Welcome to the Wrath. People have been opening packs, and the cards are selling very fast from Bright Lights. I think it's a very interesting approach to have expansion set, but of course the hit rate also varies. We realize that come to the big event, people really need singles. Yeah, because it's a mechanology main set, the singles from other classes are also in high demand. Yeah, we realize that not all players are building new decks, but some just want to upgrade their deck right before the calling. It's my first time traveling as a vendor, yeah. last time I traveled for events, but now travel for vendor is definitely different. There are a lot of things going through, what to pack, what not to pack, a lot of debate about what to bring, what not to bring. The truth is you can never be fully prepared. So we are happy about what we bring over here, and we hope that we can sell as much as possible and buy as much as possible.
Nice. What cards are you looking to buy?
We are looking for, because Taiwan actually started Flesh and Blood earlier than us, so we are definitely looking into high-end first edition stuff from Welcome to the Rust, some code foils, alpha code foils that we didn't manage to get, and yeah, basically, and staples. We need a lot of staples to prepare our upcoming ProQuest season as well. Yeah. Wow. Pro Tour Singapore? Near future, yeah. I think we can count on that, yeah.
Hey, hi guys.
你好，我中文名字是曾以生, but in English you can call me Ethan Vansant Mansant. I'm right here in the lovely Calling Taipei in Taiwan, hosted by the lovely Fabled Events. I'm super happy to be here, surrounded by lovely people and playing some great Flesh Blood this weekend. Just last weekend, you might have seen me streaming Battle Hard in Milwaukee. There's another event upcoming next weekend, but I had a little bit of a break, so I showed up here to go ahead and play because I do a bunch of things. I'm a player, streamer, content creator, producer, sometimes caster. I try not to do that as much, but really I wear all hats in the Flesh and Blood world, I think. Sure, yeah, I started playing Flesh and Blood right when Monarch came out, and pretty immediately fell in love with Levia, who I still play, and hopefully we'll play tomorrow in the main event, or today when you're watching this. But I've got some friends trying to make me play Lexi. But I've been basically playing Levia since she came out, and really enjoy her and try to just innovate on deck lists and swap all over the place with that. And that's the beautiful thing about Flesh and Blood. There's so much innovation to be had. I feel like I add one new card to the list and I have to learn the entire sequence of plays all over again. So I just never get bored of it. And that's really what's carried me through every season. I want to find the best Levia deck, see what can top a ProQuest, see what can win an RTN. She still hasn't top 8'd a Calling yet, so maybe that's part of my journey. Maybe that's this weekend. That would be great. But yeah, she's really carries me through. My biggest achievements in Flesh and Blood are nothing, on the ladder. I mean, I guess I have high limited ELO, but I haven't really won anything big, just some ProQuest and RTNs. But mainly what I think I bring to the Flesh and Blood world comes a lot from the production that I've been doing in the United States and even Canadian nationals as well. So all over North America, you can find me streaming events, and I really try to do my best for the community there. And I really love that part of what I do. All right, favorite memory of Flesh and Blood? Why not? We'll call it something recent. I didn't think I was coming to Calling Taipei, at all. But then Sam, one of the casters today, messaged me and says, dude, they're bringing me to Calling Taiwan. What do I do? And I'm like, what do you mean, what do? You go, man. You have an amazing time. And he goes, but will my phone work? And I'm like, dude, if you need that many baby steps, I should just come with you. He's like, yeah, dude, come with me. And so randomly, I just checked ticket prices, and they were cheap enough that I could actually swing it. And holy crap, I'm here. So that's a pretty incredible happenstance. I'm super thrilled. And this is about to be a great weekend. It's already been a great couple of days eating amazing food, visiting friends and family that I have here. So it's I think forming probably my favorite Flesh Blood memory of all time, just being here. Traveling for Flesh and Blood is pretty much part of the ethos of this game, right? Play the game, travel the world. And as soon as I heard that was kind of the mentality that this game was pushing, I dedicated so much of my life to just trying to make it, seeing what friends could, come with me to an event so we could split some costs on gas or, hotels, things like that, just so I could experience more of these events in person because they're incredible. You're just surrounded by so many like-minded people, so many friendly faces, and everyone just wants to hang out during the day, play games with you, and then hang out afterwards, get some great like Korean barbecue or whatever is like kind of the norm in the U.S. Here, it's all about the street food, all about going to a night market, and those just make the events so special. You're just hanging out with friends from like dawn till dusk, really, and you just make so many friends along the way as well. Even if you don't know that many people, you can like show up. You can be playing a side event and just strike off a conversation and just meet amazing people one by one, and it's just so cool. Well, thank you all for watching the stream this weekend. Supporting coverage is one of the greatest things you can do for this game. You will see me streaming a couple events coming up pretty soon, probably next weekend. Not sure if that's announced. But yes, Mansant, you can find me on YouTube as well, Savage Feats for production. But thank you to everyone for watching. 你好，我中文名字是曾以生, but in English you can call me Ethan.
Okay, we're live.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling Taipei. We are getting ready for round 6. Only 2 more rounds here of classic constructed action, and it is time we're going to get to see Azalea again. We're going to get to see now. This deck really went somewhat unopposed the last time we saw it. Just was able to chain all of these disruptive attacks together. But Azuri Switchblade is a hero that is pretty content to sometimes just do 1-card plays because Azuri's hero ability can get around cards like Red in the Ledger.
Yep. It's Battle of the Pits.
Yeah, Battle of the Pits, absolutely. Now, Azuri is a hero that a lot of people think is well positioned into plenty of decks in the meta, and sometimes, like many decks, doesn't want to see some of these more illusionist style of game plans. But with both of these players sitting at 5-0, both of these players are looking to stay, are most likely, pretty much locked for day 2 at this point. If you go X and 2, you're going to make it in the second day, but you'd much rather be undefeated going into the final 100%. Day. You have a little more way more wiggle room on day 2 if you have some more opportunities to take losses and still make your way into the top 8. So this is a big match. If you can move into the final match of day 1 still XO, that's a really good place to be.
It's good. It's a good confidence boost. You're safe.
Yeah.
You can afford to lose 2 games. Tomorrow.
That's
out of the 5 rounds.
That's not nothing. I love. Honestly, I played a good amount of both of these heroes. Azalea, it's just incredibly fun to get some of those just punishing on hits with Dominate. But Azuri is an incredibly cool gameplay pattern. The getting to switch between different aggressive or more defensive, more mid-range styles. And similarly, the on hits can be significantly impactful, especially against a thing like Azalea. Now, looking at this matchup, how often do you think it goes to Azuri trying to kind of fatigue out the Azalea, or do you think it's gonna be more of like a battle back and forth of trading damage and on hits?
It might be fatigue. Azuri is looking to, because Azuri can't actually. Depends if the arrow is dominant or not. I know Azuri has all these defense reactions, but you're never defending a 10, 12 damage dominate arrow, right? Most you could defend for is 7.
Yeah.
So you wanna just strip cards. You wanna play these isolates and have have the CNCs, have the shakedowns, have the already dead. Like those new those big 6 powers that impact full, and then it kind of messes up with the Azalea player.
Yeah, absolutely. So Azuri here, these assassins kind of looking to prey on some of these ranger decks. However, Azalea, with that dominate stapled onto the hero ability, might be able to get around some of Azuri's defenses. So both players going to present each other with that customary fist bump that is so common in Flesh and Blood. And now it's time to get on into the game here, see which player is on the play. Looks like Young Zhao on Azuri is going to start up, putting an energy counter on that Fighting Spring Tunic. We see Fighting Spring Tunic, Findall Spring Tunic. I like Fighting Spring Tunic though.
Well, that sounds good.
And then we got a Spider's Bite coming in, going to buy a Seek and Destroy block. Nice signed one as well. Time for an Isolate. Let's see what he's going to want to stealth in if he so chooses. We're going to give the 1 card to it. It is the Battering Bolt, and it is time to immediately get, maybe it's something like a Death Touch. We're going to go, and there it is, Death Touch. Well, I was going to say, Arsenal Destruction doesn't matter, but Death Touch, absolutely. Either giving it inertia, frailty, something like that. So 3 damage going to come across. Let's see which disease he wishes to afflict Azalea with here, as Yang Zhao looks to pass out a frailty token. So,
Man, it's a good start.
Good, yeah, absolutely. Get some damage across. Now, the frailty token against something like Azalea may be a little less impactful than into something like Lexi, because
every damage matters, Sam. Every
100%,
damage matters.
100%. Decks like Lexi like to go a little wider, where that frailty impacting 2 to 4 arrows on a turn, whereas Azalea often just wants to go a little taller. So we'll see how much value that frailty token gets. First, let's go ahead and load up the Death Dealer. Something's in there. I think maybe a Falcon or Sleep Dart. Cool.
Is it? Yeah, Sleep Dart.
Yeah, Sleep Dart going to go ahead and threaten to turn off the Azuri ability if it connects. Let's go ahead and take a brief reminder of what Bracers of Belief does.
Fun note, Bullseye Bracers coming.
Yeah, coming on back.
Coming on back for
Azuri. That's absolutely true. Time for a Seek and Destroy to go onto that sleep. Oh, wow, is that so we saw 3 Seek and Destroys in the first turn and a half of this game. So this is going to go ahead and threaten to turn off the Azuri ability here.
Coming for 10.
Yeah, and if it hits, going to basically mean no arsenal and no cards left in hand. Those are going to get destroyed to the Seek and Destroy effect.
2 cards, defense direction.
And yes, there's the sync below. So going to go ahead and block that out entirely.
That frailty mattered. If it was 11,
Yeah.
You probably have to.
No, you're
see the
absolutely
legs.
right. You're absolutely right. So just being able to shore that up with those 3 cards, Frailty Token looks like this is why Yang Zhao is 5-0.
And this is why
I'm sitting here. So we've got an Isolate coming out. We're going to go ahead and just making sure everything's all good. Isolate, here's 2 with Dominate, but probably not staying on the field for long. See if it's something like a CNC or even like a Leave No Witnesses.
So the fun thing about Zuri is, you can be in the scenario, you can play it, but you don't actually, in your hand, you don't actually need to have a 6 power. You just have to act like you have a 6 power. And then them blocking one of his attacks, you're about good enough, Arsenal.
Yeah, for sure. All right, going to give the Infecting Shot, but looks like we do have an activation here. Going to go ahead and banish a card face down. Immediately becomes the Command and Conquer. That is going to deal 3 damage and destroy the arsenal there. So Hilmi is only going to have 3 cards in hand after this and no arsenal remaining.
Is that a Codex? Oh, we pulled up a Codex
Might
too.
have
Wow,
been.
that was a critical.
That's a good hit, yeah. So again, these disruptive effects from Missouri, we're going to see how can they...
Missouri's best combo, Isolate.
Yeah, 100%.
Come on.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Shakedown feels pretty good.
Shakedown's good too,
Shakedown
but Command Conquer is just like the best.
It is what everybody. I remember. I truly remember when all the stuff was being spoiled. And dude, people were disrespecting. They were like, "I guess the best thing you can do is isolate into CNC." I'm like, dude, isolate into CNC is pretty good. And it comes up a lot. So this is going to be an Enlightened Strike, perhaps just for 7. We just want to keep a card for our arsenal for later for the Azalea pair. So Hilmi just threatening 7 damage, going to keep an arsenal around. It's pretty dang good off of just a couple cards. Let's see how Yang Zhao wants to navigate these blocks. Going to have his Tunic up to 3. Both players sitting at 5-0, and again going potentially, keeping an undefeated record going after day 1 of a calling is huge. So both players fighting for that honor here. Let's see if he wants to give any blocks to the Enlightened Strike.
Yeah, Yang Zhao's really caring about his life. He doesn't want to just take 7. Because like Azuri, it can't really use their whole hand, and you don't really want to trade 7 more damage just to attack with your dagger, right? Yeah. You're saving 3 life for attacking your dagger.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be a Surgical Extraction block, a card that. Ooh, and now this is nice, isn't it? Card? Yeah. So we're going to get to keep. See, we've got 2. All right. So if you're Yang Zhao here, or if you're, let's say you're Hilmi, right? You saw your opponent only block with 1 card, right? Off of that. Off of the Enlightened Strike. Got 2 cards left in hand now. Leave No Witnesses. It doesn't have stealth, so we can't be doing something like a Razor's Edge on top of it. But you know what doesn't care about stealth? Shred. Precisely. So that is a way that you can, even if you give 2 cards to block, if the Shred takes 3 away, all of a sudden that's a 4-power Leave No Witnesses that is looking to banish that card. And if it is something like a red card, all of a sudden those silver tokens that can be used to buy back those Black Tech Whispers give you an extra breakpoint on the block that might come at a critical point. So there's Leave No Witnesses, 2 cards in hand here. How does Hilmi want to navigate what could be an attack reaction?
Leave No Witnesses is such a strong card. 0
Absolutely. Get it off the Codex.
Mini CNC, just amazing card.
I mean, being able to, an incredibly powerful and honestly just like satisfying play pattern in these Azuri decks is when you take a couple cards out of the hand, finish with the Codex, make them put a card in the arsenal, and then you just, your Codex target is a Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, exactly.
And all of a sudden you're coming in for a breakpoint, maybe just eating that arsenal. It's fantastic.
I love Leave No Witnesses. It's one of my favorite cards.
Yeah. All right, coming in for 4, threatening to banish the top card of their deck and a card in their arsenal. So if both of them are red, all of a sudden you get a couple silver. And now that's something that you're not always going to get when you're playing these contract cards that are a little more Arachne focused in these Azuri decks. You definitely, there was a good period right around Pro Tour Baltimore where you were seeing some of these, more contract style Azuris that were really coming into the meta. There's like 2 different schools of thought. You can have the Annihilate the Armed and all these contract cards, or you could do a little more of the Sam Dando, Ben Dodd, initial deck that came onto the scene, which was that aggressive, the Nimbalism and all the infects and stuff, which is a super fun deck to pilot and play.
I do think Yang Zhao's on more of the hybrid version.
Yeah, I think so too. We haven't seen many of those contract cards, but let's see now.
2 cards.
And it looks like maybe just a
Shred.
Yeah, and there's the Shred. We're going to take care of one of those and maybe just 2/2 blocks there.
That's so good.
So we're going to now
losing
banish
3 cards.
Ooh. And it is 2 reds, so all of a sudden, if you're not playing this is where I was kind of getting to with talking about the 2 different kinds of decks. When you're playing a deck that doesn't focus as much on the contract cards and it's harder to get those silver tokens, if you can manage to find 2, especially early, you can really make different decisions with those Black Tech Whisperers because you know you can get them back. You know what I mean? So that's a very different lines of play you get to have.
Basically, it's basically 2 armor, right?
Yeah. And 2 different breakpoints, and you get to maybe give something go again if it hits. And Blackjack Whisper is a powerful way to like turn on just like a naked shakedown or something like that.
I don't even know what's so good with that shred.
Yeah, that was sick.
Lost free cards.
Yeah, that was sick. So now
gained so much advantage. So it's just, no, you strike, go draw a card.
Draw a card,
go to
yeah.
Arsenal.
Ooh. This is cool. This is some good back and forth flesh and blood. I like this. Hilmi fighting for a little bit of positioning, trying to get those disruptive on hits together, but Yang Zhao really putting the pressure on with not like an enormous amount of damage, but just enough disruption. You look at both of these heroes; they're still sitting above 30 life, and at any point, the Azalea player, if they're given a moment to breathe, kind of seeing Azalea on the back foot in the way that Azalea was on the front foot in the last game we got to see on stream. Gonna see a Spider's Bite coming in, pitching away, looks like another surgical extraction.
These daggers honestly are so annoying.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Like,
you never want to block them, but as soon as you don't block them,
you agree to straight up. Oh, great, my card's blocked for 1 or 2.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, we just see the Orbitoclast there, so not going to be the Nerve Scalpel threatening the reaction debuff, the Orbitoclast threatening non-attack actions, but the Flick Knives on the side of the field for Yang Zhao, another. Just a card that feels so good. You guys do a very good job of making these decks feel like the thing you're doing. So the fact that your arm slot allows you to just like flick the deck,
sounds good.
It's fantastic. You like that?
Yeah, I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is now going to be the second dagger utilizing the tunic. So sometimes it's harder to find the value off the tunic, but here we're going to get the Orbitoclast coming in. So now no matter what you block with, even if it's a non-attack or it's attack, it's going down by 1. We got a card left in hand that is your isolate target.
Azuri.
And we're going to Azuri in.
Oh,
a shakedown. So we're going to grab that Remorseless out of the hand for the block, and then now it's time to name red, yellow, or blue. Let's find out which pitch color Yang Zhao wants to target here, and perhaps
most likely red.
Yeah, try to get a red arrow, red pump, or yellow if you want to go for Codex, which is an interesting, Codex or something like a Rain Razor.
Usually when you say red, it's like pretty high percentage chance to say red. Yellow's a bit loose.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to go ahead and banish. Looks like the infecting shot there. So keeping the pump and keeping the Codex is Hilmi here. So still now, that was definitely impactful. Yang Zhao still sitting at 35. Azalea, Hilmi down to 26. But now we get a little more resources to work with here if we're the Azalea player. We get to start the turn with an opt. Haven't been able to do so the last couple turns after the CNC and the Leave No Witnesses. We get to choose the top of the deck. We have Azalea's ability online. We have our tunic. Let's go ahead and start here, however, if we're the Azalea player with 2 different pumps. And now we get this Codex. This is going to be a pretty impactful turn.
Yeah.
Gonna go ahead and threaten or get the Ponder and give the Frailty over to Yang Zhao.
Frailty is super good against the daggers.
100%, gonna turn those offline, much like the Kadachis in the last game we got to see Codex featured in. And now this Sleep Dart gonna threaten once again to turn off that hero ability for Azalea.
Oh, using Azalea.
Now this is...
Very nice.
Wow, okay, Remorseless on top. So this is what we knew from the Skullbone Crosshack. We didn't opt it to the bottom, so now we get 11 with Dominate. I forgot, I thought he opted it to the bottom. I didn't realize he had left it on top, so now...
I believe you can't use defense reactions in the
Arsenal. Yeah, not from Arsenal because
it was placed face up. Right?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So this, unless you have...
So this is hitting.
For sure. For sure. It's a got Dominate, can't do D-React from Arsenal, so we're going to take a bunch of damage, and depending on how many action cards Yang Zhao then plays, he's going to take an additional 1 ping from each of those cards, so representing a lot of damage.
And a Ponder and a Blood Rot.
Yeah, and this was after a Shakedown turn.
Yeah.
Right, so this is what we're talking about. Like, you give Azalea just a little bit of breathing room. This is the first time her Arsenal wasn't disrupted, and all of a sudden, that Lace with Blood Rot going to represent even more damage. This is a huge swing in this game. And that Ponder token, we actually got 2 after the Premeditate, so we're going to get our choice of Arsenal here for the Azalea player, so nice little 3-card hand there.
That was impressive turn from the Azalea player. But don't count the Azuri Bella yet.
Oh, no.
3 cards.
Oh, yeah.
More Arsenal disruption.
Oh, yeah.
Back in square one.
Let's load up our tunic. It's time to start off just with the Leave No Witnesses. Going to take 1 damage, most likely, from the Remorseless, as long as they remember that trigger. Still got, cards to work with.
So rough with Azalea. This card literally demands 2 cards if you want to keep your Arsenal, just because of Azalea just not having that much armor.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to throw your tunic away or your cross strap.
You get those perch
Recently with
grapplers
perch
once.
grapplers,
Yeah.
once?
You get it once. So like when does Hilmy want to throw those in here? Well, last time we saw poor Hilmy take a couple. And I say poor Hilmy, he's doing fine. He's at 26 and he's 5-0. But like you saw him taking a good little while to think about how he wanted to block this leave no witnesses and looking like he might
It's
take-
kind of the same scenario, right?
Yeah, exactly.
2 cards,
That's exactly
leave no
it.
witness.
In fact, he actually has more cards available to him in this turn. But again, every attack reaction he does play on this turn will ping him from 1 from this remorseless. So that, can't be understated. Perhaps
Maybe
motioning
just
to just taking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna lose the blood rod and another lace with inertia. So dude, 4 silver on this game already after 2 leave no witnesses. That is 2 Black Tech Whisperers buybacks.
That's 3 armor.
That's fantastic. I mean, I don't think that can be really overstated. And we kept a card around, if I'm not mistaken, to pitch into the blood rot.
I agree with Hilmy. Just you don't want to commit 2 cards. If he has the strength,
yeah, exactly.
You're losing 3 cards.
Yeah.
You might as well just lose your arsenal, play with your 4 cards, 24 damage, whatever.
I'm super curious to see if that 4 silver becomes relevant. We'll see how the Black Tech Whisperers come into this game, but I feel like being able to buy that back has to be super impactful. We're going to go ahead and just load up with the Bolt and Shot. We didn't have an Arsenal app, so we can't opt with Skullbone Cross Wrap. Let's see, most likely got some pumps in our hand.
Players in the 3 p.m. Blitz event. Your event is about to start at table 161.
Any players out there in the 3 p.m. Blitz event, your event is about to start at table 161. So if you're watching in the Blitz event, you're going to want to go ahead and head to those tables. If you could hear the announcement over the loudspeaker. Alrighty, let's see.
Really thinking about the plays.
Looks like we do have a Deadeye in hand, so that is going to turn on the Bolt and Shot. But now with Death Dealer being used on this turn, if Yang Zhao is able to turn off the... Oh, we've got 2 Deadeyes, excuse me. So now all of a sudden, this is a much bigger Bolt and Shot than I thought it would be initially. So
this Bolt and Shot's pretty good. Just attacks with 10. And on hit reload. With go again.
Still got the go again. No resources floating, so have to wonder if that is an arrow that can be played off of the reload here. If not, looks like we're just going to give... Yeah, and there's the Black Tech Whisperers being thrown upon it.
Oh, look at those 2 shreds.
Yeah, get those out of there. So one of those was probably...
From Luster?
Yeah, exactly. Tunic going to 2, still got those 4 silvers, so now time for Jest. Looks like this is a Wither. But again...
Is that the one that creates the frailty?
It is, yes.
Oh.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. You don't want to block out 1 attack.
I know, but now with no cards in hand for the Azuri player here, this is truly just threatening the frailty token. So that
it's the blue one, right?
Yeah, it looks blue. Yeah. See, again, you don't want to block that, but the frailty token can be relevant.
Very relevant.
Yep.
You can also pop the black tick.
Oh, he totally can if it hits.
Yeah. No, I mean just if he wants to rebuy them, use
just use it for just right now, no matter what. Yeah. It'd be so sick if he had something like another leave no witnesses in his arsenal and no blocks. Black Tech hits, gets go again. Leave no witnesses.
He might.
He might.
He might.
He might. All right, Hilmy gonna go ahead and have a think. 34 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of time. 37 for the streamed players over here. They had a little more time for setup.
Oh look.
Yeah, he might give it a block.
Not give him a card.
Might even if he looks to give him a knock to death whistle. That's a premium card. You'd be happy to see that if you're Yang Zhao here. Yang Zhao sitting at that 26 life threshold. Hilmy at 22. This is round 6 of the calling here in Taipei. It has been a day of great games in a beautiful city, in a beautiful place. And this is getting, I think that's the penultimate game. I'm pretty sure penultimate is the second to last, right? Isn't that how that word works?
I think so.
The penultimate game of day 1 here.
Man, he's really thinking about this Wither.
Oh, certainly is.
Those frailty triggers, they matter.
Not every player gets to 5-0 by playing super fast. You know, you can be disciplined through your play. Still got plenty of time to work with, though. Both players are cruising towards that 20 life, half-life threshold, so... Gonna go ahead and see, do I want to take this frailty token, maybe open myself up to a Black Tech Whisperers play? Haven't seen any Dromais on stream since Nick Butcher round 1, but there are plenty.
No, we saw Hayden Dale.
And by haven't seen any, what I meant was we saw Nick Butcher and Hayden Dale. The 2 players that brought a very similar deck. I talked to Hayden a little bit actually in between rounds, and he was in good spirits. I told him we said this just added to the lore of him phasing down Rhinos and taking too much damage on turn 0.
He was like, I hate you. sweet.
Because you did elect to put him on the feature match. I can't take credit for that.
He's like, oh yeah, thanks for putting on the feature match. Just watched 4. Biggest high roll ever.
No, he's used to it though. I mean, I feel like once that happens to you, trying to get into the top 8 at Worlds, like nothing else matters.
Yeah.
You know,
100%.
that's a little bit of ego death.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, it's really taking his
Alright,
time.
yeah, Hilmy gonna have to make a game action here. Or the judge might instruct him to do so, as a couple minutes have gone off the round timer. You can see Yang Zhao just doing a casual little adjustment of the Black Tech Whisperers, maybe threatening that activation. And looks like it's just going to be a hit. The Frailty token going to come online. No Black Tech Whisperers, so we're not going to buy it back at the start of our next turn. 4 cards being drawn up here for Yang Zhao. Let's go ahead and activate our Skullbone Cross Wrap here for the Azalea player. Going to go ahead and flip over. Maybe a Ravenous Rabble? I think it might have been.
So too much.
Let's see. No, it is a lace, I think. Lace with inertia, perhaps. So let's see. Going to go ahead and opt 1 here.
Does he like it? Does he not?
Opt 1 here, setting up the top of the deck is such a powerful effect for Azalea. Only down the 5 life. You know, at any point can start stringing together big disruptive attacks. Either one of these here are content and able to really disrupt their opponents. It's going to depend on, you know, I feel like...
he likes it?
All right, can you keep it?
No, keep looking in.
Yeah, we do. Okay, we like it. Going to resolve that, go ahead and knock the Death Whistle, so we don't like it that much.
Okay.
So we're just going to go ahead, and it doesn't matter if we leave it on top, if we're just going to go grab an arrow and shuffle our deck anyway. Let's see, it's going to be a Bolton shot. So we're valuing most likely the dominate and the potential to get the go again here without having to use our Death Dealer to go a little wider. Now, but you know what's interesting? And maybe this is why he took so long to think about the Frailty, is because if your play is to go for Bolton shot,
wide.
Frailty definitely does a little more value than if you're just doing one big tall attack.
Okay, popping the braces, getting that +2 value.
Okay, so doing that before we get the Bolton shot in, because we know that we have a red on top of the deck now, so a good heads-up play using the braces of belief, you know, before we just have a random card on top of our deck.
Going for 5.
So yeah, I needed to do this.
5, yeah.
It looked like a 7 initially. I was like, what? So this is 5. Gonna go ahead and have the dominate. Gonna give that annihilate the armed to the cause. And do we have this defense reaction? We do. So that is going to say no reload. However, we do still get to load with the Death Dealer here. So even though
That's a big commitment.
I was thinking
Blocking
that
for
too.
7
you still get to
on a 5.
go in, do more on this turn. Looks like it's another Bolton shot.
No wonder he was thinking so long. This Frailty trap was actually like saving him a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Wither there really absolutely doing a little more than just that 1 damage. Frailty going to get. So that turned that blue into basically like a normal red Wither, right?
Yep.
Because it was blue, 1 damage, but also the 2 points on the Frailty there. So, you know, you're okay with that.
Might be
from the blue
3
slot.
points actually. Oh wait, does this Bolton shot go again?
No, because
No,
it doesn't have any. Yeah. So he's just going to take a couple more points of damage off the Bolton shot. Has to end the turn with 2 cards in hand. So I think you're happy to see that if you're the Azuri player here. That was not. I mean, honestly, if that is the turn of a Knock the Death Whistle, you know, like you're happy to see that if you're facing down an Azalea and your Knock the Death Whistle is a couple of Bolton shots after a Frailty token.
Oh, here we go.
Isolate, couple cards in hand. What's going on up, folks? Let's see what we got
what's your
coming up
guesses?
here. What's my guesses? I mean, we've only seen the 1 CNC, haven't seen them been blocked with.
You've seen 1 shakedown too?
Huh? We've only seen 1 shakedown,
too?
yeah, absolutely.
I think it's going to be Death Touch.
Death Touch?
Yeah,
All right,
that's just one.
I'll say CNC.
All right.
Esmond, what do you think? You think Death Touch? All right, fine. Gonna go ahead and give the 1 card to block with, and we are gonna go ahead and activate the Black Tech Whisper, so whatever we Azuri in is gonna get go again, because it is going to hit more than likely. And we do have the Tar Pit Trap to respond from the arsenal before the Azuri effect is able to resolve, and you guys were correct. It is the Death Touch. I'll see myself out, but this is just going to mean that there is no further turn, because the Black Tech Whisper is the assassin attack action has to hit. And it is not able to hit because that card came from the arsenal there. So 1 big play deserves another, and we are able to see Hilmy go ahead and continue the turn from there. That's going to be now he gets a little bit of free reign to continue the turn, because that Death Touch, it did not just, you know, completely stymie anything. We're just going to go ahead and cover up that Fate Foreseen, or use the Fate Foreseen to cover up the Ravenous Rabble 4/4. Time to activate the Death Dealer. Do we want to use the Tunic or a card from hand? Let's find out. We got, can't tell if that's a Codex. No, we're going to use the Sleep Dart just put that to the bottom of the pitch zone there, and looks like he's just motioning, yep. Use that codex, and we can grab now a 1-cost arrow and use our tunic if we so wish. So just keeping the sleep dart in the deck, pitching it to the death dealer so we don't have to discard it, keep it in the deck, which against a hero like Azuri is absolutely relevant. You can be losing too many cards that, you want to keep cards in your deck facing down assassins, for sure.
100%.
And so that is going to be the infecting shot that will be able to be fired off of the Fine Spring
Death
Tunic.
Touch, beautiful. Has the Tunic Cavalry.
Oh yes, look at that. So that's the one interesting kind of interplay when you're playing Codex of Frailty into Rangers or Assassins, right? Like you also give them the opportunity.
You have so many good options. Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah.
Death Touch.
Because now look at this. We can just easily give 2 cards, spend our Tunic, still have a card for our own arsenal. Yes, it's only going to be for 5, but I think if you're younger here, once again, that's one of your power cards.
Man.
Yeah, it's one of your power cards for the Azalea player, and I think this is a pretty good way to navigate it.
He bought back his legs for the
Yes,
first time.
there we go. So we've seen the 1 block used to cover of a breakpoint. Let's see if we get 2 more breakpoints blocked out of those Black Tech Whisperers. I'm so stoked on those 4 silver. That was so cool. Getting them so early, you really just get to change the timbre of your blocks throughout the game. Death Touch coming in 4/5 off the Frailty token here. Now this could be a time we see those Perch Grapplers get used because it's a little easier to give
3 and 2.
Yeah, than trying to give 2, not wanting to give 2 cards on a 6 power breakpoint. So now that you only have a 5 power breakpoint to worry about, this could be a time to commit those shin guards to the block. Imagine Azalea just like kneeing the Death Touch in the face with the Perch Grapplers. Frailty token on hit, Inertia token on hit, Blood Rot Pox. Now you see this is, again, this is kind of what I said really early in this game. Like this is very kind of classic back and forth positioning Flesh and Blood. Both players kind of heading down at similar cadences of life total here, and it's going to come down to who can set up the right end game and who can kind of string together the disruptive turns. For Yang Zhao, you were able to block with 2 cards, and even though you had to discard, you're going to get a card for your arsenal. And this is
there you go, Sam. 5.
Yeah, there we go. Going to go ahead and give the Perch Grapplers here 5 power breakpoint.
No.
Easy to work for. Yeah, no shred on this one. Just going to be a card for the arsenal. Time to draw back up to 4. Let's see what Azalea is able to string together with 2 cards and, critically, starting off the turn with a Skullbone Cross Wrap.
Is that a Rabble?
I think it's a Rabble. I thought it's a Rabble 3 times, though, and
it
hasn't been a Rabble yet.
No, it's Rabble this time.
Oh, okay. Ravenous Rabble. Let's see, do we want to leave that card on top with the Skullbone Cross Wrap? The answer is yes, but it looks like we might have another Knock to Death Whistle in hand, so it would be interesting if, Enlightened Strike there.
Yeah, so he wants the red first.
Yeah, make sure it's a red.
Make sure it's red, text to the 4, and then
Exactly.
think about Knock later.
Once again, a perfect little sync blow here. Because it's not in the arsenal, not going to be able to get good value off of trying to stop a dominate on this turn cycle. So as just getting that 4 block out of it because you know you can, covering up the Ravenous Rabble entirely. Got a Bolton Shot in hand there. Got the Death Dealer still able to be loaded with. And now, interestingly, looks like we know we're going to draw that Enlightened Strike here if we are Hilmy. So perhaps valuing the ability to play out an Enlightened Strike with Go Again and then the arrow that you load off of this Death Dealer. That's a pretty wide, pretty powerful turn off of only 3 cards.
Remorseless? Yeah. That's pretty good. So, Enlightened Strike now. 5 Go Again.
Yep. You go put that card at the bottom, so.
And follow up Remorseless after.
Yeah, good little.
Not a bad turn.
Not a bad turn at all.
14 damage?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. This is going to be, there's no on-hit effect here, but it does just represent 5 damage. Looks like we're going to, Azuri is, again, a deck that is happy to block with a lot of those cards.
Yeah, happy to just block with 3 cards, play Leave No Witness.
Something like that is very impactful, especially now that those Perch Grapplers have been taken by the Death Touch. So the Infect going to be given to the blocking cause here. Now time for a Remorseless. Looks like, we're just going to give all 5 to those.
Have my hand.
Let's see. If that's something like a Codex in the arsenal, that could be a pretty impactful thing.
Pick up Tunic.
And the answer,
ooh! Oh, Sam, come on.
For 3. That's a called shot. We're gonna grab that lead. This is exactly.
I love those plays so much.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about at the beginning of the game. I was like, this is one of the most satisfying plays I've found in this whole card game. You make them discard a card, you get them to put a card that they want into their arsenal, but then you immediately pressure that arsenal, and you give them a frailty, and you get a ponder. So your next turn is powered up as well.
And you get silver.
And you get silver if it hits. Yeah, absolutely. And we've gotten those Black Tech Whisperers back, and that was sick.
No, that was
sick. Block with all 4 cards, do the classic, just codex into the leave no witnesses.
Get your pluses. Get all the little
Okay.
bonuses you can with that card.
Yep. Go ahead and check in the graveyard there. A lot of cards in the graveyard there for the Azalea player. As we were talking about throughout this game, fatigue is something you have to be aware of when you're facing any assassin in this card game, and Azalea is no different. Checking both graveyards there. Let's have a little graveyard party. Gonna go ahead.
Yeah, the
and
graveyard's pretty thick.
Yeah, exactly. These players are working through. Even Yangzhou, if you look at that deck, not looking like the thickest deck I've ever seen. I feel like I've seen thicker decks in my lifetime. Alrighty. Both players just waiting to resolve this Codex of Frailty. Again, both players sit in very similar life totals, but this feels like a pretty impactful play here from Yangzhou. Gonna grab a card out of Hilmi's hand and immediately pressure the arsenal. Looks like it's just gonna be a Spire sniping. Just hoping to activate the Swallowbone Crosswrap on his own turn and dig a couple cards deeper. Put the red in the ledger in the graveyard there in case we get a Codex.
I think it's just gonna take it. Yeah, yep. Just.
Let's go to 3 silver here.
He got the Snares Piping because it's blue.
Yep.
Doesn't want to give him a nudge.
Right? Yeah, that's a clean little play there from Hilmi. Grab the blue because we don't want to give any extra value from the. Honestly, that's sick. Yeah. That's smart thinking. All right, time to pitch into the Bolton shot. Time for another red in the ledger. Now we see why he was willing to go ahead and get rid of another one. Now it's time for Ravenous Rabble. Let's reveal a drill shot. It's going to be for 4, and then a red in the ledger that will potentially have a pump on top of it.
But we'll have -1 from the Frailty zone.
That is absolutely true. So without a pump, once again, those Black Tech Whisperers would be enough to shore up that 1 damage. We'll have to see if he has some kind of Ranger buff in hand. Looks like we're going to immediately give a card to block. Yangzhou going to take another second to think. Round 6 here at the Calling Taipei. A lot of players out there fighting for their tournament lives. X2 makes it into the next day. Going to go ahead and give the Amnesia to the block. 6 power attack, blocks for 3, and just takes off names and token names, right?
Yep.
Feels like a card that can be very relevant in certain metas. But now it's time. Let's get that drill shot in. We're going to give it the Dominate. We're going to attach a Frailty token to it. 7.
6.
Oh, yeah, 6 because of the...
Does he have the reaction?
And looks like the answer might be no. But it should be, yeah, right now they're representing 7.
Oh,
but we can cover up 7, no problem with an Oasis Respite. So not going to get the life gain here, but that is going to take down all of that damage, now leaving Hilmi with only a 4-card hand on his next turn.
No Codex turn.
No Codex turn this time, or leave no witnesses, unfortunately. So both players just going to draw up. Yangzhou content to just block out on that turn, not get any value from the damage there, forcing Hilmi once again to just keep going through cards because all your attacks for Azalea players are mostly cards. I mean, they're all cards from here. You don't have a weapon, so Yangzhou is able to get it to a point where there's not a lot of attacks left in the deck. You can just whittle down with those daggers all of a sudden because you have a weapon and your opponent does not.
Yep. Biggest Ranger problems.
All right, here we go. Death Dealer loading in. Going to go ahead and draw a card. Now trigger the Spire Sniping, which is the arrow that was loaded in. We can switch those cards if you want. No opt effect, but yeah, he is going to go ahead and put the second card from the top on the top of the deck. Going to go ahead and lace with Blood Rot, which means premeditate, which means it looks like there's probably an arrow that he found. Yeah, that Spire Sniping going to head to the bottom. This is going to be powerful with Blood Rot and Ponder attached. Looks like it might be another drill shot.
Good enough.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Drill shot's really annoying as well.
Yeah.
Especially against decks that... Like, Missouri's deck all block for 1. All equipment, mostly all block for 1.
Yeah.
So the crown.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see, do we want to give the crown here?
What is this? 10?
Yeah, so we're going to give at least
3.
The 3 block here. This would, representing losing the block on the Flick Knives.
He's going to flip a movable on us?
Imagine.
3, 6.
3, 4, 5, 6.
9.
And we're going to crown away. So that means there will be no, unless we have something like another Oasis. The answer is no. We are taking the damage. So the Flick Knife's going to go ahead and get that -1 counter from the drill shot. Let's make sure that let's see if Hilmi remembers to tell him to put that counter on. I'm not sure he did.
No?
I'm not sure he did. And as we heard in the pummel heard around the world, that might be part of, that's part of the game, right? You got to make sure you announce your triggers and make sure that your opponent resolves those triggers. So it looks as though that one might have been missed, and this is now going to be an Enlightened Strike.
7? Go again.
Most
2 cards in hand,
likely
mostly go again.
Oh, this is just going to be 7.
So he probably has a blue for the blood rot.
That would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense.
Hey, 7's not good. 7's not bad when he's on 17.
Yeah. Oh man, look at this. Again, both players sitting at similar life totals. They're just telling you this is a very back and forth, jockeying for position and advantage. A very classic game of Flesh and Blood here at the Calling Taipei round 6. Both players fighting to stay undefeated moving into the last round of tournament play here today. I'm loving it. If it's not clear, I'm just simply loving it. All right, looks as though we might be donating a card to the blocking cause.
Maybe 2 cards, actually.
A lot of artist signatures on Hilmi's card. Clearly likes this hero quite a bit. Give the Bolton shot, and that might be all she wrote, folks. 4. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take the 4 here. She, in this case, being Azalea. That's all she wrote. Yeah, pitch the blue, like you said, into the blood rot, and that's going to save us a little bit of life. So down to 13 goes Hilmi on Azalea. 4 cards drawn for Yangzhou. Skullbone Crosswrap going to go ahead and once again reveal a mystery card that I think is a Bolton shot. Let's go ahead and opt, read the glide path, which is, it's the same card. We know what it is. We don't need to opt again. So let's go ahead and come in with Bolton Shot 4/6, threatening the reload, but once again, with that Death Dealer still available, that reload's going to definitely be less impactful. Tunic going to go ahead and power up the Death Dealer. Let's load in an arrow. Let's draw another card. We know what it is because we left it there with the Skullbone Crosswrap. Another read the glide path. This time let's opt. Looks like another Bolton Shot on top. Put it at the bottom, and we're just going to pitch out and play. There's the red in the ledger. This time it's going to be coming in for 8.
Not a bad turn. 7, 8, 15 damage. Yeah, just
3, 7, take 1. Yeah. Yangzhou seems like doing a little bit of a slight pivoting, right?
Yeah.
Seems like the game plan has shifted a little bit, not necessarily trying to threaten the same on hits. I think that deck's getting kind of thin for Hilmi, right? This is what I was saying, these assassin decks. What do you got left? Yeah, look at this. He's counting the deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards left in deck for Hilmi. This feels like you're going to have to really string together something very powerful.
He needs to look for the dominated attacks.
Yeah, like something big, and maybe even 2 dominated attacks.
Yeah, and he needs 2 dominated attacks to hit.
I think Yangzhou has played a very nice game. Both players are playing a very good game here, but Yangzhou threatening when he needs to, putting on the pressure, but now really committing to putting on the brakes, putting on the defenses, and basically saying to Hilmi, I don't necessarily just have to win this game, you have to find a way to win. Because if you can't find the win, then that's going to put the win squarely in my favor here. So let's go ahead.
So it's going to help him out. That's going to help him to just look at 2 cards. Try to find an arrow, play your pumps. Try aim for the 10, 12 dominated. Yeah. Get some damage in, and then hopefully the last few turns you're able to repeat that, and then that's the way you see the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Going to go ahead and once again perhaps put that second card from Spire Sniping back on the top of the deck.
Players, if you would like to drop from the tournament before
going to leave that card on top.
Please come up to the scorekeeper's stage and write your
All right,
line
knock
on the top.
Guarantees him an arrow.
Going to go ahead and grab some. We don't need to use that reload because we already have a card in our arsenal. That is that Spire Sniping there. But let's see, man. You didn't knock the Death Whistle now. That guarantees you the dominate, but do you have enough pumps to make it really matter here?
I think he has 2 more cards in hand.
2 cards in hand, yeah, 2 cards in hand, so very well could have if those are both pumps.
I think
infecting shot, right?
Shot,
Yeah. You have to push the damage.
I'll put the most damage.
Push damage, yeah. Although, however, if you can only block with 1 card, you have to imagine he's going to he'll have a blue for that Blood Rot Pock, so.
All right,
getting the red in the ledger, interesting.
I think it's just more about damage than more the hits like whatever.
Yeah,
just getting that out of the deck's good as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of good as well. It's good against Codex, it's good against... I wouldn't say it's like the best card against Zoo, but it definitely can affect some.
It's an incredibly powerful effect. Being able to only do 1 action on your turn is just a very powerful effect for a lot of decks in the format.
Not problem.
Although you can't really do your
dominate.
Yeah, you can't really do the Seismic Surge or even the Enothos for 6 is a little harder. But this is Azalea and Azuri.
Oh, what?
Looks like we gave the aim counter,
which does nothing.
Which does do nothing here unless we have a way to.
Oh!
Ooh, wow, look at that. Down and dirty from the Arsenal. You can block with it from Arsenal. It's not just a popper. So it's going to go ahead and shore up that 5 exactly.
That was bad turn. Just 5 dominant, that's not going to get you.
I don't think it's going to get you there. And like we said, like there were only 10 cards left in deck, and we've now drawn another 4. Here comes a Spider's Bite now. Yang Xiao is content to keep cards in deck, threaten with that, you know. Yeah, blocking here feels a little scary. Now it's time for just a shakedown, and with the Flick Knives and Black Tech Whispers available.
And potential shred.
Yeah, like there's plenty of ways to turn this shakedown online, even if that's not a shred in the hand. We're only going to be able to block the 3 here. Maybe we have a tar pit trap or something like that. We are going to go ahead and give it the go again with the Black Tech Whispers. Do we have the tar pit trap?
Do we have the shred? No.
We don't. So again, but that's just 3 cards out of deck here for Hilmy. That's really going to be pretty impactful, I think. Tunic to 2. Load with the Death Dealer. Put another Knock the Death Wheel in the pitch zone. I think that might be a Bolton Shot, but it is hard to tell.
Oh, it looks like you drew another Bolton Shot.
Yeah, so there's just a Bolton Shot, 4/4, no go again. Let's just immediately give 2 cards to that. Yeah.
My turn.
I think Yang Xiao has assessed this game and has found the key to victory. Only 2 or 3 cards left in the deck there. We're going to buy back those Black Tech Whispers. Gotten some good value out of that. Let's put like the red. We're going to overpitch to the Spider's Bite, keep cards in our deck, go ahead and keep moving through. And then there's the Codex of Frailty, 2 cards left in deck, Command and Conquer, able to overpitch to do so, to keep the 2 resources
so
floating here. I mean...
No, and the Spider Bite hit as well.
Oh, absolutely, you're totally right.
So that needs 3 cards.
This is looking like a very well played endgame from Yang Xiao here. This is also, you know, have to imagine these are, you know, these at least the Surgical Extraction, I think, is something he pitched from the beginning of the game. So this might be kind of an end game he set up for himself. And it's looking pretty effective here. This is Command and Conquer. It's going to buy 2 cards. Make sure those are both 3. Oh, no, because those aren't even 3 blocks right now. 2 damage coming across.
Remember.
And let's see. We're going to remember the pummel trigger here. Going to go ahead and grab a card off the
3 cards.
That's brutal.
That is brutal.
Yeah, that's brutal, man. Deadeye going to come in, and this is just a Sleep Dart for 7 because of the Frailty. Yep, going to remember the Frailty here, so it's looking, I mean... I
3
think
block defense reaction?
I mean, even without, I don't know if there's enough cards left in deck for Hilmy to really go for
2
it.
3 blocks in Black Tech? Easily.
Yeah.
One time.
He did the pushover. There is nothing to be found, Yang Xiao. This is going to, most likely, I don't think he's going to be able to get there, folks.
Sure.
Take 1. Yeah, exactly. Yang Xiao says, sure, send me the bill. And that's going to get the fist bump there. Yang Xiao moving up to 6-0 on Azuri, fighting for undefeated here at the Calling Taipei. I mean, that was a really great game played by both sides, but when we started moving towards the end game state, I feel like Yang Xiao just played a perfect pivot, game plan into that more defensive fatigue. Once he identified, I can find the path to victory, but he wasn't just blocking the whole game, was he?
No, he was trading life. So he's trading life at the start, playing his disruption cards when he can. If he doesn't have a disruption hand, he can just block it out as much as he can, and then wait for leave no witnesses, the command and conquers, the shakedowns. That was his game plan. But then, what he also really did well was he was able to. The big turns where they went wide, it was like 7 go again, 8 go again. He's not afraid to just slap his whole hand down.
Yeah.
Take 1 damage.
Yeah.
And then pass it back to you, because he knows that's not going to be every turn, which was very impressive to watch.
Yeah, and again, all of those we lost 4 cards total to those leave no witnesses, right? Yep. A couple pumps, and they're reds, right? And they were all red, so those are some of the most powerful cards in your deck if you're the Azalea player there. So those leave no witnesses were mighty impactful, not only because of the silver, but because of the banishes. And we did see him block, I think, with the Annihilate the Armed, right? Yeah. Which is one of those, when I built my Azuri deck for just the last week, like that's the one contract card that I left in there from.
That's nice.
Because it hits attack actions, right? In a lot of these decks,
and it's got good stats.
Get 1 for 5. Yeah, so absolutely. So look at that, Yang Xiao moving on to 6-0 on Azuri. See if he can continue to dodge some of those less favorable matchups and prey on some of these Rangers, but we've only got 1 more round. What a day.
What a day. We're almost there.
It's kind of flown by. So we have got 1 more round for you. Don't go anywhere. Game's going to be up in probably 10-ish minutes. So we'll see you soon at the Calling Taipei.
Hey, hi guys. I'm Brian Kong from One Collectibles. One Collectibles is a card shop that does a lot of collectibles and also Flesh and Blood. So we sell and buy a lot of Flesh and Blood singles. We have our own inventory on our website. We run events, host events, and we do booth a lot in a lot of international events. So you'll see us at Worlds, at Callings. You guys can find us on One Collectibles Instagram or Facebook, One Collectibles. Our website is onecollectiblesfab.com. You can look through our large inventory over there. We have high-end singles to playable majestics to promos. Yep, so you can find a lot of things over there. You get to experience the whole world, you know. We go to different parts of the world. So first one was I think it was New York, into Lille, into San Jose, Baltimore. So you get to experience a lot of different cultures. It's a very fruitful experience. You get to learn many things on the job. You know, setting up the whole booth, interacting with other customers, you know, getting to know them. Yeah, and just growing your inventory and your sales. As I'm a competitive player, I think it's the first time I win a competitive event. Was probably Road to Nationals like 2 years ago or something. Yeah, so that's where I won with Dash, and that's how that's how people got to know me as what they call the gun god, which is basically I popularized Dash in Singapore. Yeah. So we have the Marvel Leviathan, but I think you guys can take a look at the main bulk, which is here. This is our main bulk, which is a lot of the first edition Kofoys.
Oh.
So you have WTR Kofoys, ARC Kofoys, and Crucible Kofoys.
Okay.
So you can take a look at this. So, yeah. So these are Kofoys and some promos. Kofoys are from like ARC, WTR, and we have some special ones here, which is the Gofoys. Yeah.
Gofoys.
Yeah. So these are some of the Gofoys that we purchased along the way. One of it is where I won it in National Stop It. Oh look, and there's another one there, which is the EA Tunic.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's a hard one to come by. Bye guys. You can find One Collectibles around the world. You know, we are going to every event, most events. You can find us in Singapore at Paya Lebar, Grand Link Square, Guillemard Road. We have a physical store, but if you ever need any singles, you can just head on to our website, onecollectiblesfab.com.
Promo code.
Yes, so that's our promo code. Yes, we ship internationally as well. Yeah.
Okay, hello, my name is Chu Eng. I'm from Singapore. My top finishers are top 16 Proto Liu and a top 4 at I think Wolves Calling. I think that's San Jose. My favorite hero is Prism. Well, I mean it's Prism. Who doesn't like Prism? I like how Icelander plays as well, and I enjoy playing Kano, although I don't think I'm very good at the deck. Okay, so I got started in Flesh and Blood because one of my closer friends runs a LGS, and then one of his closer friends brought in Flesh and Blood, and then yeah, we introduced it to our local game store. I started 2 years ago, just before Monarch pre-release.
Right.
So I managed to get in a few pre-releases back then, and it was I think it was a COVID period, and I actually opened a Kofoy. So that kind of kickstarted everything off. Yeah. Cold points are quite expensive back then, I think. I would say I'm fairly successful in Flesh and Blood. I made a lot of finals. I didn't win a lot of events, but I did make a lot of finals. So I also met a lot of people around the world. And I think I got to know a lot of new friends in Singapore as well. I think this is a bit like double-edged in a sense. I think one of my favorite memories is I went to Proto Liu, which is the second Proto, and I was doing really well. I went 10-0 until I stopped winning. Like literally, just needed one more game for top 8. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great memory.
That's great.
Even though it's a little bit painful near the end. Yeah, I think a close second is the Pro Quest where I qualified for Liu itself. I think it was helped organized by Jukes. Yeah, I actually won that whole event, and it was also on Prism. And it wasn't a smooth journey, right? I played 6 rounds. I lost close to the end, and I bubbled into top 8. So I made 8th place and I won the event. So
amazing.
That was, I think, my first event win as well. So yeah, that was great. Okay, so I previously traveled a lot for Magic Grand Prix events, which are now named differently. So I enjoy those trips because I get to see a lot of the world. I traveled to Japan a lot in particular, which I really enjoyed that country. Yeah, so I've always wanted to travel for Flash and Blood Con. So far I've been traveling more for just protos and in general. So Worlds I would say is more like a proto as well. So I mean, this is the first calling I'm actually traveling overseas for, and so it's very exciting. And a lot of my friends are here as well, so we get to stay together in this house, and it's great.
Nice.
I mean, for me, I just want to continue doing well, hopefully win my own nationals. I keep getting denied by Gordon, so as for this calling, I mean, I prepared quite a bit, but confidence, well, not so confident. Hopefully things can go my way a bit. Originally for CC, I think one of my first few successful decks were on Dash.
Okay.
So Brightlight introduces a lot of new cards to Dash. So while I'm not playing Dash, for many reasons, I honestly I like the set a lot. I think I was actually very interested to play Tackle Person. I tried a bit of Dash IO, but it didn't really work out for this calling. And I don't really like Max, but yeah, I think the set is interesting.
Hi, I'm Ya Chong. I'm from Game Tavern, Singapore. We are here to sell and buy FAB cards. Today is day 0. We definitely sell a lot of product. We clear one whole box of Welcome to the Wrath. People have been opening packs, and the cards are selling very fast from Bright Lights. I think it's a very interesting approach to have expansion set, but of course the hit rate also varies. We realize that come to the big event, people really need singles. Yeah, because it's a mechanologist main set, the singles from other classes are also in high demand. Yeah, we realize that not all players are building new decks, but some just want to upgrade their deck right before the calling. It's my first time traveling as a vendor, yeah. Last time I traveled for events, but now travel for vendor is definitely different. There are a lot of things going through, what to pack, what not to pack, a lot of debate about what to bring, what not to bring. The truth is you can never be fully prepared. So we are happy about what we bring over here, and we hope that we can sell as much as possible and buy as much as possible.
Nice. What cards are you looking to buy?
We are looking for, because Taiwan actually started Flash and Blood earlier than us, so we are definitely looking into high-end first edition stuff from Welcome to the Wrath, some code foils, alpha code foils that we didn't manage to get, and yeah, basically, and staples. We need a lot of staples to prepare our upcoming ProQuest season as well. Yeah. Wow, Pro Tour Singapore? Near future, yeah. I think we can count on that, yeah.
I was thinking more like in terms of product.
In terms of product, I really love Roundtable. Roundtable is awesome. Compared to the previous one, the Dorencia versus Reina, I think Roundtable is what really bring in new players. You see players from other games, they just bought the product because they want to play some tabletop games with their friend and they are learning it. So, and PvE, we need PvE, yes.
Hey everyone, it's Hayden Dale from Arsenal Pass here, and my best finishes in Flesh and Blood is a national championship win and a calling win, as well as a couple of calling top 8s and top 4s.
And who's your favorite hero?
Oh, that's a tough one. My favorite hero, it's either Reina or Viserai, and honestly, it changes all the time.
Well, currently right now, what's your favorite hero?
Currently right now, my favorite hero is Dromai. Oh, so I'm a content creator for Flesh and Blood, and I guess pro player, if you want to call us that. So I do a lot of traveling to play Flesh and Blood, as well as create content. We have a weekly podcast on the Arsenal Pass YouTube channel, as well as podcast services where we talk about sort of competitive flesh and blood, really. Yeah, so I got into Flesh and Blood at the very start of the game back in 2019. I was fortunate enough, and I guess maybe good enough, to win one of the first callings in Sydney, Australia. And from there, I got into content creation and kind of started the journey as a player traveling to play this great game. Yeah, traveling to different places to I guess play the game, see the world has been amazing. Been to Europe, to North America, to Asia, Singapore a couple of times. Now Taiwan's my first time in Taipei and Taiwan. And honestly, it's an amazing part of being able to play Flesh and Blood and travel around the world. Yeah, I mean, I have so many great memories of Flesh and Blood, but I think, you know, being a content creator and one half of a channel with my good friend Brendan Patrick of Arsenal Pass, the first time we got to meet was a year into our journey together creating content. We never got to meet each other in person, and we finally got to do that in November 2021. And we got to unite for the Calling Florida and US National Championships, and that's definitely a highlight for me. Was you know, just meeting people has been awesome. I have high, I guess, objectives for myself. I'd love to be a Pro Tour champion or a world champion in Flesh and Blood, but really I just want to continue to be a content creator in the game and enjoy the game and continue to play the game, see the world as much as possible, and hopefully make a few top 8s and wins along the way if I can. For this calling, I'm not as prepared as I have been for others, but you know, I would really like to achieve a cash finish. I'm aiming always for top 8. I think that's my kind of minimum expectation myself, but you know, we'll see once the rounds start going tomorrow. I like to play it round at a time and just see how we go. Bright Lights is an interesting set, I think. You know, for limited play, I'm really excited about it. We've played some Sealed today in the Bounty event, been doing some drafts, and I'm excited to draft it come the World Championships in just over a month's time. For Classic Constructed, I think it's a real unknown right now what it's going to turn out like. For me right now, I honestly don't know. I like Mechanologist, but I'm kind of focused on, I guess, some of the other heroes, and I'm excited to see if anyone else can kind of break the set and come out with maybe a Dash or a Max or a Teklo deck this weekend.
Hello Taiwan, my name is Wisnutan and I'm an illustrator. So I'm responsible for designing both Rainer and Levia. This is my first time to go in Taiwan and I'm really excited to go another country where I've never visited, like in Taiwan. And I think this is a very exciting experience. The best part is meeting with a lot of fans, FIB fans, and yeah, chat, do a small chat and do a commissions like sketching and do a signing. Favorite hero? Rainer. Okay. Thank you for supporting me. Keep playing Flesh and Blood and see you next time.
Hello everyone, I'm LPT. Chinese name is Liao Pei Tong. The best achievement is the last year World Championship top 4. I started this game from Monarch. And then that time it's like COVID-19, so everyone only can play game, like use camera and play on internet. And then I choose to play like competitive is after I got the information of the Taiwan national, they will holding paper real game. So from the beginning, I choose Kasu for my hero, and then that time is like it's the Rainblade time, and I really cannot use Kasu to beat too consistent to beat Rainblade. So, but I still choose Kasu for my hero, and then until like last year Road to National, it's like the fight really OP, but I'm not lucky guy, so I cannot use the Sami Hammer fight to kill people in the second turn or third turn.
I see.
And then later I choose Prison, but I don't know how to play. And then later I choose Briar, and I find out Briar is really consistent. He can have a really combo turn like Channel Mountain and 7-7-7-7. And also can, because of the embodiment of Earth, it's really great to, this hero can block really well.
Right.
Also the race and the the Ranger become really OP. So later I choose Ranger to my next deck. let's say two.
Yeah, sure.
The first is the first time I joined the Singapore Calling. Before that time, I don't think I can do really well in a competitive event. So I just go to Singapore and like for trip for fun. And then I think it's really lucky I can get in the Taipei, Singapore Calling. Yep. And then let's make me more try hard and do better in this game.
Okay.
And then the second is, of course, is the Worlds. It's an amazing experience and memory. That is the first time I go to USA, and with my teammates CYK and Eugene, and we go to USA for have fun in Worlds, and again really lucky to become top 4. I don't want to put a lot of like stress on me to just to play really competition game, just like spend a lot of cost. So usually my thought is I go to another new country and I never visit, and it's for like trip and travel, and then I have a game in that city, and of course it depends on I'm busy or not. So if not busy, of course we'll practice more, but sometimes really busy, so just have a trip and for fun. Play Flesh and Blood and see the world for fun.
Right.
Right now it's like the Dromai, Lexi match. I'm not sure match because in the theory match. No. Match is not really great to beat Dromai. Dromai is like can block and can use like dragon to stay on the field. And match have to use like in your deck you have to use 2 cards to kill 1 dragon to boost. People again like every pro dash player say the Droma is the worst matchup, and I'm not sure is how about it get Bright Light the new card to beat the Droma deck. Icelander is also consistent, but in meta everyone say it's not good to beat Dromai and Lexi. And also match is a tough matchup for Icelander. So I'm not sure how is the Icelander position in this meta. So I think Lexi and Dromai is the like top 1, top 2 deck in this meta.
Hi, we are Finder Hobby. We have been running our store with our sister company Agra Hobby for quite a while. Yeah, we're here selling some accessories and Flesh and Blood TCG. We are from Singapore. It has been a quite tedious trip because we've been carrying a lot of heavier luggage, bringing along all along the way, walking and coming down to the venue here. Quite rewarding and of course tiring. So far it has been a very good experience. It's a very nice place here in Taiwan to meet all the players and the artists. So far our playmat has been quite a good place for them to take a look at the artworks of the new cards in FAB too.
The valuable
part. We have our Eye of Ophelia, we have our first set foils and marbles. So far, yeah, all mid-range higher prices that people can afford.
I'm Nick from Sydney, Australia. I'm the reigning Singapore calling champion. I'm last year's Australian national champion. I got top 4 at the 3v3 calling. I've top 32'd a few of the pro tours. Dorothea is my favorite hero. She's just tragically bad right now, so no go. But it is what it is. I wouldn't say I'm definitely no pro player. I think I just started playing when the game started, had an alright finish and just played ever since, slowly get better at the game. And yeah, privileged enough to have got lucky and won a couple of events. My favorite card is probably the 3v3 calling, the memories and opportunity to team with a couple of your good friends and win together, lose together. this was a great bonding experience, and hopefully there's more in the future. I want to be the world champion. I think that's the ultimate goal, I think, of every player. One day to be a world champion. So I'm going to try this year really hard. I'm going to Dallas. I'll be in Melbourne. I'll be doing a lot of these events. So all the prep is good. Honestly, playing helps a lot. Having a good testing team to play with. Never settle. Never be entitled. Always feel that you can do better. It's about having a good time as well. Okay, I think all of the new heroes are quite weak. It's just okay. Like, obviously there's future design potential with these cards. People don't have patience, and people will want things to be as good at the gate like Lexi was up to Outsiders, where everyone thought she was terrible and then everyone complained about her, which any of these heroes could be that in the future, so people should be patient. Yeah, I think they're doing a really great job right now, especially with a lot of different directions that they're going. All right, thanks for watching the stream, everyone. Check out the next feature match coming up soon.
Hi, I'm Elvin from Premier Card Grading, and what we do is we actually grade cards for trading card games. If you like to grade our cards, you can find us at premiercardgrading.com.my. We are from Malaysia. So generally, you can send in cards from Southeast Asia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, and you can get your cards graded for you. If let's say you don't, things may happen, right? I've witnessed accidents happen before. I've seen people accidentally damaging the cards, dropping cards. Even they put it into a magnetic sleeve, it still can damage the card. So usually for cards inside the case, right? For me, I'm quite confident with this. I can just drop it. No issue.
Okay.
The card will be fine. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's meant to protect the card. Okay, what sets us apart is that we are generally very fair. As much as we are strict, we are still very fair. So the subgrades will show you your final grade. Like, there's a reason why this card's a 9.5 and not a 10, is because even though the centering, corners and the surface is 10, but the edges are a 9. So generally, we are very fair on it. And these are actually my personal cards.
I see.
Right? I got no say in the grades that I want. You know, whenever I submit cards also, we all get everything back in a very fair grade. So if you decided to grade your cards, you can look for a middleman, okay, that is within your region. You can find us on Facebook as well. And it's all listed there also. If you can't, just look for us at premiercardgrading.com.my and you can submit your cards to us.
你好，我中文名字是曾以生, but in English you can call me Ethan Vansant Mansant. I'm right here in the lovely Calling Taipei in Taiwan, hosted by the lovely Fabled Events. I'm super happy to be here, surrounded by lovely people and playing some great Flesh Blood this weekend. Just last weekend, you might have seen me streaming Battle Hard in Milwaukee. There's another event upcoming next weekend, but I had a little bit of a break, so I showed up here to go ahead and play because I do a bunch of things. I'm a player, streamer, content creator, producer, sometimes caster. I try not to do that as much, but really I wear all hats in the Flesh and Blood world, I think. Sure, yeah, I started playing Flesh and Blood right when Monarch came out and pretty immediately fell in love with Levia, who I still play and hopefully will play tomorrow in the main event, or today when you're watching this. But I've got some friends trying to make me play Lexi. But I've been basically playing Levia since she came out and really enjoy her and try to just innovate on deck lists and swap all over the place with that. And that's the beautiful thing about Flesh and Blood. There's so much innovation to be had. I feel like I add one new card to the list and I have to learn the entire sequence of plays all over again. So I just never get bored of it. And that's really what's carried me through every season.
Folks, we have reached the end of day one here at the Calling Taipei. And we put a little poll into the chat over on YouTube to see if people wanted to see a win and in situation for day two at X and 2, or if we wanted to see some people battling to stay at X and O moving into day two. And we the results were pretty resounding. It was like 60-40 for XO. And we are now going to, we've been avoiding the boogeyman all day. We've been getting a good breadth of heroes throughout our day one today. But if we're looking at the X and O's, we gotta start looking looking at Lexi Livewire. And so, folks, for the last round of the day, we wanted you all asked for XO. Well, you're getting XO, and we're getting table 1. This is for all of the marbles in terms of going undefeated here, and we have got Nova Chan versus Eric Leong, and Nova has been doing very well in recent events, from all the way back to Pro Tour Baltimore.
He's normally a Briar player, but since Briar's gone,
ascended.
Ascended. He's now a Lixie player, which will also probably ascend.
Well, absolutely. Seems like, Nova Chan likes to follow the heroes right before they're gone. And maybe, and just follow the Aria heroes, right? The talented Aria heroes. But we're going to see which player is able to find the edge in the all-important mirror match between the Lexi decks. It's sometimes about the order your cards come in, the quickness with which you can find certain cards like a 3 of a kind or like a Rain Razors, but it looks like they're about to decide first or second here. All-important die rolls in the Lexi mirror. Now, I know some people really don't like the mirror because of the kind of interplay between the two decks, but I find turn 0 of Lexi so fascinating because, now, hold on, this is what I was hoping we were going to see. Let's take a look over. Let's take a look over at Eric's equipment suite, folks. You were like, I know you out there were like, Lexi mirror, I don't want to watch a Lexi. Oh no, woe is me. Take a look at this, folks. We have a mask of, is that the shifting perspective? No, that's the shifting perspectives? No, it's the malicious manifestation or something like that. But we have a Death Dealer and we have a Shock Charmers on top of just a completely non-standard equipment suite for Lexi, and he has gone X and O. We're seeing a Blizzard Bolt pitched, folks. This is going to be a completely different take on this hero.
I'm actually really excited to watch this.
Yeah, malicious manifestation. That was it. Okay, so now Death Dealer, right? We saw it in the last game. Let's see how it's used to effect in Lexi here. Time to get a Chilling Ice Fan. That is a card I haven't seen in a long time. Weave Ice, are we about to get Dominate on this first arrow here? Let's see, are we gonna get the Ice Fuse? We are, so Chilling Ice Vein being fused up by a Weave Ice. I'm buzzing, look at this.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
So the next attack played this turn is gonna get +2 or 3 depending on the colors look, so it looks like it's just a +2. So this is coming in with Dominate, and we have the Shock Charmers available, folks. So that's gonna be an additional couple points, or additional 1 point of damage. Looks like, how many times is he going to activate it? So Shock Charmers is going to make the attack that is about to hit. Looks like, he's going to make it deal 2 additional damage. So that means it's going to basically hit an additional time. So that's going to require multiple resources out of the hand. At turn 0, it's a little less effective, but looks as though Nova is going to respond to the Chilling Ice Vein's discard or pay 1 trigger by activating Voltaire at instant speed. Whew. Look at this, dude. Come on. Death Dealer, Shock Charmers, Lexi at 6-0 at the Calling Taipei. We've been talking about skill expression and deck building expression in different parts of the world. I think this is some of the clearest example of that we could be looking at. Okay, and we still have an arsenal left over for Eric, so it looks like he pitched, I don't know if he pitched that Weave Ice that he fused with into the Shock Charmers, or if that in the arsenal there is a Weave Ice, but look, oh my god, 3 Polar Blasts and a 3 of a kind? Oh my goodness, okay, so premeditating to 3 of a kind for Nova Chan. Nova Chan, you want to see some of the more, yeah, exactly, some of the more standard Lexi plays. Well, this is why, because look at what Voltaire and New Horizons can do. This Premeditate going to go ahead and power up the next attack from Arsenal and threaten the Ponder for the rest of the turn. It's Plunder Run at home, folks. It's
quite funny. If you look at his hands, it's 3 Polar Blast and 1 3 of a kind.
Yes, it is.
It's really
3 of a kind.
It's really themed.
Yeah, 3 of a kind Polar Blasts. All right, so this is now going to be a Remorseless pumped up by the Premeditate here. So this should be coming in for 8.
Remorseless probably super strong. Like, especially against Lexi, you play all these ice cards, you play all these non-attack cards. This usually, if it hits, it does like 3 or 4 damage.
Yeah. All right, now we've got
8. Okay, cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is now a Heat Seeker. Heat Seeker is so powerful when you already have a Ponder token because it can just immediately represent that 6-card hand.
All right, Eric's not messing around, just taking 1 damage.
Oh my god. I mean, to be fair, he sees that drill shot face up. Is he just taking that as well?
He took it all.
For 3 Polar Blasts and a 3 of a kind?
No. He must know something we don't.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so that was an enormous amount of damage. Eric just shooting all the way down to 23. And now we've got an Infecting Shot and a Mystery card. So Nova Chan's next turn is going to be...
And a Remorseless trigger.
Yeah, oh my, wow. Okay. All right, Eric, show me what's going on because I am super curious. We're going to go ahead and perhaps start the turn, activate Lexi, but no Voltaire. So, oh no, it doesn't look like he was just adjusting. So we're going to flip over a Weave Ice, yep, with the Lexi ability, present a Frostbite. Now I'm going to go ahead and play that Weave Ice. Now, I think,
1 life.
I wonder, is it from hand or just play an action card?
Play an action card.
So lose a life there from the Remorseless trigger on the Weave Ice. So the next attack that gets fused gets Dominate, and the next Ice or Elemental attack is going to get an additional damage. Time to pitch into the 3-of-a-kind. Kept all those cards for different resources. Let's see if he can draw an arrow here. 2 3-of-a-kinds back to back. Going to also represent another life lost from the Remorseless. 1, 2, 3 cards. Look at this Lexi deck in action. Let's see. Looks like we found a Frostlock and a Channel Lake Frigid, but not going to be able to be played from hand this turn because of the 3-of-a-kind.
Frostlock's not bad in this scenario, to be honest. Most Lexi cards cost 0.
Yeah, that's very true. A lot of blue, 0-cost cards, absolutely. So let's see how he's going to go ahead and load in that Frostlock. Got plenty of cards in there to fuse and Shock Charmers with. So Weave Ice looks like it's like a key part of this deck, giving a card Dominate, giving these Ice cards Dominate, and then using Shock Charmers to make that attack deal additional damage, represent additional Frostbites. But in this case, it's just going to be the on-hit here. It doesn't stack with the Shock Charmers here. So this is just going to be
5 cards in hand.
5 cards in hand, so a lot of Shock Charmers triggers.
I think they're all blue as well. So there's like, I think he has 12 resources in his hand. 12, no, that's 4 cards. I think he has 15 resources in his hand. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah. All right, so let's see here, folks.
No, I honestly think that he's 5 blues in his hand.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead. Now because of the Perch Grapplers there, we're going to be able to cover up the, now, why is it only for 5? Is because I guess, because it's 3 plus the 2, so we're just pitching it all away into the Shock Charmers. It's not gonna do anything. We're just pitching all the cards in our hand there. So unfortunately for Eric, that Perch Grappler's there, a perfect time to go ahead and cash that in and turn all those Shock Charmers activations into much less powerful things than they could have been. In addition, the on-hit of the Frostlock, not gonna be relevant. Only 1 Frostbite as well from the Weave Ice, so another 3-of-a-kind for Nova. Unfortunately, we're seeing this cool Death Dealer Lexi that's cruised off to 6-0 just get hit by some very powerful turns back to back.
Calling players, if you do not have an opponent, please.
That 3-of-a-kind was from the Ponder too.
Oh yeah, you already know.
Oh, yeah.
You already know.
That's the best feeling.
You already know. All right, we're going to see if Falcon Wing go ahead and be given +1, coming in 4/4 with the go again.
That's pretty good. Heat Seek into a Red Infecting Shot.
and then Ponder into 3-of-a-kind. Yeah, I've heard that. That's probably all right. I'm curious what this Mask of Malicious Manifestations is doing.
Oh, maybe we'll see it soon.
All right, so this is now a blue Infecting Shot. You have to imagine a 3-block hand might feel good here if you just want to go ahead and... did he just take it immediately? Or is this representing it?
I think he took it.
Oh my goodness me. Let's see. Yeah, because you give a 3-block to this, it's like you're blocking 5. Because you also block that Blood Rot Pock trigger.
The thing with the Ice Lexi is it needs a lot of cards in the hand to work. You need you need the arrow, you need the pitch, and you need the Ice card to fuse with.
Yeah.
So that's already 3 cards. Whereas the Fuseless Lexi is just any card.
Yeah. Eric is taking this Infecting Shot as well, it appears. So that is going to be 2 Blood Rot Pox tokens and a card left in Arsenal. So Eric should be going all the way down to 8 and have 2 Blood Rot Pox tokens. So, I mean, hey, he's 6-0. He's got 2 Nick on 3. Let's see what we can do. It's time for another Weave Ice. Let's give another Frostbite here. 1 Frostbite represented. We've got 4 damage left on the stack with those Blood Rot Poxes. Here's a Weave Ice.
It's like he plays like 9 Weave Ices.
I was going to say, I think it's like a huge part of what makes the deck function. So we're going to go ahead and there's the Blizzard Bolt, right? So now this represents more Frostbites with those Shock Charmers. Like that is so much different than even the Chilling Ice Vein or the, the Frostlock was not anything super special with the Shock Charmer potential. But now, look at that. We've got a Seek and Destroy. We've got a second Seek and Destroy. So is he going to be, it looks like another Weave Ice in the hand here. So this is going to be dominated and is going to represent multiple Seek and Destroy triggers, but he's already down to 8 and going to be taking so much Blood Rot Pox damage.
So that's coming in for 3s.
Let's see, 3, 6, 8 plus the Blizzard Bolt, so they're representing 10 there. Maybe it's only a blue Blizzard Bolt.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
It looks like a blue, yeah.
Yeah, so 10 damage. It's gonna have the dominate off the Weave Ice here. And looks like Nova Chan just went ahead and took it.
Must have, yeah.
Yeah, so there's 2 Frostbites represented, the 2 Seek and Destroys online.
Will
and
we
then,
see the free fruit kind?
Oh my God, can you imagine? And that's gonna be, I think, 4 more damage from the Blood Rot Pox. So Eric heading all the way down to 4, Nova at 25. I mean, he's 6-0 on the day. I know he has won at least one other Lexi Mirror today, but Nova Chan is just enjoying an incredibly powerful start to this game. I mean, there's a Codex of Frailty sitting in the arsenal for whatever comes after these. You have to imagine 2 Voltaire activations. So now we spent 2 to activate Lexi. I wonder how he has that 1 floating because...
So he had
2 Frostbites, right?
2 Frostbites. He should have done floating.
Yeah, I think there should be 0 floating here, but we're going to go ahead and give the Perch Grapplers. The Rain
Oh my
Razors is going to come across, put that arrow right on back to hand, and then leave an additional...
Nova's just...
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to go ahead, put the...
Codex,
yeah,
get a Falcon Wing, Bolton Shot.
This is going to be super... Oh, there's the Infecting Shot. That's not going to be able to have the go again, so we're just going to go ahead and Frailty and Ponder. Here's another Endless Air for 6. I mean, I think this might just be all she wrote, folks. This is going to be 6 points of damage that has to be respected, unless...
I really want to know what that mask...
Malicious Manifestations is doing, yeah. So we're going to have to
Yeah.
give 2 cards to this, and then now here's the Infecting Shot. 1 card left, and that is... Well, that's all. That's all. That's all,
Wow,
folks. That's all, folks.
Unfortunate for Eric.
Yeah.
Really didn't
Hey.
pull off, but hey.
6-1 on the day with what is clearly an incredibly innovative Lexi list. There is no Voltaire, I don't think, registered in the list at all. He's got the Death Dealer and all these powerful ice cards and ice effects and things that we haven't seen really in vogue or in fashion since like almost, PT1 days and Yuki Lee Bender's terrorizing run with her ice Lexi build.
No, I honestly see what his deck's trying to do. It's just go for a tall dominant attack and use Shock Charmers, like Blizzard Bolt and Chilling Ice Vein. They all the ability of Shock Charmers makes it deal separate ounces of damage. So if you Shock Charmers like 4 or 5 times, they create 4 to 5 Frostbites, and then that's kind of like time walking them, like 5 Frostbites. Come on, like what are you gonna do in your turn, right?
Yeah.
But we didn't get to see that kind of play, unfortunately.
Unfortunately not. That did not. Look there. You can see them kind of extending the handshake. I mean, both players got to be feeling good. Both sitting at this very high parts of this leaderboard. The standings here. Eric's going down to 6-1, and then Nova going to go ahead and cleanly enjoy that 7-0 on the day with Lexi. But
I'm sure we will get Eric back in tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
I really want to see that deck. I want to showcase that deck.
I want to see
what
that
it can do.
Do a little more kind of proactive play, and then just eating a bunch of damage and not able to resolve any of their cards in too effective of a manner.
Nova played well. Just played what we were starting with.
Play what you're given, and in that case, he was just giving the juice.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
So Masterly played by him.
Yeah.
He will move off 7-0, representing Hong Kong.
Yeah, look at that, Nova Chan. So we'll definitely try to get Eric on stream. Maybe we'll even, there's a good amount of time left in the round. We can see if we could get a little chat with him. Looks like we're getting ready to pull up some of the top tables here so people can go ahead and check out who is sitting near the top of the leaderboard. And it looks like, let's go ahead and take a look at that momentarily. So looking over here, these are current games being played, folks. So this is not representative of the end of this round, given that there are still nearly 40 minutes to be played. But if you take a look, you can see Alan Lau, Team Blue Pitch over there sitting at 5 wins at the end of the day. So looking to stay at 5 wins and continue his tournament run. You don't want to go.
Nick Butcher from round 1 is X1 as well.
Yeah, so both those players feeling good, locked moving into the next day of competition here. However,
that Katsu player.
We've
seen Katsu there. He hasn't really popped off as we wanted to be, but Mr. Ivan must be doing something different.
Something well. You can see Nick Butcher from our first round also doing quite well. Taking a look down, see a couple of Azaleas sitting comfortably at the top tables.
Oh, there's a Reinar.
And there's a Reinar facing off against Jake McCormack, good, powerful Australian player in his own right. Oh, these aren't.
Those
these
are the
aren't.
standings.
Oh,
yeah.
I see. I thought these were the actual games being played. But so yeah, looking at the players here, you can see a lot of Rangers on that page. See a Bravo sneaking up into the X and 1 range. We didn't get a chance to see Bravo today, but it looks like we'll definitely have a chance to see some of that tomorrow. Michael Fung, an incredibly powerful Pro Tour champion in his own right, and then a couple of Phis. Look at that. A couple of Phis, and as well as again a bunch of.
Riptide still 5
yeah.
and 1.
Look
nice.
at that. That's pretty exciting.
Please ignore his name.
And then, yeah.
Oh, the Icelanders are letting me down.
Oh, yeah. You know, you guaranteed that win. You're still.
Oh, man.
Still alive here, you know.
Still alive.
Both of them just need to win out those games.
Sam Sutherland.
Yeah.
From Australia.
Australian national champion. Matthew McInnes, 8-0, constructed at the last Pro Tour. See a couple of Icelanders, and then
Eugene.
look at that. A Leviah sitting also alive at the end of the day.
Brody Spurlock, also still alive.
Yeah, so these are the players, and there's that Kano from round 2, still creeping around, hoping to stay alive and keep his way going into the day 2 here at Calling Taipei. But God, good amount of heroes being represented.
Yeah.
Now looking ahead, still 35 minutes left to go in that game because that was, I mean.
That was
a quick one.
Yeah, it was.
That was a quick one. What I imagine we'll probably do is take a short break and then see if we can't grab somebody from the event. Either we can maybe talk to Eric and hear about his Ice Lexi build, see if we can grab someone from the event to give a little bit of a rundown, give a little bit of a breakdown, and then we will be signing off for the day and be looking ahead to day 2. But we're gonna go see if we can grab somebody who wants to come and give a little breakdown from their either player's perspective or otherwise. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back at least to say what's up before we say goodbye, and hopefully we'll have somebody around to give you guys a little bit more of an insight into this incredible event being put on by Fable Events and Legend Story Studios. So don't go anywhere. We will see you soon. Thanks very much. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me.
Hey, hi guys, I'm Brian Kong from One Collectibles. One Collectibles is a card shop that does a lot of collectibles and also Flesh and Blood. So we sell and buy a lot of Flesh and Blood singles. We have our own inventory on our website. We run events, host events, yeah, and we do booth a lot in a lot of international events. So you'll see us at Worlds, at Callings. You guys can find us on One Collectibles Instagram or Facebook, One Collectibles. Our website is onecollectiblesfab.com. You can look through our large inventory over there. We have high-end singles to playable majestics to promos. Yep, so you can find a lot of things over there. You get to experience the whole world, you know. We go to different parts of the world. So first one was, I think it was New York, into Lille, into San Jose, Baltimore. So you get to experience a lot of different cultures. It's a very fruitful experience. You get to learn many things on the job. You know, setting up the whole booth, interacting with other customers, you know, getting to know them. Yeah, and just growing your inventory and your sales.
All right.
We're good now? We're good now?
Yeah, we're good now.
Now you can hear me. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling Taipei. Our competitors from the last round scurried off just ever so quickly. Apparently, we might be able to grab Nova in a little bit, but I do have one of our competitors that went X1 on the day of Team Blue Pitch fame, an incredibly impressive player out of Hong Kong. Alan Lau, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
How you doing? How was your day?
My day was starting pretty good.
Okay.
And I play and I know it's very good when I can come through a Uzuri, which is a horrible matchup for Let's See.
For sure. You got through an Uzuri today?
Yeah.
Nice.
I try to play a more linear matchup against Uzuri, which I saw most players use the trench of the second treasure and to try to play a long game with Battering Bow, Command and Conquer, and some quick fat. And I've played against some very good Uzuri, and I think it's sometimes it's more important to draw your threats at the right time. So I decided to play a 60 deck, which very likely is similar to the Let's See mirror match.
Oh, interesting. So rather than go for the plan you were talking about with the trench and the big kind of command and conquers and the battering bolts, you just went for a little more of a lean, mean, just throw all the arrows when you get them and not necessarily worry about setting up an end game, just kind of like get that game over with as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Yeah, I would say if you are facing an unfavorable matchup, you can't play as usual as usual. I know some people may disagree that it's very easy to get fatigued against Uzuri if you pay a 60, but I would say Arctic is an insane card that most heroes can't deal with, because what I do is I sit on Arctic in the arsenal, and then if my opponent try to no block, then I play the Arctic. If they block it, then I save the Arctic for the next
For
turn.
sure, yeah.
And also I know my playstyle against Uzuri is pretty crazy. Is because this matchup is already very hard to win, so you have to have a high roll. And what I do is when they will very likely to use their ability, I will assume they are playing the worst one, such as the already dead, which is very bad against Let's See.
Yep.
And sometimes even Death Touch. I know the variety is very good, but which is much better than
Command and Conquer.
Command and Conquer with two arsenals. So the only way I will block when Uzuri can switch is I have two arsenals, because even sometimes I won't block it, because against the bad matchup.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? You just got to play like you're gonna win. I hear you. So talk to me a little bit about coming out to the Calling Taipei. You guys are based out of Hong Kong. What is it like to be able to have an event like this that brings kind of players from this region all together, and even getting players from all over the world?
Yeah, I mean Taipei is a very good place, and I saw different region, met a lot of friends. I know some great player, Brody, Michael.
Yeah.
And Sam from Calling, Sam from Australia, and there are a lot of players, and it was always a pleasure to play against them and met new friends in the Taipei. And I think the LSS did a great job in managing the Calling, and I hope there's more big events coming to the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the excitement in the air here has just been, it's been super palpable. Everybody's been so excited, and the games look like they've just been killer out there.
Yeah.
I know you're no stranger to coming to the States for the big events. I remember, like, I feel like at the end of day one of Pro Tour last year, all I was seeing was like Alan Lau versus Alan Lau. Like you were right around those top tables for much of that tournament. So I know you're no stranger to that life as well.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about Team Blue Pitch. Talk to me about actually one of my first games at any competitive tournament ever was the Calling in San Jose, and I played against a Blue Pitch member. I was very afraid. I was playing Phi into a big old Wombat Dash, and I took a win. I had a good Art of War turn, the 5, but I don't want to talk about that. What I want to talk about is your team, and I don't know, the experience being on the team. I don't know if you were around for the inception of it, but just talk to me a little bit about Team Blue Pitch.
Yeah, my team has 6 different members, which they master their own heroes. And
cool.
when you want to find someone to play, and for example, if I want to play against Icelander, then I will find my teammate Kaiser. So I can know that if I can beat Kaiser, then I can beat. I don't want to be cocky, but I can beat most of the Icelander.
For sure.
The team, we are based in Hong Kong, and we are starting from a card store called Battleface, which is you can call, and we started the Flesh and Blood in the Crucible of War.
Oh wow!
And it's a very long time.
Yeah, you guys been in it.
Yeah, I'm very lucky to have my teammates, so I can have better prepare for the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking ahead, day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
What have you been seeing out there? Anything you're looking to try to get into, trying to avoid? Or are you just feeling like just gotta see what cards I draw and when I draw them and feeling good? Yeah. Do you want to just dodge Nova?
Of course, I want to dodge Nick Butcher. And other than that, I saw a very interesting Reiner build, which nearly has no Reiner cards in there.
What cards? Like just generics?
Yeah, it's basically generics. He has Snatch, he has Razor, he has something that Reiner usually don't play with. And
interesting.
Usually you want to play against Reiner as a lessee, but I don't want to play against.
You don't play against that?
That is no.
And you're not just saying you want to dodge Nick Butcher because he's sitting right there staring daggers at you, right? No. I
always don't want to play with him in the professional tournament.
Oh, I see.
I can play with him with some casual games.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck on the rest of the tournament. Hopefully we see you in some of the winner screens.
Yeah.
We got Nova Chan coming in just a moment, so thank you so much. And we will see you tomorrow, my friend.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for having me.
All right, I will just give a little, you can just imagine the Jeopardy waiting music in your head. All righty, we got Nova Chan coming in here. Congratulations on going 7-0 on the first day. How's it feel?
It feels good because usually I play a lot of competitive event. I usually will start at in the first 3 or 4 I lose 1-2 and trying
battle
to
back.
Yeah.
Nice to be on top of the mountain this time.
First time to be on the top.
Nice. So I know we saw you in that last round 7. We were honestly, nothing against you, my friend, but we were a little more excited about the ice, new take on the deck. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see much of that happen because you just absolutely blasted him apart. But talk to me about your tournament run so far. How's it feeling on the deck? Anything that was a little closer than you would have liked? Are you feeling like everything's been pretty smooth sailing until now?
I think it's comfortable now because the deck my deck is just when I tune a lot of cards is like just for one to in the right time the card will be great.
You need to draw it when you wet like at the right time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that must have happened today. If you went 7-0. Sure seems like it. You know, if you got those cards when you need it. Now.
Yeah, I think today is just high roll and I play a lot of games. Usually few of the kind and next time few of the kind when we start.
I mean, hey, that is a deck. Lexi is a deck that if you hit those high rolls, you know, when you need it, I mean, it's a hard deck to stop. That's part of the variance, you know, that makes the deck somewhat healthy. Is it's not every single game that you're going to find those incredibly spiky turns, but when you find those incredibly spiky turns, it's hard to come back from that. And you know, hey, if you can ride those spiky turns to a clean 7-0, I mean, come on, like what? It's got to feel good. Now, looking ahead, you know, I was listening that we were playing Briar, very close to living legend Briar at one of those tournaments right now. Looking at Lexi, Lexi is on her way out. We can say goodbye to Lexi in a matter of days, weeks. So, do you have any thoughts of what you're going to play after this next hero, Assassin Living Legend?
Of course, I will play Azalea back again. In the last Proto, I play Azalea and I got like.
Azalea? What did you say? Azalea?
Azalea.
Azalea, cool.
Yeah, I got like top 20.
Nice.
Yeah, and I think Azalea is quite strong deck because since the Ranger arms has banned and
you get bullseyes back.
Get the bullseye back and will be stronger more.
Absolutely, a little more consistent when you have, because that, you know, turning on a bullseye bracers with the, turning on a bolt and shot with your bullseye bracers can be
have 3 of, just like now Nessie have 1 turn can 3 or 4 shot when we start.
Absolutely. Okay, so looking ahead, I'm wishing you all the best tomorrow. Anything else? Any shout outs you want to give? Anything else you want to say? You're feeling good and ready for day 2?
Yeah. Feel great on day 2.
Yeah, well, congratulations on your incredible run today. And I see one other figure over here who's just clearly chomping at the bit to get out here on the mic. So we're going to welcome in the current Singapore champion, Nick Butcher. But thank you again, Nova, and we'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations on your day. And we're going to get this mic transferred over to a powerful player in his own right. Come on, and join me. Come on, join me, Mr. Butcher.
Is it still live?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're very live.
Very professional.
Very live. We're just going to go ahead and you can grab, we're going to get that mic on you right here. Yeah, this is a fireside chat. Fireside chat with the Flesh and Blood community.
Whatever that is.
Because we had 40 minutes left on the round timer. So, Mr. Butcher, how we doing? How was your day?
Hello, Cam.
I'm good. Yeah, good to meet you, Mr. It was Rick.
Oh, you said my name 3 times already, so it's like you can pretend as if you don't know it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for sure. But you said Cam when I know you know my name is Sam, so I was trying to do something back.
Oh, do I?
Well, I'd have to imagine.
Oh, okay, man. You think a lot of yourself. Anyway,
I don't know about that. We did hang out last night, so.
Yeah, give me some good questions.
You want some good questions? Well, how about an easy question first?
Sure.
How was your day today? How was your run?
Yeah, it was all right. I just lost to Nova last round because it was good. I had Tomotine Tome in my hand, and then on his last attack, I went sink below, thinking I could Tomotai Tome without using that card, and then that didn't work out. So I was like, oh man, I'm just so I'm not paying attention.
Yeah. Okay, but so we're X1 on the day.
I am 6-1.
Okay,
yes.
That's feeling good moving into day 2.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
How is the deck feeling? Dromai, right? You're on Dromai. We saw you round 1.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw, but maybe deck list wasn't posted, but a lot of 2-ofs.
Sure.
Very random. You know, little Yanji milk. Type of deck theory?
Yeah, absolutely. I know Yuanji's the king of like the 1-ofs or the 2-ofs, and he likes to convince everybody why it's important. So do you have deck lists haven't been posted, so you know that'll come out top 8 sometimes. You don't have to reveal any secret spice, but looking at Dromide bringing into this tournament, how did Tome influence your deck building in any way? You know, how significantly did you have to change your Dromide deck from what you were playing before to what you're playing now?
Yeah, I did it a lot because it's interesting. Tome's a very interesting card. It's not just automatically, oh, this card's just broken. This game's not going to last another 2 years. You know, Lexi this, Lexi that. All these complaints that everyone has about broken cards. It's an issue with the card and the deck where it requires you to play a lot of high cost cards to get value off the resources that you gain from it, pitching 2 cards. However, it requires you to play a lot of red cards. So there's a paradox there where you have a lot of red cards, but you want a lot of high cost cards. So there's going to be turns where you just have a lot of high cost cards, and it's very inefficient to just pitch 2 reds for Uvia and lose a lot of tempo. So you can have a lot of clunky hands. So that's, but you also don't want to have a lot of 0 cost cards with Tome, because then you're getting no value. You're just losing a whole card to get 2 Ash, which I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So you really need to mix and match your deck to where you don't have any paradoxes, and you can min-max your strategy, so you have like a good balance of 0 cost cards and high cost cards, and you don't want to draw too many like Miraging Metamorph or CNC or Necria in the same hand. So that's why I just play 2 of them, because it's unlikely that I'm going to draw 2 in the same hand and lose tempo that way.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
So have you found it? I mean, you're X1, so clearly the day is going well, but have you found the no block of Tome to be relevant at all, or is it just like, don't draw it when you don't want to draw it?
Not particularly, because you can just Arsenal it and wait for a scenario where they take an off turn. Against Lexi, it's a bit hard, but that's Lexi matchup. You can't say your favorite. That matchup is whatever. If I win the dice roll, I'm happy. If I lose the dice roll, I'm not very happy. So
Sure.
You can't complain about that. That matchup's just high rolling no matter what.
All right, well, Mr. Nick Butcher, I have a question for you. Do you feel like for your legacy, for your state in the place in Flesh and Blood history, do you need this win at the Calling, or are you like, nah, dude,
I could drop right now, and I would be rank 1 in Classic Constructed ELO in the world.
Okay.
However, I'm here to play. I'm here to win. Let's
Here to
go.
play and here to win. You heard it here first, though. Nick Butcher is here to win. So thank you very much for chatting with me.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. This was a wonderful day of Classic Constructed. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. We only had Lexi at the end, so it was a lot of different variety of our heroes throughout the day.
Some death dealing action.
Not a lot of action in our